Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tempe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, we are glad that you are out there and you are set for tonight's show, where we'll be looking at President Uhuru Kenyatta commits to a peaceful handover to the president-elect, Dr. William Ruto. Of course, tomorrow is the D-Day of the Battle of AZIMIO and Kenya Kwanza to the control of the both National Assembly and the Senate. They fronted their candidates, and now it is numbers rallied to see to it that who becomes the speaker and the deputy. That is to be decided in the session tomorrow. Well, I don't know what you feel about the whole scenario and the latest changes that are taking place as the president-elect, Dr. William Ruto, prepares to take the oath of office. What is your take on the same? Beside that, we want to commit each and every one of us in God's able hands that you need to look beyond where you are. What is beyond you, you can't handle it. And therefore, you need to lift up your eyes. Bible says, looking unto Jesus, who is the author and finisher of our faith. When you can't handle it, there's a God in heaven that can handle it. So don't take on what is beyond you. The scripture says, I do not exercise myself in matters too high for me. If it's out of your hand, leave it in the hand of God. Thank you very much. I salute everybody that is making effort to join us. And please, if you're able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Don't watch alone. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I appreciate everybody for making it into the show today. Dahir Abdi, karibu sana. Kuna Mariam Kache, asante sana. Bakiz Mohamed, we appreciate you. GFHGG, karibu sana. Hi to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. It is not evidence, it is God. We will look at it. Thank you so much for that reminder. I battled to get the topic for tonight. Just to keep away from that, but we'll discuss that, don't worry. Kuna Yakin Adam, karibu sana. Fia Allah, karibu sana. Yasin Bunu, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Fia Allah, thank you. Kuna Noble Engineer, karibu sana. Linus Mugendi, you're welcome. Anderson Neta, hi to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Sylvia Beyonce Angel, welcome. Take it easy. Kuna Peter Sheni, Sieni, karibu sana. Noel Kiptum, you're welcome. Nikas William, karibu sana. Kuna John Rains, Gloria, thank you everyone. Nobat Ojamba, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Edika Handsome Wanyahururu, we salute you. Thank you so much. Kuna Bashra Abdile, you're welcome. Godfrey Makumi, thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? Kuna Franklin Wesonga, kuna Faithful to Yeshua, kuna Laska Kipkenu, kuna Otinya Koshen, yes, Conscience Jonathan, thank you so much. Kuna Igesa George, Peter Tosh, alafu nani huyu? Phyllis Kedogo, I thank you. If I mispronounce your name, begin by forgiving me. I am glad that you're out there and you want to be part of the transitioning from the Uhuru Kenyatta presidency to Dr. William Ruto presidency. Uhuru Kenyatta, our outgoing president, has already made a commitment. He is going to do a peaceful handover. And of course, tomorrow is the D-Day when we choose our leaders in Parliament and the Senate. And so there is candidates that have been fronted that will be battling it out. Who is going to carry the day? Is it Kenya Kwanza or is it AZIMIO? We all encourage everybody to be part and parcel of our conversation tonight. I really am happy that everybody is making every effort to join into the discourse. Please make sure you keep your mic mute if you are on the screen until it's your turn to speak. Is that important? Because a mic being on provides a feedback that creates noise and spoils the video, especially for the viewers out there. And so to start us out, we'll start by playing a video before we begin to converse, just to remain focused and be able to, canvas matters accurately according to the slide. Thank you. Let's listen out to this as we proceed further.
Amujafunga hii kioskeni ya Mtembei TV.
Za madaraka mrithi wake ambaye ni William Ruto siku ya Jumanne kwa njia ya kistaarabu, ingawa amesitiza kuwa kiongozi anayemtambua ni Raila Odinga. Rais Kenyatta amesema hayo alipokutana na viongozi wa Azimio One Kenya kule Kajiado, na huko hayo yakijiri, ni wazi kuwa sherehe za kumwapisha rais mteule zitagharimu takriban shilingi milioni 200. Mwanahabari wetu Sydney Chazima ameandaa ripoti hii.
Ni dhahiri sasa kwamba rais anayeondoka Uhuru Kenyatta atahudhuria hafla ya kumwapisha rais mteule William Ruto siku ya Jumanne wiki ijayo. Katika mkutano na viongozi wa kambi ya Azimio waliochaguliwa katika nyadhifa tofauti za uongozi, katika mazungumzo ya faragha ambayo NTV imedokezewa, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alisema, na hapa na nukuu, "Nitamkabidhi rais mteule William Ruto hatamu za uongozi kwa njia ya amani, ya kisheria na kikatiba na kwa tabasamu zaidi. Lakini kiongozi wangu ni Raila Odinga. Wale ambao wanasherehekea sasa kwa kuwa wameahidiwa vinono watalia miezi mitatu ijayo." Mwisho wa nukuu. Kadhalika, rais anayeondoka ameendelea kutilia shaka uamuzi wa mahakama ya upeo ulioidhinisha ushindi wa William Ruto, akisema kama ninavyonukuu, "Zaidi ya watu milioni 1.4 walinipigia kura mwaka wa 2017 na mahakama ya upeo ilitupilia mbali ushindi wangu, ikisema mchakato wa upigaji kura una uzito kuliko idadi ya kura. Lakini mbona katika uchaguzi wa mwaka huu uamuzi uliotolewa hauendani na wa mwaka wa 2017 na hali ni sawia?" Mwisho wa nukuu. Matamshi yake yanatofautiana na ya Jaji Mkuu Martha Koome, ambaye amesema kuwa uamuzi wa juzi ulizingatia ushahidi wa pande zote.
But in the entire Africa and even the whole world saying they are looking upon Kenya for leadership and also for independent institutions, especially the institution of the judiciary.
Matamshi ya Rais Kenyatta yametolewa huku shughuli za maandalizi za kuapisha William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua zikiingia siku ya pili katika uwanja wa Kasarani.
Everybody coming here is a VIP. Every person who will come to this stadium is a VIP. So the toilets that they use, the seats they sit on, the places they go will need to be VIP standards. We don't want what we call madhogodhanyo.
Kulingana na ripoti ya bajeti kutoka Wizara ya Fedha, shilingi milioni 200 zilitengwa kwa minajili ya kufanikisha shughuli za mpito. Takriban shilingi milioni 300 zilitumika kwa ajili ya kufanikisha shughuli za kumwapisha Rais Kenyatta kwa kipindi chake cha Pili, katika uga huu wa Kasarani, shughuli kabambe za kutayarisha uwanja huu ili kumwapisha rais mteule William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua zimeingia siku ya pili, na hapo kesho wanajeshi wanasema kwamba watatoa taarifa ili kueleza mipango yao ya kuendelea mbele. Sydney Chazima, NTV, katika uga wa Kasarani.
Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo ni kwamba bunge la 13 nchini
Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate you as we start out our conversation. That will be the first consideration in President Uhuru Kenyatta's commitment to hand over power peacefully and leadership to Dr. William Ruto, the president-elect. And of course, the battle on the floor of the House tomorrow, as there is the choice of speakers in both houses. Innocent, habari leo?
Nzuri sana, Mr. Bernard. How are you doing?
I'm great. Karibu.
Asante sana. First, I have to say that now preparations are on top gear and everything is done kulingana na vile sherehe itakayokuwa siku ya Jumanne inastahili iwe. And also the president has given his commitment. Basically, he's trying to believe in the constitution, and by saying that he will do what is needed in the constitution, that is much welcomed. And also I feel like he has also shown his steps to what he believed by going to the AZIMIO PG, I can call it, and having their conversation and maybe saying what he said. I think that shows that even if he's moving out of State House, he still believes that this is the way to go, that his ideologies he believed in is going to uphold them, even if when he's out of office. And I think President Kenyatta is not different from what the President of America did, Barack Obama. He actually gave power to Trump and remained a Democrat. And when we saw him coming out when Biden was running for his campaigns to go to the White House. So I believe we'll see Mr. Kenyatta at some point again in this Kenyan politics, if life allows. And it's actually giving hope to the AZIMIO brigade that they can still salvage something from this particular contest that has just ended. And based on what is going to happen tomorrow, is basically numerical strength that will play out. That is why all the two leading factions are trying to mobilize their members to actually ensure that they get the speaker seats to their side. And I believe, like the president-elect said, that this is a moment he was telling his people, I know the sitting president, who is just about to leave, has some power. He can actually call shots from the other side. Maybe that is what I mean. I listened and felt like he still, Mr. Kenyatta can still persuade some members to vote secretly for a particular candidate. So he was also trying to put his house in order, and we are waiting to see what is going to happen tomorrow. An interesting conversation in the August House, and I believe members will be persuaded because the leading candidates are people who have quite a huge experience in national politics. We wish them all the best, and obviously because we are AZIMIO diehards, wish AZIMIO can be able to get one out of the two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Innocent. We pray they get both, because Kalonzo running against Kingi in terms of experience and prowess. Kalonzo has an upper hand. We just need to play our cards right. And Marende running against Wetangula. Marende was an outstanding speaker in the Grand Coalition government. And we just pray that the cards will play in the favor of AZIMIO, for us at least to have one sensible, or rather one arm of the government that is sensibly governed, in my opinion, and is ably led. Because when we have this kind of executive, we need level-headed speakers in both houses for us to keep them in check. But if we have an already purchased speaker, like we have had in the previous government, the legislation of 2013, 2017, 2022 has been, in my opinion, the lowest of all the parliaments that we have ever had. We have never had any monumental legislation in terms of progressive in relation to our politics. And that was because of the pocketing of the parliament by the executive to an extent that they refused to think about anything. And they ended up making laws and passing policies that have not helped the progress of our democracy. And so it's my prayer that if we have whatever the AZIMIO lead both houses, I'll be very happy. That's from my end. But whatever plays out tomorrow, we're still in this thing. And we'll be also looking at the president's sentiments about 3 months as we continue with the conversation. President mwenyewe ametupatia ni hizo miezi mitatu, wale ambao wameahidiwa vinono wataanza kulia, sijui itakuwa vipi, lakini tusonge mbele. Wakenya, tafadhali naomba ukaribisha wawili watatu ili tusonge pamoja katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo tunapoangazia maamuzi ya President Uhuru Kenyatta kupeana uongozi kwa Dr. William Ruto, the president elect, kwa njia ya amani kulingana na katiba, licha ya kuwa hakubaliani na uamuzi wa Supreme Court. Wengi wamezungumzia swala hili, tutalizungumzia kwa kina pia, kwa sababu Martha Koome leo kila amesema, mimi nimeshindwa kuelewa kabisa. Anasema sasa aliamua kesi kulingana na Mungu, sio kulingana na na evidence. May God help us and may God save us from bad leadership. Well, tuendelee, tumsikilize Bwana Tom. Vipi Bwana Tom?
Salama sana Bwana Bernard.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Ningependa nisalamie wenzangu wenye wako macho sahihi, naona wako sawa. So kwa upande yangu Bernard, naona kama kesho hii mambo ya uchaguzi itakuwa sawa, sababu kwa upande ya we are not the minority, we are the majority. Sababu wale walikuwa ngambo ile, wengine walienda wakaweka question mark, wakasema we have to come back. So mi naona kama uchaguzi itakuwa hiyo ya speaker, mimi naona ni kama hatutawachwa nyuma sana, but let us just be positive. Kuna njia, kuna ways. Unajua hawa team nao wako na ile kuna vile watafanya, hata kama ni ku convince wenzao wengine, nafikiri watafika ile quorum, and I believe the end of it, at least mtu wetu atachaguliwa. So nikiendelea hii maneno ya swearing in ya William, nimeona pesa ni mingi, lakini it's okay, because wanasema the last one, the 2017 one was 300 million. So hii wamereduce na 100 million. So hapo hatuna neno, wacha tuendelee. But nikiendelea Bernard, ni wakati wetu kama watu wa AZIMIO, inafaa tufikirie sana mahali tumetoka na mahali tunaelekea, sababu kwa sasa our county governors hao ndio wakubwa wetu sasa. So kila mtu aangalie tu gavana yake atawafanyia kazi gani, sababu as we wait for the 2027, So ukiwa kwa governor fulani, because we have governors, so our governors now watuletee hizo projects kama ni zile za kutusaidia at least to uplift the standard of their county people. So at least from there, at least we can benefit. Hatuna haja na hiyo ingine, hiyo inaitwa central, hiyo nini, hiyo itakuwa tu huko, lakini wacha tuangalie governors wetu, because sasa huko ndio tutapata usaidizi. Hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya, unaona. So tukiendelea na hawa, tuangalie our leaders, the MPs, the women reps, the MCAs, watuletee hizo maendeleo mazinani. Tuendelee tu tukipokea, kama kuna shida tutakuwa tukiongea, lakini tuendelee tu hivyo. Lazima tuendelee, hatuwezi waacha tu serikali ikae namna hiyo. Lazima any development imekuja kwa county tushike, we have to be aggressive. Kama ni pande ya kilimo, tufanye tu makilimo yetu. Kama ni vitu za kusaidia mtu wa kawaida kama mtu wa jua kali sector in those counties, endelee tu hivyo, at least at the end of the day tupate kitu. Mimi nitamaliza hapo tu, because hiyo uchaguzi tuliona hakuna kitu tunaweza sema, lakini lazima pia tu accept na tuendelee tupate at least what will come on. So hapo ndio nimemalizia Bwana Bernard, sina maneno mengi.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Tom, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na ni ukweli mambo yatanyooka mahali pa kuangalia kwa kina. Kama kuna fulani hapa anasemaje huyu, kuna mmoja hapa Eunice Ombogo anasema Bernard, me from today my president is my county governor final. So tuangalie kaunti zetu na vile zinavyo fanya maendeleo kulingana na sheria, na ndiposa tumesisitiza kwamba hakikisha kwamba MCA wako anafanya kazi na anafanya kazi ya kuhakikisha kwamba governor anafanya yanayopaswa kufanywa. Kama wanaanza kazi na kwenda benchmarking, wasirudi, wafungiwe huko, tuweke serikali mpya. Nashukuru sana. Tuangalie, tumsikilize Tested kabla tucheze video ingine. Karibu Bwana Evans.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard and Tom. I really appreciate for the opportunity. First, let me, Mr. Bernard TV, you can allow me to say pole kwa mzee wetu Mr. Laila. I didn't feel okay to see his injuries in the head. It was worrying, but I wish him quick recovery. He's our leader no matter what. We endure him. He's a good person. Let's pray for him. At least he can recover quick. Let me talk about the choices of the speakers tomorrow. I sincerely believe the two guys, Mr. Marenda and Karonzo, they are good guys, irrespective of which parties they are standing in. These are leaders of integrity. And even the Kenya Kwanza or the UDA team, let them consider these two guys because these are leaders of integrity. And if they are given the chance, they can lead our country well. Irrespective of whether they are on our side, honestly, these people, they have credibility. I hope and pray that there will be some people will be touched their heart. At least they give us good leaders, because remember, once we have a good speakers in both houses, that is when we can get the best legislative, and at least things can come out. Even if Ruto's presidency will work or will not work, we need good leaders at least. At least the country does not fall, because these two people, either way, they come number 2, number 3, and these are all. So I wish and hope that the two guys will win, at least because remember, the last 5 years, the two guys in the two houses sincerely did the worst job ever. Both of them, they did the worst job ever. So hopefully that we'll get the best, because I don't think the guy who is running against Marenda is worthy to be the speaker. It doesn't. I don't. I know him personally. He's a friend of mine actually, but I don't think this position is not good for him. Secondly, for the one who is running against Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo has the upper hand by far. Kalonzo is a good guy, irrespective of what. This is a good guy. Honestly, he's a good guy, and he has a following. And honestly, he's gonna beat that guy by far. He's gonna beat him by far. I know that in the speaker side we are a little bit less, but he's gonna beat him. And then let me speak. There is something which attracted me today. I was just looking at Martha Koome. I thought that she would be quiet a little bit of what she did during the ruling. You know, honestly, she again came today to put the salt on the injury. I don't think whether she realizes exactly what she's doing. Her, as a credible person in our country, she needs to judge her words very carefully. She's talking as if she's not worried. I'm surprised of what she says. You know, Kenya is mostly, let's say 75% is dominated by the Christians. So sometimes we don't want to put hooliganism into Christianity. There is no God who will come and just tell you that you go and abuse people when you're making the ruling. Neither do we expect our holy name or God to just come and just go through whatever happened there, because even the ruling could be seen that it was written by one person. There was no unanimous. That was a cooked ruling. So she doesn't want to cheat us. We have swallowed, we have accepted, we are moving on, and we expect no matter what. They gave us 2013, 2017, we moved on, and we're gonna do the same. The only thing we need to do is, Kenya is for all of us. And as Mr. Tom said, and you said there is another lady, actually that's what I was saying. I was telling my friends the other day, that now what we need to do is, presidency now remains to our counties. Let's we see our governors as the people we can learn to, because these people now holds everything for us. And if democracy will be upheld, at least if they can be able to consider to just devolution, to be empowered, if they can at least up the money to the counties, we will do well. Because honestly, from the national cake, we are done. So hopefully, let's we see how the counties will do. I'm happy from the county I come. I'm proud that I have a man. And most of the counties, actually, they brought in good people. Hopefully, they're going to do a good job. Because we never know. Even Mr. Ruto might decide, after seeing what has happened, he goes, calls people like Penat and does what he calls repentancy. He can be forgiven. If he does a good job and goes for repentancy, he says, I'm sorry, this evil Hamas ran away. I'm alienating myself from this evil. Honestly, God can press him and he will be a good leader. Otherwise, I don't think so. Because remember, this incoming government, whether it could have been for Raila or for Ruto, what these guys, they are just taking, I don't know. I don't know whether they see the magnitude of debt they're just getting from this government, which is outgoing. Wherever anyone who was to be the president was to work extremely hard, go beyond the level. Now, what I'm worried of is that the president-elect doesn't have a good relationship with the international community. I don't know how we're going to benefit, because if you lack good relationship with the international community, it becomes a big problem. Hopefully, I just beg, I hope he will get a very good minister for foreign affairs, who will be able to be his mouthpiece. But if he chooses the wrong one, if he chooses the kind of Moses Wetangula, we are done, we are doomed. Hopefully, he will choose the best one, and then things will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. Thank you, Evans. You bring a lot on the plate. You will give us constipation. Let's tackle one matter at a time. But all in all, we look forward for a great engagement tonight, even as we dive into the peaceful handing over commitment by President Uhuru Kenyatta to the President-elect, Dr. William Ruto. Well, AZIMIO versus Kenya Kwanza, battle for both houses' leadership. I pray that we will all look into this keenly. And like Ivan said, I think we need to tone down on the issue of party differences and look at leadership. If the executive is headed by Dr. William Ruto, deputized by one deputy president designate Kashagwa, we need good, serious, solid, level-headed leadership at the legislature. The judiciary has behaved the way it has behaved. And from where I sit, that was something else. We should send for Maraga immediately. if that needs the leadership of judiciary is gone. And so the only thing to help out here is have a level-headed leadership for the legislature. At least there can be hope. But if it all goes to the kind of one-sided thinking leaders, tutaumia sana. Let there be some soul searching, especially to our parliamentarians, whether you are UDA or not. Look at Kenya at this time. Look at the kind of leadership that that we have ended up with. This is the leadership we have ended up with. It's not the leadership we wanted, it's the leadership we ended up with. Now, for us to correct that matter, let's have some at least proper leadership for the parliament, both the National Assembly and the Senate. And the AZIMIO people have experienced people. They have fronted experienced people that I believe will be able to navigate us from the inevitable that is bound to happen. Well, from all indications, from all signs, there are going to be drama. They are going to be drama. But we need to have a place we can be sure if we go there, we will get things working. And if we have our parliament working, we'll be able to check the executive, we'll be able to check including the judiciary. But as at now, please, parliamentarians, we urge you when you go to parliament tomorrow to decide the speakers, don't give us garbages. Please give us experienced, seasoned, level-headed leaders with Solomonic wisdom who will be able to discharge their responsibility fairly, squarely, and justly. Not this story ya kusema Mungu amesema, ni Mungu alifanya. We will be doing a special show on that. Somebody has invited me on wherever. Somebody is asking for us to do a show on the hypocrisy of Kenyan church and Christians. Probably will end up there. But as at now, we will. As at now, let's focus on the houses tomorrow, and we pray for better leadership. We'll play a video and then get to the next person. And please, when you're on the screen, keep your mic mute until your name is called out to speak. It is just good manners to follow the required proceedings. Noel, I'm going to ban you from the studio if you are not following.
Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ametaka viongozi waliochaguliwa chini ya mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya kusalia pamoja na kutokubali kuhongwa kusaliti Azimio bungeni. Rais Kenyatta ameshikilia kuwa mtihani wao wa kwanza ni kuhakikisha kuwa Azimio inashinda uchaguzi wa maspika na manaibu wao bungeni siku ya Alhamisi, ambao ni kesho. Mwanahabari wetu Vincent Odwor ana taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni miongoni mwa viongozi wakuu wa chama cha Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya waliohudhuria mkutano uliowaleta pamoja viongozi wote waliochaguliwa chini ya mrengo wa Azimio katika uchaguzi mkuu uliopita. Ukiwa mkutano wa kuweka mikakati ya kuboresha ajenda za Azimio na mikakati ya jinsi watakavyokabiliana na wapinzani wao bungeni, haswa katika uchaguzi wa maspika na manaibu wao. Katika bunge la taifa, Azimio itawasilisha aliyekuwa spika Kenneth Marende kuwania uspika na Farah Maalim kuwania unaibu spika. Katika bunge la seneti, Azimio itawasilisha kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka kuwania kiti cha spika na seneta mteule wa Kilifi Stewart Mazayo kuwania kiti cha naibu spika. Hii ni baada ya uongozi wa Azimio kubatilisha uamuzi wa kamati kuu ya chama cha Wiper uliotaka Kalonzo kujiondoa katika kinyang'anyiro.
Ili kuchaguliwa kuwa spika wa bunge la taifa, mwaniaji atahitaji kuungwa mkono na wabunge 233, lakini iwapo hakuna atakayeweza kupata idadi hiyo, basi uchaguzi utaingia raundi ya pili, ambapo atakayepata kura zaidi ya mwingine atatangazwa kuwa spika.
Katika mkutano huo wa faragha, Rais Kenyatta amewataka viongozi hao kusalia pamoja na kutokubali kununuliwa kwa lengo la kusaliti Azimio. Aidha, Kenyatta aliwafahamisha kuwa siasa ni mchezo wa kufurahishana na kuahidi kuwa ndani ya miezi mitatu watashuhudia mabadiliko mengi. Kenyatta amewataka kuhakikisha wamechagua wagombeaji wa Azimio kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha uspika na unaibu spika.
None of us is available for sale. We want to condemn this culture of purchasing leaders for purposes of political ends. If you were elected in Azimio, you are a fraud if you appear to be joining any other coalition, because that's not what the people...
Those ones who are saying that they will now form post-election coalition agreement, they have to wait for 3 months. After 3 months, then they can be able to do what? To go in and form their coalition agreements.
Licha ya uwepo wa Raila, Martha Karua, Kalonzo na Rais Kenyatta, viongozi hao waliondoka bila kuwahutubia wanahabari. Kwa sasa hatari ambayo imekuwa ikikumba Azimio ni hatua ya baadhi ya wanamrengo wao kuhamia mrengo wa Rais mteule William Ruto, Kenya Kwanza. Vincent Odur, NTV.
Okay, thank you everyone for your vigilance and continued followership of Mtembei TV. Thank you for inviting guys to join into the discourse and listen to what Kenyans are saying. There was somebody called Ali. Please recharge your phone and get back, because we can't run a show on emergency, I beg. We can't run a show on emergency. And this show is here every day, and so when you want to participate into the show, prepare ahead of time, charge your gadget in good time, so that when you come, you don't need to disrupt the flow by asking for to be considered. Although we are lenient enough to do that, please, let's just do what is required and be able to gain and also help Kenyans navigate from where they are to where they ought to be. Many things may not have come your way, but God is on the throne. I always say there is no state of emergency in the kingdom of God, and so he will always bail us out of everything we've put ourselves in or find ourselves in. He's able to do exceeding abundantly far above all we can ask or think. God is one person that is absolutely unlimited. So where we are limited, where we don't understand, where we don't, have our fingers on, he is always having his fingers on everything. Kwa hivyo, jisatiti mahala popote ulipo, jitie moyo, hakikisha kwamba uko sehemu ambayo inachangia maendeleo ya nchi. Let's move forward. Stephen, habari ya leo?
Sama Bernard, habari.
Niko salama, nashukuru. Nafurahi kukuona
Evans na Kenyan. Bernard bana, pressure ilipanda ikashuka, ikapanda ikashuka, ikapanda ikashuka, lakini unajua sasa unaambiwa saa nyingine ni vizuri kukubali matokeo. Japokuwa mimi nilisema sita move on. I want to move on from that illegality. I will never move on, my Bernard. It's so difficult to move on from that. Let me tell you, Bernard. This morning, I had to stop my car and help somebody who was being beaten because he was somewhere and he started saying you have to accept Ruto as our president. blah, blah, blah. And people were raining blows on him here in Kilifi. So I had to help him because he's a guy I know. It's not a joke. I'm not making this up. In the morning, I did that. So I think I'm not alone. People have refused to move on, but we need to accept it and live with it, you know. What huzaliwa na wakafa. So hii pia itapita tu. Just like as you said, God can allow anything to happen and can also disallow anything to happen. So we need to accept the reality. But one thing that is really making me sick, I think Evans mentioned it. This issue of Martha Koome saying God did this is bullshit, you know. You come, you do the things you do, then you come, you start personalizing God, you know. He's just reading from the same book Ruto is reading from. Is this a script? Are we living in a scripted country? Is this a movie? Was this pre-planned? Chebukati do this, then Martha Koome do this. You know, it's shocking. So sasa mimi mtu wa chini hapa nikiwa na shida, nitaamini hata hiyo koti kweli? Where will people run to if the court is compromised? The highest court in the land is compromised. The way they issued the judgment, it was shocking, you know. Surely. And they are now personalizing God for everything. No, let's go that way. Tushaumia tayari, tushakubali, wacha watu wache na uchungu wetu. Polepole tutazoea, tutakubali. Hii mambo ya kusema A, B, C, D, it's not making sense. It's really adding salt to the wound, yeah? Okay, on the other thing, Bernard, about the House leadership. You can't compare Moses Wetangula to Kalonzo Musyoka. You can't. You know, it's like comparing, you can't get comparison, no? You can't compare Kingi to, you can't compare all these people to the people that AZIMIO is fronting. Just because you are in a country that is full of impunity and all this, at the end of the day, you will be wondering, this the same people we don't want, that the same people who will be the speakers of the, if they can take the presidency from us, what else can they do, you know? So I think the National Assembly has to do us justice for once at least, so that we can have oversight from the highest level. Because if Marende can be the Speaker of the National Assembly, you know, he can keep balance to the executive, you know. Is the third person, will be the third highest person in the country. So I think the members of parliament should think beyond this. At least watupatie ka celebration kidogo tu, unajua si mingi, hiyo tu watupatie na sisi yako kwa ushindi, you know, kidogo tusikie raha, tuone pia sisi tuko Kenya. And on the Senate, I think King is a very useless man. I will say that even on his eyes, he never delivered anything. He only got 4 members of parliament and 15 members of county assemblies in all the country. So King is a useless person. He doesn't deserve anything. Ni hewa tu, oxygen ya bure, anafaa tu apewe huyo. Let him go home. Let him come back to Kilifi. Mashamba iko huku, watalima, Galana kulalu huko. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Asante Stephen, please let's avoid going personal. Hiyo story ya Kingi tutaichia hapo tafadhali. Kile ninachosema ni kwamba the race between the race is between Wetangula and Marende, and then Kalonzo and Kingi. So Kingi has no chance against Kalonzo except foul play. And then Marende should be given the leadership of the National Assembly. Wetangula vile ameachana na useneta, atafutiwe uambassador, aende kutafuta ile Tokyo embassy aliuza, irudi kama anataka. Lakini masuala mengine kile mimi naona, tunataka uongozi ambao unafaa in the National Assembly. If we have a working legislature, I'm sorted. I'll be happy that we have a working legislature that will make policies that will help the advancement of the country. Koome can go on with the judiciary because she has security of tenure, but we the people, we will do something about it. We will revisit. That one I promise, because we cannot take this. We cannot take a ruling from the highest court that makes zero legal sense. I'm not a lawyer. I did basic law, and then I understand the Bible law because I'm a Bible teacher. Whatever Koome and team delivered makes zero legal sense. Zero legal sense. Akisema ni Roho Mtakatifu, hakuna mwamuzi mzuri kama Roho Mtakatifu. Kenyan, habari leo, karibu tafadhali. Mawili matatu tukisonga mbele.
I'm good. Najua, Bernard, I'm surprised that you're talking about this thing like it is a job interview. It is a political process. It's about numbers. So, if Kingi wins, it's about UDA numbers. If Wetangula wins, it's about UDA numbers. So it's not a job interview where we're going to be taking marks. It's about forming coalition and doing that thing.
No, Kenyan, that's where we go wrong. That's where we go wrong.
No.
When it comes to leadership, choice for leadership, we must not buy into the thinking that because
is it
we
a
have numbers.
process? Is there voting tomorrow? Why are you forcing people to vote in a particular way? No, it's about
Kenyan,
people
I am not
vote.
forcing people. Kenyan, listen.
These are party issues.
I'm not forcing people to vote a certain way. I'm just looking at the leadership of the Senate and the leadership of the National Assembly. If we have good leadership there, we will have proper checks and balances for the executive. It is more than numbers when it comes to national decisions.
Please let me make my submission. So tomorrow it will be voting. It will be Kenya Kwanza versus AZIMIO. And if Kenya Kwanza have got some people from AZIMIO like UDM and they get the numbers, they push on Kingi, they push on Wetangula, and they win this thing, and now the country is spinning like a top. Everything running smoothly. It's not that the best leaders are reserved in AZIMIO. AZIMIO have failed. They failed even to deliver their own election. They even failed to get to pay their agents, and now they go on crying foul around the country, around Supreme. No, in 2017, when Maraga said that there is the fear of Lord above everything, is about the fear of Lord. Nobody was complaining about religion. But now when it doesn't favor you, religion becomes a bad thing. That is what we need to deal with in this country. Let me wait for your responses.
Now, Kenyan, I'll give you free advice. There is a difference between putting somebody in office and providing leadership. If you can't tell the difference, I can't help you. But what you need, listen.
There is voting with politics.
Politics is not about voting only. There is what is called political leadership. Political leadership. If you put Danda heads in office, you're going to get Danda heads leadership.
When I get the majority of the vote, I means I am the winner.
If you have the majority and you win, and your brains are not enough to provide progressive leadership, what are we going to end up with?
But I got the majority vote. Move on.
Majority vote is not majority brains.
No, even Cherara was said to be.
Now that you don't want to listen and learn, I don't think you are helping into our debate. You are still locked up into the tyranny of numbers when we have suffered 10 years under the pretext of tyranny of numbers. I don't know which country you are in. If you are in Kenya, then I'm very sorry that we have this kind of Kenyans still existing in our midst. And on that matter, I move on. Yes, Evans, what do you want to say?
Mr. Kenyan, you think that you'll be happy. That smile you're putting there bigger. Actually, I'll be smiling more than you. Trust me. This one I'll just tell you for free. Whatever you just listen the advice Bernard is telling you. It's not about that we just, what if the worst goes against our president? Who will take over the country? The speaker. So we are just saying we need somebody here. Not about just anything else. We are just saying we need somebody who can guide our members of parliament to make good legislation. It's not about just the numbers, Baba.
I'll repeat again. There is a difference between having an office and position of leadership and providing leadership. Our country needs leadership at all levels, including family leadership. But if we go back to what was called tyranny of numbers, which has brought us where we are right now, and we don't want to think beyond that, it is a very sorry state of affairs. I urge all the parliamentarians and all the senators to carry their brains to the Senate tomorrow and to the parliament tomorrow. Let them think about Kenya and what will become of Kenya. With an aggressive executive of William Ruto and Gachagua, if we don't have a functional legislature, and now we have already arrested the judiciary, we are doomed as a nation. That is my look on the whole scenario. But if you see it otherwise, you know, there is a prayer I began to pray. My greatest prayer is, I wish and pray that I have been wrong all through about William Ruto. I want to be proved wrong, and I will be happy if I've been wrong all through. I'll be very happy. But if all my fears will come to play one after another, I'll be here on Mtembe TV. And in fact, we want to go to terrestrial TV, digital TV broadcast space. We are raising money for the same. I'll be here. If there is a prayer I'm praying, God, let everything I have believed, assessed, concluded about William Ruto be wrong. I'll be very happy. But if I'm right, even in one thing. William, karibu tafadhali.
Mimi niko na mambo matatu. Moja ni kwamba yule mama nimesikia yuko kule mlima kwa mlima akiongea, sijui kwa congregation gani, sijui ni kanisa au nini, akasema ati Mungu alimsaidia. Mimi nikazima hata hiyo TV, sikutaka kuangalia tena kwa sababu alichokuwa anaongea hakina maana. Mimi sijasoma sheria. I'm not a lawyer, I don't practice law, but sijapenda alichotaka kuzungumza ati Mungu alimsaidia kufanya judgment ile ambayo hata layman kama mimi naona kama alikuwa wrong. Lakini on the second hand nimeona Kilonzo Junior akizungumzia habari ya evidence tulizopeleka kortini, eti anasema hazikuwa vizuri. I'm not sure kama na yeye yuko kwa mlengo gani, sijaelewa, lakini yeye kama mwanasheria, we know he is an advocate. Alichozungumza ni kwamba we have got a lesson now, we as AZIMIO people, we have to provide evidence that are so accurate, so that next time we may win the case. Na ingine na nitaka kusema Bernard ni kwamba in our traditional, most of the time our members of parliament, when they go to vote for a speaker, they always vote for according to their numbers from their coalition. Sasa hata hii sahi, if AZIMIO we have numbers, we will win tomorrow. If we don't, I can tell you guys, take it to the bank. These guys are going to take all the cities if we don't have numbers. But up to now, I don't know exactly. Are we AZIMIO having numbers? If we don't have numbers, even if you put there Jesus, they will not vote for him. They will vote for their people. But according to the situation we have in the land, people would choose better for the future of this country. Lakini kama akina Sudi wako usiku huu kule, wako wanatembeza pesa, wako wanafanya hii, Kesho utashangaa we don't get the votes despite of putting our gold there, like Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka, well experienced guy. He is not advocate. He has been practicing law for a long time. He can be there in the Senate and lead these people very well. Hata huku saizi tuko na Malende, anaweza akafanya vizuri sana, ana experience, amekuwepo kama naibu speaker, kama speaker. Lakini tuombee na hii bunge. Bernard, let's pray for this parliament, because when they are going to make choice tomorrow, better they come up with the person who can help the land. Saizi wataenda kubadilisha sheria nyingi kama tutawapeleka hawa. If Wetangula becomes the speaker, imagine what will happen? Ni wash itaendelea pale, hakuna kitu itaendelea pale. We are not getting to the best if this guy is Amason Kingi. What is he going to offer? Really? Amason Kingi, what is he going to offer? We know him just ni kupiga mdomo tu hapo pwani. Yani Amason Kingi ni sawa tu na yule mama yule mwingine yule ambaye anapigaga anasema yeye ni ana kiuno kinazunguka huko. Sasa jamani, in the Senate we have Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Let's people vote wisely. This guy deserves the city. Huku nako tunaletewa Weta mzee wa madili. He's going to connect his business if he becomes the member, the speaker of the National Assembly. Na kwenye National Assembly huko ndiko kuna kila kitu ambacho sisi wananchi tunahitaji. Wewe Kenya ni wewe. Please. Omba Mungu akusaidie. We will be here. Hatuhami Kenya. Tuko tunakula hapa. Niambie Kenya ni kama huko bei ya unga imeshuka. Maana tayari tuliambiwa wakisha tangazwa bei ya unga inashuka. And we are here waiting for the bottom up. Nataka pesa mfukoni. In 100 days, even if I'm at home, I need my money in my pocket. Sasa huyo hustler promises zilikuwa nyingi, lakini in 100 days sidhani kama anaweza kadeliver hata moja. Tuko hapa bodaboda tunasubiri hizo pesa 100 billions in every corner of the land. Tunahitaji sisi akina single mother, we need money. We single mothers, we are here waiting. Kwa hiyo wewe Kenya ni bwana tulia. Thank you guys. But what I wanted to remind you guys ni kwamba we are there watching very keenly that all the promises Mr. Hustler promised to the people, we are there to make sure we remind him 100 days in the office, we have to get pesa mfukoni, bei ya unga ishuke, mbolea ishuke mpaka 2,000. We want to see it right now. Asante.
Sawa. Thank you, William. We appreciate that. I just want to clear the air on the numbers. Everybody's crying about numbers. As it stands right now, no coalition has enough numbers to make a speaker or to make the National Assembly speaker or Senate speaker. That means the vote is going to go to second round. Okay, the first round you must get super majority, and as at now there's no coalition that has super majority. We are divided at the center, although in the National Assembly AZIMIO has an upper hand, has more members of parliament. But as it looks, the ballot is going to go to the second round, and the second round you win by a simple majority, not a super majority. And so both seats are going to end up at the second round. And now it is at the second round where now people can cross the floor. Okay, where now we'll see cards crossing some UDA members may cross, or AZIMIO members will cross and support the wherever they, if they want the UDA speaker to win, they will cross and vote that way. But initially, when the call is made, they are going to end up with a tie, or that is if the natural law applies. As at now, no coalition has an upper hand with super majority to be able to get the seat first round. Lakini tunajua hata wakitembeza pesa, that's why we are saying pesa zitatembezwa, lakini we will really want to have leadership, not dealership. Leadership, not dealership. If the people of Kenya gave you mandate to go to the parliament or go to the Senate, please keep your sanity. Don't go there and become insane. Kenyan, what is it?
It is about this guy, what Nicholas has said. He's talking about this thing, promises of 100 days. So I wanted to explain to him something. When you are quoting a girl, you don't tell her all your problems. You tell her sweet nothings so that she comes to you. So that was campaign. Now it's now implementing. Implementing, you don't do everything. You implement a sizable. If you achieve 70% of your manifesto, you have done very well. Some even go at zero. Some even take you back. So those things, some of them will never happen. I don't see even how they will happen. But on majority, I'm telling you, tomorrow UDA is starting. Nobody is crossing from UDA towards AZIMIO to go to opposition. Nobody in his right mind is going to opposition. People are moving towards the government. So I don't think tomorrow.
Where is the speakership
but I
of
don't
both houses?
Crossing from UDA or Kenya Kwanza to AZIMIO. Nowhere. They will never know. In fact, now that they have removed the CPF, nobody would want to be, they're even looking after their own interest with this, so they will be crossing to government side, which is Kenya Kwanza. I pity what is going to happen tomorrow.
I'm asking, what is there about government and opposition when it comes to Speaker of National Assembly and Speaker of Senate?
When you vote together, you get those privileges. When you join that part, you vote together. That's why they form a caucus. There were two caucuses today. One at Masai Lounge and another one at a residential, very posh residential place, which is called Aslas Mansion. So those things are the problem. That's why after Ruto being announced president-elect, they were able to cross UDM, moved to form a coalition with Kenya Kwanza, and even another one from Western Province. I don't know, from Nyanza Province, who had his own party, came to Kenya Kwanza. Even some independent are looking at their own interest. They didn't come to parliament just to serve even the people. They do their own interests. So you can't tell me they will be crossing to opposition where there is no interest, where everybody is running away. AZIMIO is complaining about it, being in opposition.
And according to you, that's how national leadership is done, or should be done?
National leadership is done. It's about interest. That's why in countries in the UK, regions form their own parties. So that at the national level they can negotiate.
Countries like what? You said countries like what?
The United Kingdom or Britain, whichever. They form. There are so many parties. Even in Germany, there are so many parties, regional parties. So each one has its own interest. But in ours, like we have both a unitary system. That's where parliament now, the parliamentarian go to caucus for their own interest. And you can't be in opposition, then caucus for your own interest when the government decides everything. The government is deciding which road is going to be built, which one. So if you want to be negotiating with the government, like in committees and everywhere, you must vote with them so that wasikwambia ukufanya kazi, there was no road that you brought because you are in opposition. Like Orengo, I understand that he promised people road from 1992 up to now that he's becoming a governor, and he has never built a road because he has been doing opposition politics. The only short period he
So
was in
Kenyan,
government.
I'm giving you too much time, and what you're saying is not even applicable with the 2010 constitution. You seem to be trapped with the siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya.
Committees.
Koja Kenyan, you are trapped with siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Okay, that you have to play your fiddle with the executive in order to get anything. That politics went with the old constitution. That was more era. We are now in a different era altogether. If it was all about interest and it was all about being in government in order to see anything happening in your county or happening in your constituency, then nothing would have taken, the Kenya would not have moved forward the way it has moved forward. So I just urge you to upgrade. All I'm saying is it doesn't matter whether UDA carries the day in the Senate or carried the day in the Parliament. The only disappointment will be we are trading leadership, okay, at the expense of what? Political expedience. And when leadership begins to fail, the nation fail. They stand, for example, just to remind you, the standoff that was coming up in the Grand Coalition, okay, the stalemate. If we had a weak speaker in the Grand Coalition government would have collapsed. When the Jubilee, wherever, Kibaki will appoint somebody, then Raila appoint another. And all of them are submitted to Parliament. All of them are legally placed in Parliament. It's a standoff. Marenda had to appoint himself, okay, and disregard these two and become the chairman of that committee so that things can happen in Parliament. That's what I'm talking about, providing leadership in time of crisis. If we get a one-sided speaker in Parliament with the high-handed, aggressive executive, the collapse of leadership in the country is inevitable. That I just want you to buy into that understanding, not an issue of UDA or AZIMIO. It's an issue of balancing between leadership, whereby if the executive fail, the legislature can pick up. If the judiciary fail, the executive can pick up. That's why there are three arms of government to assist one another. But if all of them collapse, what happens? The whole country collapses. That is where we need to be concerned as Kenyans, not a matter of UDA government or being in government or out of government. We have now reached a place where that doesn't matter. What matters is how does the country navigate forward based on the kind of leaders that have already gotten office, okay? Then those that are yet to get office. If we can't think that way, tumekosea na kutanuka. Let's play this video before we proceed further. Thank you, everybody, for continuing to follow us on Tembe TV. Please keep inviting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse, give their opinion and their thoughts about what we are discussing. President Uhuru Kenyatta commits to a peaceful handover to the president-elect, Dr. William Ruto. And of course, the election or the selection of the speakers of both houses takes place at daybreak in the National Assembly and in the Senate. What is your take on the same? There are names that have been fronted. We'll be looking at each one of them and see the demerits and the advantages of having whoever that is fronted. Thank you very much. Let's keep going.
Kimebainika huku mirengo miwili ikiwatambua wawaniaji wake. Katika mchuano wa uspika bunge la kitaifa, seneta mteule wa Bungoma Moses Wetangula ameshajiuzulu ili kukabiliana na aliyekuwa spika wa bunge la 10 Kenneth Marende. Na katika kinyang'anyiro cha uspika katika bunge la seneti, kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka atachuana na aliyekuwa gavana wa Kilifi Amason Kingi. Na kama anavyotuarifu Francis Gashuri, patashika ya takwimu inatarajiwa bungeni hapo kesho.
Baada ya waliokuwa wakimezea mate nyadhifa za uspika katika mabunge ya kitaifa ulingoni, mbivu na mbichi imeanza kubainika, huku wachache wakirejesha fomu hizo ili kuorodheshwa katika michuano hiyo. Katika bunge la kitaifa, kipute cha uspika ni cha farasi wawili, ubabe wa takwimu ukiwa kati ya muungano wa Kenya Kwanza unaoongozwa na rais mteule William Ruto dhidi ya chama cha muungano cha Azimio la Umoja, mirengo hii miwili ikiandaa vikao vyake leo na kuwatambua wawaniaji wake wakuu katika chaguzi za uspika na naibu spika. La kitaifa, kinara wa Ford Kenya Moses Wetangula aliyechaguliwa kuwa seneta wa Bungoma amelazimika kujiuzulu ili ajitose ulingoni kusaka uspika. Atakabiliana na aliyekuwa spika wa bunge la 10 Kenneth Marende. Awali maswali yakiibuka kuhusu uwezekano wa Wetangula kuania kabla ya kujiuzulu.
The documents I have presented to the clerk includes my resignation as a senator, which resignation I did a day after the gazettement of my election.
Wetangula anaungwa mkono na muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, huku Marende akipeperusha bendera ya Azimio la Umoja katika mchuano huo, kila mrengo ukitanua kifua kuhusu takwimu zake bungeni.
And I can assure you we have the numbers.
We are the majority and we are going to play the role that is played by those who are majority in the National Assembly.
Uchaguzi huu utaandaliwa kwa njia ya siri na sharti mshindi katika awamu ya kwanza ajizolea angalau kura 233 kati ya 349. Iwapo hakuna mgombea yeyote atafanikiwa kupata kura hizo, raundi ya pili ya uchaguzi itaandaliwa na atakayeibuka mshindi atawazwe spika wa bunge la kitaifa. Kinyang'anyiro cha naibu spika bunge la kitaifa sawa na kile cha spika ni cha farasi wawili, mbunge mteule wa Dadaab Farah Malim akitafuta kurejea katika ofisi aliyomiliki miaka 10 iliyopita. Atakabiliana na mwakilishi wa kike kaunti ya Uasin Gishu Gladys Boshalei ambaye ni chaguo la muungano wa Kenya Kwanza katika mchuano huo.
This distinguished lady, Gladys Boshalei, a lawyer distinguished in her own right, is going to be my able deputy speaker, God willing, and like I told you, tumejipanga and our numbers are right.
Na katika bunge la Seneti, kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka atakabiliana na aliyekuwa gavana wa Kilifi Amason Kingi. Musyoka alikuwa amewasilisha nia ya kusaka uspika katika mabunge yote mawili, lakini akaridhia kuwania katika bunge la Seneti kwa mujibu wa makubaliano katika kikao cha wabunge wa Azimio.
Perhaps an occasion for national reflection, bridge building if we can. I think that is a work of the Senate. So, I leave it at that.
Kingi aliidhinishwa na kikao cha wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza ili kutimiza makubaliano yaliyoorodheshwa kwenye mkataba wa Kenya Kwanza, waliokuwa maseneta Hassan Omar na Isaac Mwaura wakilazimika kuzima ndoto zao za uspika ili kumfaidi Kingi. Mshindi katika awamu ya kwanza akitarajiwa kujizolea angalau kura 45 kati ya 67 ili achukue usukani kutoka kwa Ken Lusaka aliyechaguliwa kama gavana wa Bungoma. Iwapo hakutakuwa na mshindi katika awamu ya kwanza, wawaniaji wawili wakuu atasalia debeni na atakayejizolea kura nyingi zaidi atangazwe mshindi. Na katika kinyang'anyiro cha naibu spika, Kenya Kwanza inampigia debe seneta wa Meru Kathuri Murungi ili amenyane na seneta wa Kilifi Stewart Mazayo aliyeidhinishwa kuwania na Azimio la Umoja.
Kwa kila kitu tutashinda. Mwenyezi Mungu yuko, sisi tunategemea Mwenyezi Mungu, tuna hakika ya kwamba tutashinda katika hivi kinyang'anyiro.
Chaguzi hizi mbili zitaandaliwa kwa kura ya siri na makaratasi ya kupigia kura yataandaliwa angalau saa 2 kabla ya mchuano. Francis Gashuri, runinga ya Citizen.
Thank you for keeping with the conversation. This is Mtembei TV. We appreciate everyone that is joining into the discourse. Please, let's keep inviting as many as possible to continue with understanding how Kenyans are viewing the development of our politics as we look for the moving from the Kenyatta administration to Dr. William Ruto's administration, the changes that we may anticipate and the changes that we may experience. It is a new Kenya or the old Kenya. This is where we discuss all that happens with Kenya politics, Kenyans sharing what they think about everything that is happening. Thank you so much. Tuendelee kwa pamoja, na ningependa tu kuwahimiza kwamba unaona katika scrolling kuna Digital TV Expansion Program ambayo Mtembei TV ina jitahidi na kujisatiti kupanua maeneo yake ili tusiwe tu kwa internet, tunapaswa pia kufika sasa kwa kila nyumba kupitia the normal broadcast system. Now, for that to happen, we need partners and we need well-wishers, we need investors for us to be able to get that infrastructure running. And so we want to invite your goodwill and your contributions. We had started this project before the elections. We suspended it with the commotion of elections, and now we are back on the same. We just want to urge you, please, if you can help us grow as Mtembei TV. We have been part and parcel of shaping the opinions of Kenyans by providing a platform where Kenyans come and air what they feel and think about our progress as a nation. And so we will just want to encourage you to be part of the solution and not be part of the problem. And for Mtembei TV to last longer than the, what is it called, the doomsayers, we need to expand. We can't remain where we have been. We need to move forward. And that moving forward will require everybody that is a beneficiary of Mtembei TV to help us move forward. So let's go through this, and then we go to listen to Duke.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia Digital TV Broadcasting Space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Okay, so all that can be able to stretch forth their helping hand to help us get through establishment of our ordinary TV digital broadcast programs. Please don't wait. Let's move with speed so that we get our expansion going without delay. We were looking for 100 partners that can give us $200 each. We managed to get about, I think, 10 or 15. I'll check the records. And we want to build on the same. So if you can do that, that $200 will be your first initial payment for the shares. When we roll out shares as Mtembei TV, you'll be given priority. You get first before any other person gets the shares you wish to get as an investor in Mtembei TV. So tafadhali, kama unaweza jiunga nasi katika safari hii, usingoje, tujiunge pamoja, tusonge pamoja, tukajenge pamoja, ili tuwe sehemu ya historia ya nchi hii, kwa kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata habari ilivyo, sio habari ambazo zimechuchwa, zikatolewa ladha, zikafanywa vile wanataka upate. Katika Mtembei TV tunakuletea raw news as it happens, and we want Kenyans also to talk to you straight forward what they think and hope to see in their country. So please, I'll be sharing the details on how to contribute. There is the PayPal option, there is the M-Pesa option, there is the pay the till number option. Use the one you can. Let's begin to make the difference. Thank you very much. Bwana Duke, karibu. Habari leo?
Nzuri, na yako?
Niko salama.
Yes. I want to start by a comment on the video. I will direct the topic of discussion today. Regarding Uhuru Kenyatta committing for peaceful handover, it's good, but there is no alternative. He has no option. Most of you are trying to say that Uhuru Kenyatta may decide not to give the sword to William Ruto, and by that William Ruto will not become the president. That is false. It's just that's a piece of metal. It's just like a tradition. Even if Uhuru Kenyatta decides not to attend, William Ruto will still be the president of Kenya.
No. Duke, please, can you just help us move forward? Okay. We said the president, and we played the video, he has committed to do a handover, peaceful. Okay. So going to dig the other matter and becoming confrontational is uncalled for.
I started to say that it's good, but there's been rumors that they will not hand over the sword. So I try. It's good to connect that. So individuals, it's the people of Kenya who decides who is the next president, not one person. In a democracy, Uhuru Kenyatta, whether he is a president or not, he is one person. That's why he has 1/4, as you. So he has no option about that. He must do that. And not doing that, it will be actually to his disadvantage, his legacy. But that will not stop anything from going on.
Okay, since you want to follow that line of thought, if he refuses, what can you do to force him to do it?
If he refuses, William Ruto will be sworn in without him. And that's the provision of the Constitution. There's nowhere where it is stated that...
If Uhuru Kenyatta refuses to hand over power right now, what can you do as Duke to force him to do so?
As per the Constitution, there is nothing like handing power. It's about people going to decide who is the next president. The sovereign rests on the people of Kenya. That is the Constitution. It's not Uhuru Kenyatta handing power to William Ruto. It's people of Kenya.
The people of Kenya, okay, have a constitution. That constitution requires that we hand over power from one regime to another regime. Okay? the power is not taken in Kenya. It is handed over constitutionally. And that is the only compelling reason why Uhuru Kenyatta will hand over power according to the constitution. He say, I swore to protect and follow the constitution. I respect the institutions, so I will do according to the constitution. So I don't see where the acrimony is coming from your end. And if Uhuru Kenyatta right now says he will perpetuate his presidency, suspends the constitution, okay, as an individual, and creates a national crisis, what will you do as Duke to stop him?
No, that's not, you are trying to personalize that. You know, it's not about
No,
me or you.
that's what you are saying. You said he has no choice. He has to
as per the constitution, as per the provisions, not as per me. We are talking as per the provisions of the constitution. You remember Donald Trump never attended their swearing in and the inauguration. But
He's
Biden
not
is the
under
president,
obligation
right?
to attend, okay? But if he doesn't hand over, you can't go and collect the sword.
No,
You understand
did Trump hand over to? Did Trump hand over power?
Yes,
Donald
there was
Trump,
a
did he hand over?
There is the handing over in the US, okay? Everything is handed over to the transition, I think, desk, okay? Then the transition desk is the one that does the transferring of that. Different from Kenya, okay? Different from Kenya. Kenya, you need to hand over, like Moi had to be at Uhuru Park, a hand over to Kibaki, even in a hostile environment. So don't mix us. What I am saying is simple, because you are talking with the impunity that you can make Uhuru Kenyatta hand over if he doesn't want to, which is not what he intends to, according to what he has made clear. But we just want to give it an hypothesis, okay? In case he refuses, just in case he changes his mind and says, I'm not going to play that anymore. And remember, your president-elect has gotten to where he is in a questionable environment. A questionable environment. The majority of the Kenyans are not the ones that placed him in that office, although he has made everybody to believe he has the majority. So he's in a questionable state. Now, if Uhuru Kenyatta, for example, stumbles on something, okay, that proves that this thing is a ploy, okay, it is not accurate, it has international interference and things like that. If he gets one excuse and uses that excuse to stop the transferring of power from him to William Ruto, okay, what can you do as Duke to make Uhuru Kenyatta hand over power to William Ruto?
I'm not, what you are missing the point. The point is the refusal of Uhuru Kenyatta to hand power has no consequences. It has no consequences.
You can do, okay?
No, it's not about what I do. It's
so
the fact
let
is
us allow
it does
the
not have any
constitution
consequences.
to govern, not an issue of he has no choice. Let's allow the constitution to work, and because you have committed to obey and follow the constitution, there will be a peaceful handing over. It's not an issue of William Ruto or Uhuru Kenyatta. That is it.
I have a question to you.
He has no choice. He has to. That kind of
Can I
language
ask you a
does
question?
not exist in our constitution.
No, I want to ask a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What if maybe the president decides he's not going to attend the inauguration ceremony and is not going to hand over? What's the way forward as per the constitution? What happens next? That's my question.
To a constitutional crisis. It leads to a constitutional crisis.
As per which article of the constitution? State it and you read it. As per what constitution?
Let me put it for you clearly. Hold on. Let me put it for you clearly, okay? If William Ruto, okay, by 6 o'clock on Tuesday, he's not sworn in. You get that? Whatever the Supreme Court said, whatever IBC said, gets null and void. You understand that? Without anybody doing anything, okay? Just by ensuring that Tuesday passes before the president-elect is sworn in. The moment we pass that date, it becomes null and void. We go back to the drawing board. So if Uhuru, okay, decides to go for vacation, okay, with the tools and with the army, all right, and decides not to deliver or show up, you will have your ceremonial swearing in like the one we did in Uhuru Park, okay? After which, no going to State House because State House still occupied. Itabidi mtafute jeshi, mtengeneze, muende kupigana mpaka muingie State House. It will take you long. So tafadhali, humble yourself polepole. Mzee amekubali, ata hand over, mngoje muingie kwa ofisi ndio mwanze kuongea vile mnavyoongea. Hivi mnajitanguliza na kutisha watu, haiwasaidii. Thank you.
Okay, no, we are not actually. It's not, for instance, it's good to discuss that because maybe in the future we may have a situation like that so that we are able to know what happens next. So it's good as to be conversant with what the Constitution says. And I request you to read about the swearing in of the president and all that transition. It's there in the Constitution and it's captured. Let me move forward. Regarding the speakers of the assemblies, I think the AZIMIO members are seeking double humiliation. And I'm sorry for what Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to do. Because if you know you don't have numbers, and this is a game of numbers, and you are trying to present yourself to contest, it's like it's going now to be triple humiliation, because the first humiliation is that they were defeated. The second humiliation is they went to court without evidence. Now Kalonzo Musyoka wants to contest when there are no numbers. And as per the AZIMIO members, they are claiming that they have the majority members in National Assembly. But they should ask the question, the UDM members, where were they? Were they at the AZIMIO conference or at the Kenya Kwanza conference? Well, where were they today? What about the independent members? Where were they? Were they attending the conference of AZIMIO or that at Kenya Kwanza? So if you consider all that facts, then you have to know that there is nothing you are going to get out of that. You are now trying to seek another humiliation. However, I'm understanding Kalonzo. When Kenya Kwanza approached Kalonzo Musyoka, actually gave the Kenya Kwanza audience, the reason why it refused to cross over to Kenya Kwanza is that he said that he has been out of the government for 10 years. And now he wants to be where the government is. And he was convinced that where Uhuru Kenyatta is leaning to, that will be the next government. Actually, that's the reason why Kalonzo Musyoka never crossed over to Kenya Kwanza. And now, witnessing that the two comrades, that is Musalia Mudavadi and with her now in the government, is trying to feel extremely desperate. That's why trying to seek that sympathy for it. But now this is politics. There is no sympathy anymore. And I feel that he's a qualified OFR. I think he will not be assertive. He cannot even throw members of parliament or the senators out of the. You should be somehow assertive and strict in a way. So I think Kalonzo qualified, but will be too soft to bring order in the Senate, maybe whenever the chaos arises. That is like, it's always not, he does not have a firm stand. And I think that puts him aside. However, I feel that Marenda is extremely qualified based on the previous performance. But still, it's going to be about the numbers, and come tomorrow, the Speaker of the Senate will be Amason Kingi, and the Speaker of the Parliament of the National Assembly will be Wetangula. So that's my submission.
So according to you, Duke, everything UDA does has to go through.
No. It's not. If it's right, yes. If it's wrong, no.
You have not talked about right. You have just cast everything into stone. In fact, according to you, the AZIMIO people should not challenge any seat. They should just let UDA walk over with everything. They shouldn't challenge anything. Now, if as young as you are, and that is how you look at leadership for the nation, we are doomed. There is no humiliation of challenging and losing. It is more honorable than to be a coward, run away from the competition, stay off and let tyranny of numbers rule. Duke, we've been here crying about the 10 years of Jubilee and the tyranny of numbers and the wherever bad leadership demonstrated and bad policies passed. And now you are here again laying the bed the same way we laid in 2013. Okay? And you want it to be perpetuated. I don't know which side you belong to in terms of the progressive Kenya. But from where I sit, whether there are numbers or no numbers, every seat that is competitive should be competed for. And when you lose and you're competent, you still go home with your competence. When you win and you're incompetent, you stay in office, but demonstrate your incompetence. So whichever way, Kalonzo has a right to challenge Kingi, okay? And Marenda has a right to challenge Wetangula. And the elections in the houses is all about lobbying, okay? It's all about lobbying. And like I said, no coalition has supermajority. So all the elections are going to end up with second round. And on the second round, where you win by a simple majority, those that have simple majority will carry the day. In the Parliament National Assembly, if AZIMIO coalition votes together, they have the upper hand. Unlike in the Senate, where in the Senate, the Kenya Kwanza have an advantage of one vote higher. So in the first vote, kutakuwa na split. In the second vote is where now the cards are going to play between the let's say the independent senators and UDA senators that can gravitate towards Kalonzo's candidature or stick with King. Lakini kusema ati mambo ishaisha itachukuliwa vile ilivyo mambo tafadhali, let's allow the processes of our constitution to take place. Have the numbers but use brains. Thank you. Tutasonga mbele. Daniel, I can only give you if you have a question because it's not yet your turn. Yes. Unmute. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on the mic that is beside your name on the screen for us to hear you.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. Actually, I don't have a question. I just want to add one thing. Bernard, you're correct. There is this other guy who was talking about Duke, you're correct. Now, there is one thing that I want you to do a research. Bernard, I'll support you with one thing that you're saying, yes, Uhuru anaweza kakata. Fair enough, he can. Okay? But after that, what will happen? Yes, there will be constitutional crisis and what have you. Now, the point I'm coming now to Duke, both you, Duke and Bernard, what I want you guys to research on, it is if or when Uhuru refuses with the tools, what follows? Okay, there is a constitutional crisis. That one is there because the president is supposed to be sworn in between 10 to 2 p.m. So there will be a constitutional crisis. That is number one. Number two, and I want you guys to do a research, it is now up to the Chief of Defense Force, okay, to take that position. So the Chief of Defense Force has two options. Either to push Uhuru, to arrest Uhuru, okay, and to take the tools of power from him and revert it back to the civilian government, okay? Because remember the Supreme Court, even if you don't accept whatever happened, already they have decided that William Ruto is the president-elect, okay? So the army has two options: to arrest Uhuru, because that's mutiny. I want you guys to do a research, or to support Uhuru, okay? To decide, hey, we are sticking with Uhuru. Because one thing that you guys are supposed to understand, as much as the president is the commander-in-chief, the CDF, the Chief of Defense Force, can overturn the president. Okay? As much as the president is the commander-in-chief, if he's not playing ball with the CDF can overturn the government. So there are two options. The CDF can arrest the president, that is now, he'll be called former, and he'll be tried as treason. That is number one. Or he'll side with Uhuru. That is number two. If he sides with Uhuru, now I want you to go and check on the charters of Commonwealth. If you're in the Commonwealth nations, go and check what governs us. If the Commonwealth has identified that Kenya, hey, there was a president-elect that was elected, and also the Supreme Court upheld the decision, they'll have to come with conditions, some things like sanctions, etc. So that's just a research. I want both you Bernard, and you Duke, to go and do a research on, okay? And us as Kenya, I don't think if we are ready to go against the Commonwealth countries. So I just want you guys to do a research, because I've seen both of you, you've got the points, but unfortunately, you don't know on how to explain them, and you don't have the facts. So please just go and check from Geneva Convention, Commonwealth, and the Constitution, and the roles of the defense. Please, just go do a research. Finally, before I sign off, Bernard, you are a moderator. Maintain your emotions, maintain your mood, maintain your affect. As much as you're disagreeing or agreeing with somebody, try to be neutral. Here you've got Kenya Kwanza, you've got Azimio, you've got Roots Party, you've got the other Pastor Party. All of them, they're here. Everybody is venting out. So you are like the father figure. Try to moderate. As much as maybe you want to show emotions, hide your emotions, be flat. Even if you put down somebody from Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, try to be neutral. The tone that you set towards somebody, it's normally very, very important, okay? Because here you are the moderator. You are the sane person. You are supposed to be the correct person. Everybody here is debating, and you are the prefect. So the tone that you're setting, ensure that it is flat. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel, for that. Like I said, you are only doing an hypothesis, not stating facts as they are.
Can I answer him quickly?
According to the order, please, everybody keep your mic mute. Liberation, your mic is on. Thank you. The standing orders are, when somebody is speaking, you mute your mic, because when your mic is on, it provides a feedback, creates noise, and causes the video to be spoiled. What I'm saying is, Daniel, you're correct, and you are citing different aspects. We are only putting an hypothesis that just in case that happens, there will be a crisis, and now there will be other extra means of sorting out that crisis. The international community will be involved, the army will be called upon, and things like that. But I don't think we'll end up there. Uhuru has already made his commitment, and we thank God for the same. On matters moderation, I don't want to defend myself, okay? What I'm here to defend is called the truth. And of course, give a leeway for somebody to explore their wild thoughts as much as they want to. But when you deliberately come to lie to us, or you want us to believe something by making us believe that we are helpless, there is nothing we can do. UDA will take all the seats because they have the numbers. That is how it works. That is politics. That is debatable. It's debatable. And in politics, a day is, they say a day in politics is like 100 years or something like that. Anything can happen. And so we can't talk to people and give them that intimidating position that you'll be humiliated. I wish you never vied. I wish you didn't. I don't think that's acceptable. And so I would stand against that anytime, any day, and we fight it out. But that's why we're here. And the difference between this kind of show and the other shows is that hapa tumekutana kama vile tumekutana sokoni. There is nobody here who had a pre-arrangement on what we are going to talk about. Okay, it's just like we have bumped into each other at Marigiti, and we are talking about the latest business in Nairobi. So we can differ, we can argue, and it's not who is for Uhuru, who is for Ruto, who is for Raila, who is that. It has everything to do with business Kenya. That's why we're here. Yes, what is it, Daniel?
Now, thank you very much for that response. Now, I hope you've listened yourself with the tone that you are talking. That is the tone of a moderator. As much as you're correcting somebody, ensure your tone, it is in a well-accepted tone, okay, in which it will cover across the board. Me, Kenyan Duke Liberation, Selly, we are the ones who are supposed to lash out. Then you come in as a father figure, okay, you moderate your tone. That's it. If you've listened to when you're answering me, your tone was perfect. And everybody has been listening. So yeah, my point is, maintain your tone. You can't be correcting somebody, but your tone really matters. Just imagine your
enough, Daniel, enough, Daniel.
So let me finish. Just imagine your kids, as much as they're on the wrong, unaanza kuwabwekea. No, they'll fear you. So your tone. You
guys, enough. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
In the course of me moderating, that does not infringe on my rights as a Kenyan.
And, forget about rights. Forget about rights. We are past that, Bernard. We are past that.
Oh, Daniel, enough.
If I can't be natural
order, come to
this show, then we will not have a show.
Okay, thank you, guys. Have a good night. Thank you.
It's okay, but thank you, Daniel. Thank you for that. It's not that we are not buying into your advice. What we are saying is we want everybody to be themselves as much as possible. I can come here and pretend. So unaona niko na msalaba. Naweza kuwa pastor mzuri sana kwa hii show. Nisikanyage mtu yeyote vibaya. Ijifanye tu mzuri. But at the end of the day, show itakuwa ina diminish namna hivyo, tukienda namna hiyo, and it will fizzle out completely. There are different faces. Biblia inasema Yesu ni simba wa Yuda na mwanakondoo wa Mungu. So there are different faces to leadership. There's a place where you show the face of the lion and then you show the face of the lamb. The wisdom is in when to show what, where. That's all I can say. But it's all. Thank you for that insightful contribution. Mama Selina, unakaa kama uko job?
Niko job, Bernard. Hii story, lakini Unajua hata ukiwa job inakuwa ngumu sana, lazima tusikize. Nilikuwa na swali moja tu nataka kusikiza. Naona huyo Daniel ama sijui anaitwa nani, mahali ya kwenda kumwambia wa low tone ni watu yake wale ndio wanastahili ku low tone. Sisi hapa tunajaribu kuongea na watu wenye wanajiita serikali. Naona sahii wanaambiwa wasilale kwa manyumba, watashikwa. Nani wanawashika? Na serikali ni yenyu, so mnajua you are not yet in that government. So pena sitaki kuweka mambo mingi, but kabla ya hiyo Thursday nasikia mtu anasema ati Chief of General of Staff Uhuru ndiye mwenyewe na ata hand over vile anataka, na tusiambiwe sheria, kwa sababu we don't have sheria. Supreme Court walituonyesha. Unajua Penat, tumepigania katiba, tumepigania democracy in Kenya, na mwenye anatakikana kuchunga democracy akikuja kurusha, who do you think anaenda kupick? Wewe mwenyewe charges, na nyinyi ndio wakubwa ya mwisho ya Kenya. So kama walikuwa wanataka kutengeneza democracy in Kenya, wangechunga. Sisi hatuku mind baba, hata hakuna mtu anachali, lakini kuenda kumok and then unakuta kabisa unasema unatesa Uhuru. Uhuru is not a president. Uhuru anaenda nyumbani, but mutapek Uhuru. Nimesikia hata sijui CNN ama nani nimeona international wherever wameongea. Nasikia rais ya Kenya anasema, I don't know Uhuru kama sijui kama ameanza kuitwa former ama bado ni president mpaka siku wenye wengine wanaapishwa. Na nasikia mtu kama if you are the elect president of Republic of Kenya na unalia unasema Uhuru amekataa kunipongeza. Why? Kama hataki kukupongeza, siwashumi hiyo ni vitu kidogo. I'm telling you guys, 7 million Kenyans, 200,000. Tofauti ya 200,000 si kitu hata ulimwengu anything can go anywhere. Mumefurahia the first part, tungoje na kuongea mambo ya Kenya na defense forces. Ukweli ni kwamba watu ya Kenya kwanza, China yao wangestahili warudi chini mpaka China yao itengenezwe vizuri, mpaka ioshwe. Bernard, ukileta msichana kutoka bar, and I'm very sorry, watu wamemuita malaya, na unaenda kufanya harusi, watu wengi wataamini hiyo pipi amekubali, watakutusi umeoa malaya. Lakini inastahili upeleke, umwambie watu huyu mama atakuwa mama mzuri, huyu mama atachange hata kama alifanya hiyo. So kuna vitu ingine ngumu sana. China yenye iko pale nje inaokopesha. Chenye inastahili wa Kenya wakuje pamoja. Nasikia mwenye anaongea Geneva. For your information, watu kama Martha Karua ndiye custodian ya hizo Geneva hiyo unaongea. Hawa ndiye lawyers. Hawa ndiye watu wanasikizwa wakati ya serikali ya Kibaki kwa judicial killings. Waliweza kutuma hiyo mama kwa sababu walikuwa wamesikia mbaya kwa mambo ya Kenya. So as we are talking today, mimi kama mimi ni UDA ama kama mimi ni Kenya Kwanza, ile kitu ningefanya ni kulai law mpaka tushike serikali. Lakini hii threats imejaa kila mahali. You threat this, you threaten that, you threaten that. Unasema huyu mulitaka. Unajua you are playing. Inaweza fika the last minute unangojea vile watu walikuwa nakimbia Uhuru kukimbia inaitwa nini? Kukimbia Bomas na Supreme Court. Wacha kuweka mkono, ninatoka. tukubaliane, nyinyi yenye munawashwa, kama we ni ya UDA, serikali ni yenyu, chenye munataka kufanya ni kutulia, si kukuja kutufunza hapa. Sisi AZIMIO ama opposition hatuna haja, tunaongea vile tunataka, kwa sababu hakuna mtoto yetu analia. Nyinyi ndiye mko na shida, tunataka pesa, watoto wanataka hii, kila kitu inawaangalia. Mkikuja hapa na kifua, you don't know what you are doing. Pembeleza kina Penat, pembeleza watu ndio wapate marafiki wawasaidie. Otherwise si wakati ya kukuja kucheza hapa. Mko na mtoto na hamjui kitu ya kufanya na hiyo mtoto, na muliipa na watu wamenyamaza. Mama mwenye mtoto ataongea kama ataruhusu nyinyi muue hiyo mtoto ama mulee. You people, you are playing. Muulize, you know Penat, hii young people waruti ile serikali ya Moi wakati ilianzia kina Kenyatta mpaka ilifika Raila. Kuna siku ile Kivito alitolewa na akaenda kuapishwa. Mnafikiri ni rais? Nyinyi msitusi Uhuru, atawapatia hiyo kitu. Na wanajeshi kwanza chief of army mnaambia mna threaten. Unajua nyinyi hamjui maneno.
Sisi hatungoji kupewa,
mnangoja nini? Simuchukue, mnafanya nini? Mbona mnalia? Where are you? Mbona muko State House? Mumetangazwa na kotini na mumepatiwa na Chebukati. Only 2 people. You don't even see Kenyans are quiet. You people muache kuharibia Ruto. You small boys. Munakuja kuharibu maneno. You need to follow and see what is going on. Kama rais mwenye anaambia MPs yake wachunge wanaweza shikwa, amuchaingia hapo. Mungoje mpaka mkuwe na hiyo SWOT. After hiyo SWOT mupange serikali. After hiyo serikali wa Kenya wakubali. Lakini mkicheza mtakimbia. Hata mkisemanga sisi tulikuwa rais, mnaharibu hiyo mtoto yetu. Ama Kalenjin, by the way. But if I see what people are talking, I wonder. I don't know hata kama nyinyi muna support hiyo Ruto ama mnamumaliza. Penat, I don't expect these people to come and talk like that. Na wanatuambia Kenya kwanza. Kenya kwanza nini? We may come out. Hata mimi leo naweza toka. Na samani nilikuwa nasemanga, I may come out and defend him. Lakini si uchinga yenye watu wanakuja kutuambia hapa sijui sisi tuko na sijui jeshi. Wewe ni Ruto. Pure kabisa.
Okay, sawa mama. Thank you for that. Let's do this. Let's understand that when we are at a transition, we need to slow down. And for you guys, especially UDA supporters, there is more to this country than UDA. There is more to this country than William Ruto. There is more to this country than
Penat.
There is more to this country.
Penat. Ulisa 200,000 votes. Teach them. Ufunza hawa Penat. Mtoto akipata A-, kuna ile cut. Hii watu yote walipata the same. 200,000 ni kitu hata uwezi ongea kwa dunia. Ambia hii watu warudi chini na watulie. Hiyo kati inaweza katia kila kitu.
Okay, sawa, thank you. And that's what we need to understand. I watched a video today by, I'm not promoting Kakasungura, but he did a very good video about the Transline guy, who started a celebration that Raila has lost for the 5th time and started to run around the street creating a video. So he said that there is modesty to everything. It's modest to everything. If William Ruto won the elections, okay, with 8 million, all right? And Raila came far distance of 4 million, a difference of 4 million, then you can celebrate because you have the majority everywhere. You get that? But when the country is split right at the center, you need to appreciate, okay? There's that aspect we talk about husband and wife. The head of the family is not that he lords, okay? It's that the wife lets the husband lead. So it is for the Azimio people to let William Ruto lead. Because if they stand in the way, it will be very difficult for any of the projects of UDA to take off. It is just that. If Baba says mbaya ni mbaya, okay, machozi saa Monday, every day, the country will be at halt and it will take 5 years. They won't do anything. That is why humility is called upon. So tufikiria kuhusu inji, tusifikirie kuhusu vyama mpaka tusahau kwamba kuna inji ambayo lazima ijengwe. So let's be considerate, not the aspect of thinking that you have run away with the country. You have not run away with any country. The difference between the votes are questionable anywhere, any day. Until you have 2/3 majority, you don't have the majority as it stands now. So let's not look like the other guys are far off. They got 0.5 as we got 95. If that is the case, hatuwezi kuongea. Kama tulipata 0.5 na nyume pata 95, we'll be quiet. But we got same grade. Only that you had a difference of goals, okay? We won same matches, but you scored more goals, okay? You'll be made champions, but we won same map. So it means our team and your team is not different. But in this scenario, a lot of questions are underlined. So I don't want to talk too much. We're going to play a video and then listen to Joshua. And then we come to investigate. Those are the two people who have not spoken. Then after that, we will... ama nakuonea Tom. Tom umeongea leo kweli? Ujaongea? So we come that mkururo. Yeah?
Nimeongea lakini kuna mahali nitachangia bado.
Sawa sawa. Haya, tulia hapo. So Joshua, wherever SJ, and then we go to Tom. Let's remain within that. Liberation has dropped out. When he comes back, he'll be given priority because he was even coming before Joshua. That's how we operate here. Lakini kwa vyote vile tunaomba wale ambao mnataka kuchangia kudevelop Mtembei TV ili tuende kwa broadcast ya kawaida, tunaomba msaada wenu na tunaomba kila mmoja achangie kwa uwezo wake as we proceed.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii, tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Tembei TV, bold and truth.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking by. Let's continue with the conversation. Let's hear from Joshua. Abariela.
Salam, Bernard. Thank you very much, Bernard, Mama Selina, Duke, Tom, and Investigate. Now, you know, sometimes I wonder with some people, you cannot just come here and start lecture people. Somebody like Daniel, you cannot come here and lecture Bernard how to moderate. You know, sometimes ukitaka kumoderate, fungua channel yako, go and moderate. Bernard has been moderating this channel all along. Leo unakuja kufundisha Bernard how to moderate. Uzuri sijakupata umetoka. So if you are coming here to lecture people of how to moderate, open a channel and then teach people how to moderate. Because I don't see anything Bernard has done wrong. You know, sometimes the people coming in this channel, people like Kenyan ambaye ametoka na Duke, you come here with propagandas and insult, and you know sometimes hata kama kuna ile tu wisdom ulizaliwa nayo, people are still watu wamekasirika na hii kitu. Unakuja you want to chest time but you have numbers. You do sometimes kuna ile wisdom tu ile akili tu ya ulizaliwa nayo tu. Even if you have numbers, don't come here and set some that tomorrow tutaona. You know very well that even Jubilee had a bigger number kushinda hata hii ambaye UDA iko nayo. Where's Jubilee right now? So Duke, learn to behave. You know, sometimes when you come this channel like this, kuna ile tu wisdom ambaye mtu amzaliwa nayo. People still kitu imemuiza watu. So when you come here, wewe na Kenya, I don't know Kenya no rule. You come here and give us points. Tell us what you believe we're going to do. I know not Jubilee, UDA. Give us the manifesto, but not come here and tell us that you have numbers. That Senate will be so and so, and you are telling us. So I don't know. After I assume kuwa Wetangula amekuwa speaker na Amazon thing. So what next? That's not important. You could be coming here telling us that Kenya Kwanza is going to deliver this and this and this and this. That's just stamping here. So sometimes I wonder, kuna ile tu wisdom mtazaliwa nayo. Right now, you could be discussing things that bring unity in our country. Then coming here, mnacheka, you are just laughing here, and you know you are becoming nuisance to us. And I'm telling you, Bernard, hii kata mbili Duke na Kenya wakiendelea kuwa kwa hiyo wanaribu channel. It's better they should not even in this channel, because we want to heal. Then somebody coming here want to lecture us, you want to boast that they have numbers. Jubilee had the greatest number than here Kenya Kwanza hii. Where's Jubilee? So to me, sometimes we are under pain. This thing iliumiza watu wengi. So when you come here, be just humble yourself, give us your point, talk well. Kuna some of you dear guys who have been coming here, they talk well. But you Duke, sana we Duke na Kenyan, I'm watching you. If you continue like this,
it's okay, Joshua. Hold on, Joshua. Joshua, please restrict yourself. Don't go personal. Just make your submission based on the topic. It's good to rebuke each other as brothers, but let's not turn our rebuke to be the title of our conversation. Excesses are there. We will contain them. But I think the point is at home. We can't beat it over and over. So Joshua, just let's focus on the subject. Investigate mute, please. Your mic is on.
Now I think tomorrow Uhuru amesema very well kuwa the land of power, which I know Uhuru is a gentleman. At hand over that power very well. I don't see why kuwe na some propaganda.
1 minute, Joshua, just excuse me, sorry for that. Mtongoria ana complain amekuwa kwa back for long. Yes, there is a reason why. Your camera is not on. If your camera is not on, we can't add you to the screen. we want to have quality videos for our viewers who come to watch after. So you must keep your camera on all through. Thank you very much. Sorry, I saw that and wanted to communicate, but things cropped up. Bwana Joshua, endelea.
Yes, Uhuru ameshasema very well kuwa tomorrow, I mean, you land over the power, which I know that's a good move. We expect Ruto to assume power on Tuesday, and we expect him to deliver the way he promised. And then also tomorrow we have the election for speakers, both houses. We want anyone who will pick, we take the position. We need a united Kenyan, because at the end of it, we want a country where there's a respect rule of law. Our leaders, especially in Senate and August House, they should just do their role. And above all, I just want to echo this, that sometimes our leaders, they do let us down. Especially now, they want to start doing a serious business. Can they do whatever's taking them there? You know, there are some of them that wanaenda pale kama they are very humble, but now kufika pale hivyo, they want now start acquiring wealth. So we are expecting tomorrow a nice voting in Senate, both in Senate and MPs, to get a speaker, which I know anyone will take. We are all Kenyans. We just want a good leadership ambaye itatupeleka in another level. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa hayo na naomba tusonge mbele. Please, the people in the comment section, modesty, please, modest. There's no need of lecturing anybody. Mambo haya yote yanahusu sisi. Unajua inji ikiharibika, kila mmoja wetu anaumia, whether ukwe diaspora ama ukwe hapa. If you've any investment here, it's going to be affected. Your family, the one you left here when you went to the diaspora, is going to be affected. So let us not look like we have another country there and that is our safe haven, and then we mess up what we have. Let's be keen to understand. Like we said, the difference between the winner and the loser is so minimal that we don't have actually a loser and a winner in this scenario. If the antagonizing continues, the only thing that is going to revert into succeeding in executing the leadership of UDA is crackdown. Nothing else. And the moment there's crackdown, the next thing is people's revolution. People's revolution has brought down senior, strong, over 50 years governments. So let's be wise and be able to do what is good. And it's not a matter of lecturing, and it's not a matter of having the monopoly of what is true. It's just a matter of us understanding that Kenya is different from UDA, Kenya is different from AZIMIO, Kenya is different from Raila Odinga, Kenya is different from William Ruto, and we need to protect Kenya because it carries all of us and all those people put together. Let's separate the two and not get caught up in such a way that we hold so dear our political persuasion that we forget we have a country to take care of. There is this James Smart on Twitter. He says, Chief Justice Martha Koome says Monday Supreme Court judgment was the work of God, saying it happened after God's intervention. Then Gabriel Oguda, okay, responded and said, for God so loved Kenya that he sent his only Martha Koome, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. I won't talk again. Tumsikilize investigate, ndio tuende kwa Tom. Karibu investigate.
Thank you, Bernard. Unfortunately, you forgot me. The last time I was in this show was 1 year ago. Steve Juma, former NTV reporter. And
I've not forgotten. I just called you the name you gave me, but I know you. And you are a senator somewhere. What happened?
Well, as a communicator, I've heard how people vent their emotion in such a forum where we need to get both sides of the story without taking too much side. lecturing people, and it is a free world. Words such as wewe unaongea nini, wewe, those are vitu zilipitwa na wakati bana. Now, my opinion in regards to the ongoing turns of events from election and everything, I would request us not to ourselves or to harbor, so many downs and issues in our heart. For example, I'll use you as my friend Bernard, that I left you when you were discussing BBI, it fell. You moved forward and talked about how AZIMIO and the UDA politics were taking place and everything. You were too much on one side. It has now felt that UDA took the day. It doesn't matter whatever court ruled or what. That is the supreme. And now whether we accept it or we do not, it is the rule of law. We assume it's the rule of law and we move on. If you ask me as a Kenyan, my focus now should shift into, we had manifestos during campaign. How are they going to be implemented? Especially when you talk about 100 days in office. That is our litmus paper to know whether were these hot air or just words to lure us into voting either side. We must also appreciate that we have, 50-50 supporters. If you look at UDA, you talk about another 50% who voted UDA, and then we have another 50% who voted Ruto. I agree with you. No one knows what happened. From where I sit, no one knows what happened. We assume people assume they are on the right. There's people are preaching the hand of God. We all know God is for us all. So those are my areas. But all said and done, I would advise that when you proceed with this good channel that is now attracting much attention because a sober place to listen on how Kenyans are taking notes, you will need to have two protagonists and antagonists, one opposing side, so that it moderates well. Because that it is, there are people who have views contrary to your views, then they shy to communicate to you. You make it sound as if this is a AZIMIO channel. Sorry to say, I know somebody might attack me also, but I'm not afraid. I will deal with you separately also. It should make it look, we have two opposing sides, so that it makes this move smoothly. It should not appear that it's an AZIMIO, because I see those who are on the UDA side, they are Kenyans. They are Kenyans. They have their views. I was once in UDA. I moved to AZIMIO. I left AZIMIO, I went to UDA. I came back to AZIMIO. And that is life. Like what we are seeing today. The other day when before when Raila was with the opposition, there are people who are moving. Look at the Waiguru. They went to Capitol Hills. They came back to wherever. You've seen that kind of movement. Even today, between now and Monday, on Tuesday, I swear to you, there are people who are going to leave AZIMIO and they will join UDA. They are still Kenyans. So I want to believe that the Kenya belongs to us. All these are here with us. What matters is when your interest is not catered, you feel left out and to eat. There's nothing that will change. And I must assure you, and this I'm very sorry to my fellow Kenyans who are listening to this, even if Raila had won this election, there's nothing big that would have changed. I'm telling you, we've seen this each and every time elections are held. People give you promises, people say this. That is Kenyan kind of politics. We should move from this issue of sycophancy and whatever you may call it, and then we become objective and we see ourselves as leaders. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, SJ. We appreciate that. On the matter of AZIMIO versus UDA, we are far, tushapita hapo. Kile ninachosema ni hiki. we are Kenyans. We are talking about Kenya, and everybody has their own views. The only thing I really work hard to preserve here is let's tell Kenyans the truth. Okay, when I say that the AZIMIO candidature for speaker and the AZIMIO candidature for speaker of National Assembly and the speaker of the Senate, okay, are far experienced and can provide better leadership. I'm not footing for AZIMIO. I'm just looking at the characters of the people fronted. Okay. And then that means as Kenyans, we need to ventilate on these particular people, not just to say because it's UDA and UDA has fronted anything, we just vote for that because it's UDA. If we do that, we end up with the same problem that we have had all along. So as much as we have political differences, let it not blind us from seeing the kind of assets we have in terms of what can Marende provide, okay, as opposed to Wetangula, what can Kalonzo provide as opposed to Kingi. So that when we have removed UDA and AZIMIO, we are looking at these people as individuals, our judgment becomes better. But the problem I have on this platform is that the moment you say anything that AZIMIO has said, everybody in UDA wants to stand against it. And when somebody says something that UDA has said, everybody wants to stand against simply because it's UDA. That is not the case here. This is where we come to now vent as Kenyans. What kind of leadership can we have? Things can go wrong with leadership, okay? Like right now, we have two very aggressive people in the executive, leading that executive. The judiciary seems to have disappointed Kenyans greatly. They are no longer held in high esteem like they were in 2017. That is a problem we already have. Now, how do we solve this problem that we have a balanced governance? The only place now we can go and look for balance is at the judiciary, not at the legislature. How do we make the legislature function in such a way that it can be a balance to this aggressive executive and probably compromised judiciary in courts? That's how I want the people going to vote in the Senate and in the Parliament to come back to themselves and think through so that the decision they make will help the country move forward. The moment we have a standoff between the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive, the whole country halts. And then in the same point, we now have the AZIMIO UDA fights. Wote tunazama. That's my concern. But all in all, we are free to debate. Let's debate and give whatever is there. Then the other debate here, pro and or con, is not the kind we have. This is just a conversation. Tumekutana Marigiti, naambia unaonaje, naonaje, unaonaje, unaonaje. That's all that we are here. But kitakufanya show, okay, ya Duke versus Mama Selina. I only have the two of you. Then you converse, you agree, you fight each other. That is different from what we are having. Hapa ni ile tumekutana, tunaongea, unaonyesha view zako. But tuna insist, hata kama wewe uko persuaded na party yako, tafadhali tusimamie ukweli ndio tusaidie Kenya. Mtongoria, oh sorry. Just hold on Mtongoria. Nilikuwa nimeruka Tom. Tom, inaonekana ulikuwa unasemaje kabla tusonge kwa Mtongoria?
Okay, Bernard, I'll be very brief. You know, we are all Kenyans. And this is a forum where we can share whatever we have in terms of the current politics. So we have UDA, we have AZIMIO, and our president is already there. So where we are still healing as AZIMIO team. And we were disappointed. That one we should accept. even my brother Duke investigate. You are all aware. So when we discuss issues to do with the current politics, you should at times, when you talk of we are the majority, we are what, that should not be the case. There's a way you can express yourself, but it should not be like you have the pride, you are talking with the majority from AZIMIO. This forum, I can tell you, 85%, are AZIMIOs. So when we are here, let us just talk as brothers and sisters. Where there's a problem, we just solve it. We just share and see, way forward is what we are now after. With the issue of the majority, maybe in parliament, whatever will take place tomorrow, that one is before God. We don't know. We can be we can be the majority. You can be the majority. We can be the minority. At the end of the day, surprise, anything can come up. Because the gentleman you have just we have presented forward, this gentleman, they are all educated, they're great men they are experts, they're lawyers, So, and no one is new in that. So let them just be there. We do our whatever in parliament tomorrow. So it can be AZIMIO, it can be UDA. But when we are expressing ourselves, let us just be sober and handle issues in a friendly way. That's all I can say today, Mr. Bernard. We are all Kenyans. If there's a problem to be shared, we just handle it as friends, and that's it. Yeah, because, we cannot tell you, dear guys, not to come here. Even AZIMIO, we are all Kenyans. Let us just be brothers and sisters. We talk as friends, and then if there's something, insults are not good. Let us not be personal in whatever we are discussing. Let us just be general. We talk things. If there is an issue to be shared, we just share as gentlemen. Okay. So like the other day, just a moment, Bernard. Like the other day, the guy you were about to share his clip here, he started shouting, calling Raila names. You see, no, that is not good. Raila is somebody who has been here with us, and he has done great things in this country. So when you start running around calling his name along the streets, that is not good. So let us just stop this small nonsense we have around. I may end from there.
Okay, asante bwana Tom, na naomba tu kama inawezekana, okay, let's get wind of this competitive attitude, whereby we think that if it is AZIMIO, UDA has to answer. If it's UDA, AZIMIO has to answer. Even when you don't have a reason why you should oppose or resist. That's not debating. Then the issue of kuna huyu anaitwa Hari 254. Asema, how about letting AZIMIO know that they lost the election squarely? Who doesn't know? I mean, the matter was taken to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court pronounced itself on it. The assumption of office preparations are underway. So who wants to let who know? Are you informing AZIMIO as who? The IEBC or what? So let's not get this attitude of you are only a winner because you have conquered somebody. You can still win without having to humiliate another. Being number one doesn't mean number two is not a human being. You don't become a less human being because you came number two. So let's appreciate that, and you don't become a less Kenyan because you lost an election. And Kenya becomes our business. No matter what we want to think and pray, wherever uphold, the truth is Kenya can only move forward with every other Kenyan along. Tukiacha wengine nyuma, hakuna kule tunaenda, we'll still be pulled back. We'll still be pulled back, and nothing is going to take place. So let's appreciate that and work on the same. Mutongoria, habari leo?
Salama sana Bernard. Nimetulia to been following the conversation. But I regret that conversation leo imekuwa push and pull, UDA, AZIMIO, AZIMIO moving forward, but it's good that Tom may make it clear that we all belong to Kenya. And after the elections, we can all agree that it's not that UDA people won or AZIMIO people lost, it's Kenya that won. Kenya did win during the elections, and we have to agree and move forward. The initial discussion nilipata mkiongea kuhusu the voting of the speakers of both houses, the Senate and the National Assembly. Na tunaona both sides of the parties, the AZIMIO and Kenya Kwanza, are making plans on how they are going to take the seats. But according to the numbers that we have, if what is being said, Bernard, will translate to the number of those MPs that will vote for Wetangula and the other guy from the coast region, we were Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza might take both houses, the speaker of both houses. Now, that's not the issue. Because I remember during the Marende time, ile time ya Kibaki, Marende was from the opposition side, but he made major rulings that made Kenya to move forward. And he stamped a mark that even in 50 years to come, Marende will still be remembered. So whoever takes the seat for the speaker, let's pray and hope it's someone who will have the larger picture of Kenya and not just the party. Bernard, you know, siasa zinakuanga tamu, and sometimes ukikuja kuongea hapa, for example, ni mara mingi sana umenitoa kwa conversation hapa more than 3 times Bernard, but I hope today hutanitoa because I've been a follower wa UDA. I was elected as an MCA through a UDA ticket from Kinangopuko kwetu. And there are reasons why I did support UDA, because initially ngome yetu ilikuwa ngome ya Jubilee, and as things happened, Jubilee ilitoka kwetu, but moving forward, siasa imeisha Bernard. We all agree that siasa imeisha. Now ni kufanyia watu kazi such that 5 years to come at least mtu atakuwa ameweza kusema the government that we did elect, hata kama si kuchagua Ruto, at least amefanya kitu yenye imefanya Kenya iende mbele. And I hope to keep this conversation, I'll be contributing to a channel Bernard. Inanipeanga sometimes time na kuja nasikiza. It's good to know what other people are saying. At least mtu anakujanga hapa anaona enyewe siku anajua hiyo point na nimesikia, so I go find out whether it's the truth or it's not the truth. But as politics, it's all about competition. For now, competition imeisha. It's working for the people, Bernard. Thank you.
But then as I rejoined, as I go, my brother, because I just want to give you a rejoinder. I said thank you for visiting this site again. I will continue to follow it. I like the direction it's taking. And then, like I said, and I still maintain, even for those who are on one side, because when my brother said that this group is 80% plus AZIMIO, then it leaves one with the question, Kwani, how then do you call it a debate? Because now that's a separate agenda. But thank you for that. Let me give other opportunity, other people space to share their views, because I know there are people with other reasonable concerns that they are backstage. allow them also to share. Thank you, bro. I'm continuing watching, but let me leave and give space. Thank you.
Asante Steve Juma, we appreciate that. Let me just clarify before you go. Mute, please. Mute. Let me just clarify. Mute your mic, please. Yeah. Mute. You're still on. Okay, thank you. What Tom meant is that the highest percentage of the people on this platform are AZIMIO, and it's by default because we have never recruited anybody. We don't have AZIMIO cards. We don't recruit on behalf of AZIMIO. It's just a mere coincidence that we have gone to Marigiti, and the majority of the people on Marigiti market are from AZIMIO. It's nothing of our own making. And secondly, it's not prejudice against UDA. Mtongolia here is complaining that we have taken him down. You see, today he spoke very well, like a national leader. Nobody reacted to him, nobody fought him. And that is the kind of conversation we are talking about. But if you come here to either propagate propaganda, try to wherever profile a community, or you want to make people feel bad, okay? You deliberately want to make people feel bad. Then we'll step in to protect the people, because that period is over. We just need to heal and move forward. And the only way for us to move forward as a people, let's care one for another. So, asante sana kwa muda wako. Tutaendelea mbele.
Thank you Bernard, thank you Bernard. Nimeshukuru sana. Na kwa wale ambao wanasherekea, jamani, jueni si kila mtu amefurahi. So usisherekee mbele ya watu wengine. Wakati kama huu ndio unaweza patana na msiba, kwa sababu si kila mtu, emotions are different. Now know how to manage our furaha na our emotions. Asante sana. Thank you sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's move forward. Njuguna, habari leo?
Yeah, niko sawa. Mnanisikiza?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Thank you very much. Bernard, I've been a bit away because I was going through some point of reflection, because what happened is completely out of my mind. Totally, and I'm saying totally. And I felt completely sick, to the extent even my appetite went down. I've been eating the food of a baby, that if I can say. Just to feel that I have eaten, but not that I wanted to eat. That's how the event that took place on Monday affected some of us. And I would like to let people know that, in politics, people have got different convictions. Just like in religion, we have got some people who are Muslim, and it's very hard to take them out of Muslim. The religion, there are those who are Christian and whatever. I was a total AZIMIO man. Myself, I was total. And I'm saying that I was total is because I happen to have lived I've been here for some years, because when Moi took over in 1978, I was in Form 4. So you can see I was probably a teenager, a grown-up teenager, or almost an adult. So, and I have seen the transition that Kenyan has gone through. I have seen the political dynamics in the country for all that time. And there is a time when the country almost went down it went completely down. And those who have been there in the 80s and 90s know what I'm talking about. And you see, when we talk of leadership, I don't care who leads the country, whether it is AZIMIO or UDA, because both AZIMIO and UDA was just a political vehicles to propel people to some kind of leadership. But what we should be looking for, apart from, because if people must have a vehicle to take them somewhere. People must have political vehicles to take them somewhere. But the question is, who are these people inside those vehicles? I think that's very important. Who are these people inside that vehicles who want to go and be our leaders up there and be able to deliver? That is something that I've been looking for, and I've been looking for out of political. I've never been a politics, but I have been watching politics and listening to politics. And I do not vote for a politician to give me handout. I vote for a politician to make my country good, to make my country admirable, and to make my country able to create job and good economy for posterity. That's what I'm looking for, because I'll not be here tomorrow. You and I, Bernard, and all those who are in the panel, they will not be here tomorrow. But what do we be with our children? Because I believe I'll be with my children a good government, because I have voted for the correct leader, not the person giving me handout. Because he can give me handout today because you want my vote. What about tomorrow? So that is a judgment. That is a judgment that I should be able to do as a person, because I care about my country. It's not about AZIMIO or UDA. I'm looking at the person who is going to lead my country, and that's it. And if people can agree with me here, and I would like people to be very objective, please. Let us be objective rather than being subjective. Let's agree. And I hope, and I'm not hurting anybody when I say, we had a very, very, very good people on this side of AZIMIO, and then nobody can take away that from me. And I can be able to give some reasons, because there's nobody who can compare with the Raila. Nobody in that country. And Uhuru has even said it. So let's put that aside. And that is one man. That is one man called Raila Amolo Odinga that should be respected, even by the UDA people or by every Kenyan. Now, coming back to you know what happened on Monday, the 5th. We can say it's all about democracy, and that is the day I came to realize democracy can also be painful, very painful, because seven people, 4 guys and 3 ladies, decided my political fate for the next 5 years. Why they did so, I don't understand. Because if they are the same people, apart from Maraga, who told us, apart from the end result in voting, apart from the end result, that is telling, the process also matters a lot. The process. But in this time, the process did not matter. It's the end result justified the means. It doesn't matter how you do it. And I can tell you that is very, very dangerous. I have been looking at this judgment myself. And I'm waiting to get more detail from them when they write the final judgment. But the problem I'm having is, I think I'm very sorry to say this. I think some of the judges were on a revenge mission. That's the way I saw it myself. And why I say they were on a revenge mission, go back to BBI. If you go back to BBI, the proponent or those who are supporting the BBI was Laira, and that was Uhuru. One of the proposals in the BBI is that there was to be somebody to oversight the judiciary, the ombudsman, the so-called ombudsman. That is something that the court could not take. They want to be the final, they want to be deciding our life. This judgment of last Monday make me see the importance of the ombudsman, somebody to oversight the judiciary. Because, look, let's be honest, please. Let's be honest and be very objective. Out of the 9 petitions, 9, and we have people like James Orengo who have been in those courts, I don't know, countless times. None of the petitions saw the light of the day. None. You want to tell me all these people, all these petitions were defective, all of them? I came to conclude the 7 people who decided our fate had already made up their mind. What we went through was just procedural because we have to go through it. We had to go through that one, and they have to be seen that they are taking the due process. There was no due process. There was no due process, and nobody will ever convince me there was a due process, and I will never take that one because there wasn't. Because there is no way, when they refused to open the servers, just like it happened in 2017, the court decided the process as good as the telling. So the best thing they could have done is put this thing for a rerun. And I'm talking about this out of bitterness, because in a fair game, this should have gone for a rerun. And that would have been the best judgment they would have made for this country. That is done today. That is the judgment they could have done for the country. And some of us who are hurting will not be. We should have let us be beaten in a fair game. Because there was a competition, and if you are beaten in a fair game, you are given, okay, you are complaining, okay, you go for a rerun. And we see how it goes. Because I believe even today, and it is hurting, it's really hurting, that, and we have a very strong man in the name of Ryder. That man has got a golden heart. That man, wherever he is, and may God bless him, he has a golden heart that you can see him even when all these things have happened to him. You see him smiling and chatting. Yeah. So I was talking about the BBI. There was to be an oversight of the judiciary, and that's why I say that there was an revenge mission. We know there was some misunderstanding between the vice president of the judiciary with the Uhuru. That is very, very, very clear. Don't forget, there was a problem between Mother Koome and Mother. This is in public domain. There was a problem when she took them, when she appealed her case and it went to Mother Koome. So this was a revenge mission, and it was directed to both Uhuru and Raila. But because the judiciary, the Supreme Court knew that they are the judgments of finality. There is nowhere you can go. You had no choice, whatever decision they make. And that's why I said we couldn't go on the street because it is democracy. And that's why I said democracy can sometimes be very, very, very painful. Very painful indeed. Coming to what mother said when she was in Meru, when she was burying her aunt or somebody. She said there was God intervention in the ruling of Monday. And I looked at my wife today and I showed her the article on the newspaper. And that one reminded me at Diego Maradona with the heart of God, goal, and the heart of God. That is Maradona using his hand to score against England, but and the goal counted. It's afterwards that he even himself confessed that he had used hand to score the goal. And I hope at some point the 7 supreme judges will come and can tell Kenyan the truth. And I hope God will make them tell the truth, because what they did was utterly wrong. And even a lay person, I followed the court proceedings throughout because I had an interest. I had a stake on it. There is nobody who can convince me that this election could not have gone for rerun. Because if there were doubts, the moment there were doubts, you put it for rerun. Because, and you could see how they, during the judgment, how they bashed the petitioners throughout. They bashed the petitioners throughout. And I can tell you, Bernard and my fellow panelists, this judgment is a very dangerous judgment, is a very dangerous precedent, because future decisions will be based on this one. And what it means now, we are going to have some Chebukatis of the future, yeah, who are going to usurp the powers of the commission and make decisions on their own. This is where we have gone. And why we have gone there is because they have seen what has happened to the 4 commissioners. They are even being put to submission today, right now, as we speak. They are being to submissions. How they can even be mistreated at work. But there is nowhere they can go unless they resign. It was a very, very dangerous precedent. And what it means now, even those people who have been waiting to file, like governors, members of parliament, MCAs, they cannot file petitions that they had prepared to do because of the judgment which has been rendered by the highest court, that the process does not matter. It is the final tally that matters. The process does not matter. The total number that you have, and it is unquestionable. That's it, kaput. You are done. And what I have decided myself, for me to waste my time, wake up, go and vote, I'm out of it, because my vote does not count. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Njuguna. It's the concern of Kenyans, especially Kenyans of goodwill, but we wait for the full explanation of the judgment. But from the fact that the Chief Justice decided to try to justify the ruling in the funeral, it simply means that they themselves have questions on the whole thing. Probably one day we'll know what really transpired, but for now, let's leave with that. Let me just play this video as Wekesa, one of us here, shares also his sentiments on the same. and then we move to the next person to make a contribution. Asante sana.
CJ Ikome anatuambia story ya alisikia Mungu akisema akimguide ndio atupatie that ruling. Yeah, we don't have a problem with her spiritual connection. But honestly speaking, the reason why we took the matter to the Supreme Court, we wanted to hear her intellectual response and interpretation of the matter. People need to marvel at the spiritual empowerment that brings about extraordinary jurisprudence. They want to hear you divide the law until they wonder, where did you get this kind of wisdom? Where did you get this kind of people skill? Where did you get this kind of judgment? It is not ordinary. It must have been by the backing of the God. And people want to understand what kind of spirit operates in you, what kind of power dwells in you. But where you make a ruling and people wonder, and people already understand, they see a sense of bitterness, people see a sense of revenge, judiciary trying to revenge to the executive. We can still see the hidden hand of judiciary trying to wrestle the executive because of the judges that were not appointed. These are things that we can see in that ruling. The bitterness, the language itself, and the tone shows that these are people who have a certain vendetta against the executive. So you cannot come here and tell us that God gave you the wisdom. As Kenyans, we can sit back and say, we didn't see the prowess, we didn't see the extraordinary. You know, God is associated with extraordinary rulings, Solomonic wisdom. The only person we have ever associated with Solomonic wisdom in this country is Marende. So where your ruling falls flat, it has no Solomonic wisdom. It has nothing extraordinary. It does not marvel, neither the petition nor even the defendant. How do you even come out and start proclaiming that this is God? If we wanted a spiritual interpretation, we would have taken that matter to the church. All we had in her own response was hot air, wild goose chase, all were abuses. After giving us a lecture and threatening even the senior counsel who took the case to court, she now tells us that God gave her wisdom to rule that way. Musifikirie Mungu achesoma. When it is in matters of the law, we want to see God in the matters of the law. Lakini historia ya kuja kutuambia hapa story, niliomba alafu Mungu akani. Let wananchi themselves testify that whatever you have done, you must have been inspired by the Holy Spirit, by the grace, by the wisdom of God. But shida ya Wakristo wa siku hizi ni kuchipikia debe. You see, you don't have to tell us it's a miracle. People will see that's a miracle and they will seek to know what kind of God you serve. Lakini today's Christian hata hajafanya kitu ya maana, ndio huyu ametoa testimony mrefu, watu wanashangaa. What kind of God are these people serving? Tuache kutumia jina la Mungu in things that don't make sense. Tunakataa, and I repeat, don't take us children. Usitupepe watoto.
Okay, that is Wekesa, our colleague. Yes, Njuguna, unasemaje?
I'm just trying to comment on what Judge Wekesa have just said. I think Kenya should make up their mind that whether they want somebody who is religious in the Supreme Court as the president of in the judiciary, or we want somebody who is very, 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 very normal. It can be somewhere in the middle. Because if we are going to be, if the judgment are going to what I'm saying is that somebody cannot make a judgment and come and tell us that there was some godly intervention, because there is what is godly and there is what he sees us. What he was dealing with on Monday was Caesars and not God. And she should deal with godly matters when she go to church. When she is in the judiciary, she is dealing with the Caesar, and she to deliver what he sees us. That is very simple. And I to be honest, I don't know what even to say. I don't know what to say.
Sawa sawa bwana Njuguna, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Is dragging God's name in whatever that happens is a doctrine that is becoming common nowadays. But as Kenyans, we are not that naive to believe everything simply because you dragged God's name in the same. I still stand where I have been all along. That ruling was not, it had zero legal sense. I've not seen any legal sense in it. I will be proved wrong. The ruling on BBI was much better. It was much better because there were 7 points brought forth. The proponent of BBI won 5, they lost 2. And like it is ably put, probably it's a matter of trying to protect themselves from BBI, since the AZIMIO team was pro BBI, and Baba had a plan of reviving BBI as soon as they get into office, and probably that informed their decision. But all in all, as Kenyans, let's not be naive just to buy into something because somebody has said. I'm now beginning to see, I think there was a mistake to let the Supreme Court to be superintended over by two ladies. I think would have had a male deputy or a male chief justice just to balance the gender balance. Could have helped a great deal. That's just my personal view. I have said this in public, and I'm sure that you have heard me say this before. The first deputy chief justice was Nancy Baraza, okay, and I've said this even in church forum, and said that if Nancy Baraza had a man at home, or a husband for that matter, she would have not lost her seat as a deputy president of the Supreme Court. Because having been insulted at the supermarket, she went home, then came back. If there was a man at home, angemshika asema, ha, mami, kaa chini kwanza. Ati ni mimi, watchman, amefanya nini? Kaa chini. Let's sort this from here first. There is a reason why God arranged leadership to be set in such a manner. But I don't want anybody to bash me on that. It was not thought through. That judgment was not thought through. Okay. So badala mwanze kunipiga mawe ikisema I'm against women, I'm not against women, I respect women. I have the highest respect for my mother. The English I'm talking is because of my mother. The family we call the Makohas is in existence today. because of my mother. She provided leadership when my father failed to provide leadership. And she's still alive today. She still leads us from where she is. So I believe in women leadership. But what we received on Monday disappoints. I will say that until the last day. Between Mr. Kamau and Simba, who came faster? Pigeni kura. Ama tutumie pikipiki pongi. Si wewe lakini ni wewe. Mr. Kamau, welcome.
Thank you Bernard. Thank you so much the panelists. Nashukuru Mungu tuko hapa because this channel will be there forever as long as we are in a democratic country and a place whereby people are free to express their opinion. Mia after some time, because you know everybody knows and all of us knows that this was a bundled or bungled election. But we have to stay with what the Supreme Court says, because it's called the court of the last resort. Despite the mediocrity, because whatever was there was just mediocre. I never expected Mother Comet use things like hot air. I thought she was deep than that. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that language was of class, let's say from 4, from 5. You don't talk like that in such a reputable court. In any case, who will ever quote such kind of things? And therefore, for me, where I sit, I find it average. I find it lacking. I find it lacking what we call depth, and that was not expected of a Supreme Court of Kenya. When we know that Kenya is leading in the big, it has the biggest what we call most educated people in Africa. You cannot call people hot air and the wild goose and all those kiddish, because those are kiddish words. They are supposed to be spoken when people are playing around there, but because they said it, we will abide by the law and of course respect. But I wish and pray that God keeps this woman and these ladies and these men in the Supreme Court long enough to see where they have taken our country. Because what definitely they have done, they have institutionalized corruption. They have what we call wamekorogea, things that are evil, things that are bad. This country will not be recovered. I don't think now that the high priest is a president, the high priest of corruption is a president, and the deputy is a altar boy of corruption. I don't think we are safe as a country. But be as it may, we just give the benefit of doubt. In fact, I will join Jogona by saying, what do we want in this country? Do we need a secular state, or do we need a religious state where we have bishops and cardinals as presidents and the leaders of institutions? It is now difficult to separate religion and governance. It seems when everybody has lost the argument and they cannot defend what they are saying, they say it is God who used them. And so it was when you see that statement by Mother Kome today, or I think yesterday, I think it just displays mediocrity. It displays mediocrity. Not that we don't believe in God, we do believe in God, but sometimes when you cannot substantiate what you're talking about, you just use the name God, then it is sad, to say the least. Having said that, I also want to talk about tomorrow's parliament. I want to say this, and this might offend so many Azimio people. I think it is important we keep away from this government in terms of speaker and of course the leader of majority. I would want a situation where these hustler thug, when he wants to implement the bottom up issues and the nonsense, he has no one to blame. He has no handshake to blame. He has no reggae to blame. He has no Raila to blame. He has no parliament to blame. He has no Supreme Court to blame. And then we can let him see, we see what happened, because electing this kind of people, it is not the first time Kenyans have done. Even Saddam was elected. There are people like Fidel Castro. There are people even in Libya. There was this president who was in Libya who went to ICC, who was killing people. He was a Christian. He was saved. And therefore, it is important to let them wajikarange na manini yao, because you try to help him in parliament by putting good policies and good laws. Then who gets the whatever the praise? It's him. But if you allow him to allow those wakina Sudi and the likes of Kimani and all those people to go and put laws of hustler nation, bottom up, kupeleka pesa mifukoni, at the same time you compete with the county governments, at the same time you're supposed to pay debt, at the same time you're supposed to pay salaries and of course run the government, then I can tell you this is planning to fail. And therefore mimi naweza taka sana mahali ambapo hana sababu yoyote ya kusema kwa nini unga hairudi chini, hana sababu yote ya kwa sababu kwa nini hatuna free internet, hana sababu ya nini, kwa nini tuko bado kwa furiza. Tunataka apitishe sheria zote zimalize furiza, zireduce unga, zilete kitu inaitangwa, because it is his time. Mimi am playing politics of opposition now. Tunataka aweze kupitisha kila kitu anataka, tupate mama mboga akipatiwa 50 billion, tupate watu wa nini help pia wapewa free help, sijui whatever grants, all those things that he promised. We want to see them, because I can tell you without blinking an eye, sometimes when you promise just for what we call political expediency, to think that once you get to the power now you can now come and lie to the people. These are the same people who will ask you, where is my unga for 50 bob, mafuta yangu iko wapi? And therefore for me as as in the opposition bench, I would like tuachilie hizi vitu, acha akae. I don't want him to come and tell us after 5 years or whatever years that ningepunguza unga, lakini unajua parliament parliament ilichukuliwa na wa kuzimia, walichukua hii wakazimia, so hatukuweza kuimplement, lakini sasa tunataka mtupigie kula bila Azimio. We don't want that kind of excuses. We know he has a sweet tongue, yeah, but we also know he is it is lies. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema tumpatie benefit of doubt, tuletewe hiyo unga ya 50 bob kwa sababu tunaigojea sana after swearing in, na tuletewe mafuta hii ya gari iwe 70, sijui I think alisema 100, should be 100, yeah, 100 bob, na irreducible minimum ya mchere, ya fertilizer. We are waiting for these things within 100 days. And I tell you, the best thing to destroy a person, it is what he says. Kwa sababu the same people who sing praises for him will ask the question. Personally, I believe that the election was stolen, because you look at their judgment. Let me tell you, wacha na ground zile waliweka 9, because walijiwekea ground na wakazinarify wenyewe. The regulation of the election had demanded that every 34A form and all the forms that are going to be transmitted electronically, they must be colored. They must be a picture. Ndio zitoke vile ziko. That by itself should have nullified this election. Wacha na hizo background walikuwa wamejiwekea hapo. The other thing that could have nullified this election ni watu kushikwa airport na badge na vitu za IBC. That itself could have nullified this election. Hizi zingine zilikuwa stories, hizo zilikuwa stories, lakini I can tell you for free, there is nowhere in this world where you can make such a judgment as a supreme. It is a shame. It will become a laughing stock. that our supreme judge, the best we found in Kenya, can say it is hot air. Badala ya kusema it is no, there is no evidence, or use a terminology that is related to law. That was unbecoming, that was low, for lack of a better word, and it was average for a Supreme Court judge to say that. You cannot say hot air, and I expect sijui wild goose. What is that? What is that? He is a Supreme Court president. He has what we call chase cars. Yeah, he anavaa manguo kubwa kubwa. We want big English. Good English and things that are expounding exactly what he meant. She meant. But
Legal
what I
jargon.
saw, those are legal jargons. I mean, kutuambia world goose, sisi hiyo kitu ilitushangaza as Kenyans. To, we rated him so highly, but I think after this, many majority of Kenyans who are many will be like, what? Who did we? Who are we funding, or who are we paying salaries with our taxes in Kenya to speak that kind of a Form 4 English language to us? It's like theater. It's like literature. It's like a playbook you're doing. So Bernard would urge Azimio to let Kenya Kwanza have the parliament and have the Senate, so that as they maliza Kenya, they have nobody to blame rather than themselves. Because if they start saying we are stopping them, they are very good. I can tell you this guy is very smart. He can start saying, I went there, I wanted to bring the 50 billion to the hustlers. Now hata mimi nangojea, hata nataka kuweka kibanda ya mboga hapa kwetu, because I also want to participate, because I don't think hii kitu ni yao peke yao. He's now the president of everybody, and I want to have a kibanda ya mboga as I wait for the rotation, what we call the funding from the government. So as I finish, I want to say this. The other thing is, Azimio lazima tuwe na plan ya opposition politics. Tusikae nyumbani na machungu na hatuna plan ya opposition politics, because I think we need to have what we call civil agitation, and particularly we can. I'm proposing maybe Laila Odinga and Martha Karua should lead us to the IBC, particularly maybe after swearing in of Ruto, to go and register ourselves from the IBC register. Number one, the reason why I'm saying that is because our votes don't matter. Number one. Number two, it seems that our data is in a foreign land. Number three, it seems even if you're in the register, whether you vote or not, you won't know exactly whether your vote will be used, because it seems that the register itself is not cleaned. It seems that there is not clear how many people are in the register. So we need to find a solution. Before our votes and our names are in the register, we need to know they matter and they are valued by the IEBC. If that is not the case, we all move as Kenyans. It is not a big exercise. Twende huko, to register, they are saying there are 22 million people, and then we have 7 million tutoke, na wale wengine wanataka kutoka, then we see, so that we know exactly what kind of a register is this. Because it seems, even me, I voted for Baba, but eventually my vote ended up for Ruto. So that to me, to have that confidence, wacha tuwe clean kwanza, tukae bila, si mambo ya kutovote. Kutovote haitakusaidia kwa sababu bado uko kwa register, na kulingana na vile tulisikia Nyeri, kama for example kuna mtu alishikwa akipeana voters card 4. Hiyo inamaanisha hata wale hawakuwa na vote walivote. Kwa hivyo as long as uko kwa register, Chebukati and crew will make sure that you vote. The problem in this country is systematic. It is in the system, and to clean the system, Bernard, is not going to take. It's not going to take very many. In fact, let me tell you, Baba could have at least helped. Ndio maneno iwe clean. Lakini the way it is, because if you are in the government and you own half of the government, you own NIS, you own the employees, you have been participating even in recruiting the employees of those of that institution, then it is systematic. It cannot be changed. Yeah, because what we are going to experience from now, it is a institutionalized corruption. In fact, I believe, I want to say this without any fear of contradiction. I think now what we should do, it is legalize corruption, because there's no need of confirming people who are convicted, like the deputy president, and then go and arrest somebody who has stolen chicken. I think that will not be making sense to Kenyans, because if the president and the deputy president are convicted, have integrity issues, then why should we fight corruption? I think we should legalize it. There should be an act of parliament to legalize corruption, so that, Bernard, when you're coming from Kisumu and you get to a police in Nakuru, you deal with them there, so that the police you find in Kiambu or Limuru, you tell them, I have a receipt that uko nimemalizana now, so now uniache niingie Nairobi. Because as we speak, it does not make sense to me as a Kenyan why there are institutions to fight crime. Which other criminals do we need if we elected and voted criminals? So for me, those are my sentiments, and I believe I've been audible. I've not put any hot air here and wild goose. I think I've used very good English, so that everybody who is listening to me will know that Kenyans are blighter than what we had on Monday. That was hogwash, to lack of a better word. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate it, and we look forward to purging this country completely, so that we have everybody assume office and do what is required and expected of them. It is disappointing to have a highest office and perform below average. It was not even average. It was below average. And that mass exodus from the IBC register, I invite it. Somebody has to do something that shows the disgruntled Kenyans that it is a serious matter. It's a serious matter to conduct election, serious matter to protect and ensure that the voice of the people is heard clearly and understood. So I believe that is also in the offing. We have to get that done. A failure to that, we need even to devolve. The IBC needs to be dismantled. We need to come up with a different election system. Since we do elections at the constituency level, okay, let's have each constituency conduct the elections. Or each county conduct their elections. Why should we have national election whereby we bring things to bombers when we can only send results? Okay, Kakamega voted this way, this one voted this way, but Kakamega had wherever they printed their own ballot papers, they had their own Form 34A and all that, conducted elections, and in the course of that elections, they elected those who are vying for presidents. Then Kakamega sends their results. And then the following day we have Siaya. And then the following day we have Nyeri. And like that. So that we can micromanage our elections to be able to know that how many counties do you have. Okay. And then, okay, you've won in several counties. Okay. With how many votes. And that way we'll understand what is happening. But this madness that you are treated to after spending 40 billion, tuache mchezo. Either we go electronic all the way and get a safe way to vote like we do on M-Pesa, or we devolve the elections. Devolve it completely. Let each county handle their elections on their own, have their voters register, have their jungle of whatever they want to do as counties. And then from the counties, we can decide who becomes president by how many counties you have gotten. Simple and pure. Bwana Simba, habari ele?
Salama sana Bernard.
Haya, kabla uje wasikiliza president designator. Sikiliza the president elect ako hapa ana ujumbe aswa kwa nyinyi watu wasikie.
Competing with a very desperate team. I just want to let you know as members of parliament here. We have a good margin of about 11 members in the National Assembly. We have other members who are not sitting here, but they will vote for us. Maybe possibly another 15 or so, but maybe towards 20. So we will have a bigger margin in Parliament, but let us not take anything for granted. People who can use the National Security Advisory Committee to try and overturn the will of the people, they can do worse. They are very desperate to have the Speaker of either house. So I want to ask you for this, for today and tomorrow, please be careful. They could even possibly arrest some of you people just to reduce our numbers. So just be careful. I just want to ask all of us, we are dealing with a very desperate lot.
What shall we say then? If God be for us, we shall be against us. Maybe I am the one who doesn't know, who doesn't understand. But when you become president, you don't continue fighting. Simba.
We are in for it. We are in for it.
Bernard, mimi ninakuanga na msimamo wangu all through. This guy is the one who is desperate. Lakini kwa sababu ya ile ujanja yenye huwa anatumia wakati mwingi, it's only trying to divert attention ya Wakenya that Azimio ndio wako desperate. So mtu mwenye haelewi atachukua hiyo point, and we have many of them. Lakini mimi kwa maoni yangu tunamjua huyo kama a very desperate president elect, ndiye rais wetu sasa. Very unfortunate. Kwa sababu one, wakati unaangalia kwa upande huu mwingine, mtu kama Marende, despite that watu tunatarajia kuona hiyo serikali ikiporomoka mara moja tu mpaka chini, watu wanaweza uliza upande wa Azimio, and you are very much aware kwamba this is an illegitimate government that is in power. Mlifanya nini? So hizi options za kuleta watu kama Kalonzo, Marende, at least wajaribu kuangalia vile sheria zinatungwa. Mimi naona kama ninaunga mkono, na kama watapata namba zao right, kwa sababu mimi si mwanasheria, lakini najua kwamba sheria inasema kwamba tuko na pre and post election agreements before mtu aondoke chama kimoja akienda chama kingine, ama muungano huu akijiunga na muungano mwingine. Lakini tunasikia akisema kwamba kuna wengine wenye hawako hapa, lakini tunaamini watatupigia kura. Wakati tayari umekanyagia hiyo sheria chini na umeanza kushawishi watu ambao wameteuliwa kwa muungano tofauti wa kuunge mkono, ili hali unajua hauna hizo numbers. Very unfortunate. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, mimi wakati nimekaa chini na nimeiangalia, nimeiona, nimeichora kama pundamilia. Pundamilia ako na white and black, lakini anafanana na punda mwenye kawaida rangi yake inakuanga brown. Na huyo punda ni muhimu kwa sababu anatumika na binadamu. Hii ni serikali yenye haitatumikia binadamu. na kwa sababu ya hiyo wameamua kuoccupy Ikulu penye punda alikuwa anakaa na asaidie binadamu. Hiyo Ikulu itakuwa ni kama forest, mahali ambapo pundamilia anaishi. Mambo yenye yatakuwa yanafanyika pale watu hawatayajua, lakini hayo yakiendelea, fighting corruption, mimi sielewi vile, sababu hiyo ndio jibu yenye alisema kwamba ndiye atakuwa na fight corruption in his first 100 days. Kazi yake muhimu ni kufight corruption. Lakini kwa sababu Kenya hii tumetembea kidogo, ukitoka Sugoi ukipiga kona hapo Kipkaren, matanki ya mafuta hapo ndio yanainamishwa. Anzia hapo kwanza, hapo kwa mlango yake, kabla aende the rest of the country. Hiyo njia tunapita hapo, tunajua ni nini huwa inafanyika hapo, na hapo ni kwa gate yake. So kama ni mambo ya corruption, kwanza anzie kuklini kutoka kwa hiyo mlango yake ndiye atoke nje. Mimi kwa maombi yangu ningeomba sana wale wabunge ambao ni independent na waliamua kusimama katikati na wakachaguliwa kama independent, wa make independent decisions kesho na wa make the right decision, ndio tuone kama Kenya yetu itasimama. Mimi kwa watu wa UDA wale wanakuja wanapiga propaganda na matusi, instead Bernard, shauri hawa watu wakikuja kwa panel wakuja na manifesto ya UDA, watuusie hiyo manifesto na tuone ikiwa implemented. Matusi hakuna mahali inapeleka wananchi wa Kenya. Hiyo propaganda waiongee ikiwa ni manifesto yenye ambacho ndio kitabu yenye wanatembea nacho wakiambia watu tutataka kufanya hii, tutasaidia mama mboga, vijana wale wa bodaboda na mambo mengine. Hiyo tutazikiza na tutaenda pamoja. Kwa saizi hatuongei mambo ya siasa eti huyu amesema nini. Hiyo ndio nafikiria kitu yenye inatusaidia. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Simba, hiyo ni poa sana na ni muhimu kila mmoja wetu tufanye yaliyo mema kwa kusaidia nchi. A time comes when the famous statement by the late Minister of Internal Security, George Saitoti, comes up. It comes a time when the interest of the country surpasses the interest of an individual. We pray and believe that our members of parliament and our members of the Senate are going to rise to the occasion and provide right leadership for this country, devoid of twisted political machinations that may just plunge this country into more crisis. Like I've said, there's an advantage when we have a level-headed legislature in the face of an perceived compromised whatever judiciary and an aggressive executive. We have an aggressive executive headed by people with hot heads. So for us to be able to navigate properly, we need a level-headed legislature as a balance. Our members of parliament that watch Mtembei TV, we beg you, give us wise, experienced leaders of both the Senate and the National Assembly. That way you'll be helping this country. But if you go ahead and do as you've been instructed to do, and that's the beginning, okay? Going to do as you've been instructed to do without applying your personal thoughts and your personal input into whatever instruction you've been given, is the beginning of the control of the legislature. Okay? Then later on, mtasema parliament has been captured. How does parliament get captured? When you have a time or an opportunity to execute your personal choice on who will be the speaker, on who will be the leader. But because of party and other personal issues, you don't do what you are required to do. You do what you've been told to do. When things begin to fall apart, you say, we were told, we were told, we were told. I don't think the people you represent in that August House have sent you there to do what you've been told. They have sent you there to go and represent their views. So I urge our parliamentarians, please do us proud tomorrow by giving us leaders, not sycophants, not picky pongi boys. Give us leaders, both in the Senate and in the National Assembly. That way utatusaidia, lakini mkiendelea kutusamisha, mmetusamisha huku judiciary, mmetusamisha kwa executive, endelea kutusamisha huku kwingine, lakini kilio kitakachotokea sisi tutakuwa hapa na tutakwambia tuliwaambia. Asante. Bwana Empire, hiyo juice unakunywa, natumai ni juice, okay? Na kama si juice, weka kando kabisa na kamera, haipaswi kuonekana kwa hii channel.
Oh yeah.
Kwa amani dumu sehemu zote. Asante lakini. Mchango wako.
Salama sana. Yeah, mi nasema like unajua first of all, I appreciate for allowing me being here in the panel. I watch you every single day. So every single day I watch your show and Bob's in, Bob's out. But the topic for the day is like what happened on Monday was really a disgrace for all Kenyans and all the will of the people. Because as my very friends here, they already said it out. Like it was a disgrace. And fuck up. You can be on the camera. Go. Hello. Yeah, it was a disgrace, and the judiciary was against like the will for the people. But I would say, last time they said elections computer, like 2017 or something like computer.
Empire, take it easy. Take care of the junior first, because they are not supposed to be heard or seen on camera. YouTube will penalize us. So get them in a safe place and then you get back, please.
Too easy.
Thank you. Okay, in the meantime, tumsikilize Okiambe. Okiambe, habari la? Okiambe, are you still there?
It's like I'm a hang.
Okay, I think he's trying and his net seems to be low, but it's coming through. You just click once, don't click several times. Kuna huyu Yego Hasla anasema Mtembei official, welcome to Kasarani Tuesday. Bro, suti nimepima. Okay, tuletee card. It cannot be official if it's online. Tuletee kadi na tuletee suti, alafu tutachagua kama tunakuja kwa suti ama tunakuja kwa wheelbarrow. But asante kwa kutukumbuka. Sorry. Empire, you can now continue if you have sorted that matter.
Yeah. Sorry about that, my brother. Yeah, what I was saying is like on Monday was really bad. We never expected that to happen. But when the person we trusted in and they breathed us down, saying like everything was presented to her was not professional, or was like they forged itself, which was on the IPC website, whereby the IPC officials, those are the only people who access that website. But at the end of the day, they came up and saying like, oh, everything was, they didn't have enough, they did not have enough evidence presented to them. That was really bad. And the other thing is like, there was a meeting they had, I guess it was yesterday, about like security of the state. And then if you, I had felt well, Matiang said like, the people who are being elected officials right now, they're really corrupt people. They're corrupted people, individuals to get in office, and they're the same people who want to be reading us now. So it's kind of like the whole of the country is going to be a disgrace, full of corruption, full of everything, from the president's life all the way down to the, I can say the MCAs, they might be on the same rig, but the MPs, the governors, and the president himself. So it's like the whole banner is full of stuff. And another thing is like if the president's speech yesterday, he also said like, we just give them 3 months and see how we're gonna go. That's what he said. He said, I want to give you only 3 months and see what y'all doing. But my president is a writer. That's what he said. My president, I know he's a writer. I agree with the Supreme Court said, but my president is a writer. That's what he said. And he spent some good day, some good dinner with him. So that means like he knows what he was doing, but he had no power, enough powers to say like judiciary, that's an independent or institution. He can't do anything about it. That's like he can't tell them do this what it is, but it's because he's so independent. Okay. And to this point about the speakers, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Senate, I know at the end of the day, if AZIMIO takes the power, at the end of the day, they're gonna be like the UDA, they're gonna come and say, hey, we could have done this, but we had a rejection from this side. So it's kind of like there would be rejection from this side, like we could have done this, but there was a lot of pressure from here, we couldn't do it. So you give us another 5 years, we're gonna do this. That's what they're gonna do at the end of the day, no matter what it is. But I also see the speech, whatever the president-elect is giving up, it's kind of like more of hatred. Like he don't value the other party. It's kind of like selfness. Like he's saying like we have the people, we are the party, we just majority of the people, we are the people to run now. We don't have to listen wherever they do. That's the first he say, I don't need handshake at all. That's what he said. I don't work with handshake at all. And that's not how it works. He could have said like, okay, everybody wanna come, we're gonna come, but don't say like, we don't need anybody at all, handshake at all. That was like one implication, like you're gonna work with these people, it's more individual stuff. You don't fight with anybody else. Like whatever they're gonna say, that's what it is. But we wanna give them time, but the country is reading somewhere somewhere where nobody gonna be pleased about it. Like in the next 2-3 years, we wanna see how it's gonna go though. But we're gonna play, everything goes well. All right, that's what I got, brother.
Asante Empire. We appreciate that. It's our duty to do what we are required to do. Whichever way, we will still have to deal with our Kenya situation in ensuring that we are not sunk by bad leadership. As much as we will give leeway for people to do what they promised to give to Kenyans, they don't have the liberty to run down our country. When things begin to fall apart, we must rise to the occasion and save the day. And no matter how the voting will go on in the National Assembly and in the Senate tomorrow, or rather at daybreak, we still need right leadership. We still need right leadership, and we need sober parliamentarians, sober people who have the interests of this country at heart, so that they can provide us with what is needed. There are these hustlers who wants to turn this channel into vindictive exchanges. Please take your time. We have already gone through that. Don't come here with your mockery of how does it feel for you to be opposition. How that I don't know how that helps you. And we are not opposition. There is no opposition in the constitution. We are all oversight according to the 2010 constitution. So just upgrade yourself in your understanding of the 2010 constitution before you begin to argue out. Raila Odinga did not lose the elections. Like it's been ably put, the losers of these particular elections are Kenyans. It's not Raila Odinga. In my opinion, Raila Odinga has nothing to lose. And it's going to become clear a few days from now. Right now, it looks like mocking Raila Odinga or calling him loser and all that probably makes you feel good. But when the reality, the tables will turn and you begin to see whatever he warned you against begin to be executed, you will be the first one to go to the street. Okiambe, habari ya leo?
Salama sana mzee, pole.
Good, good. You're in a noisy place. What's happening?
Oh my! I just stepped out because actually the internet was not so good, so I had to step out and some work is going on. So
Okay, just move. Okay, and then make your submission fast enough so that the noise doesn't cut you off.
oh, thank you very much, Bernard. Mine is just to congratulate you for you've taken us a long journey, since we started.
Okiambe, you have issues with your network. You need to reboot your router if you're on Wi-Fi. Your network is not consistent.
I see. Anyway, guys have spoken a lot, and I don't want to go much into what has been said. And of course, the network is not allowing me to do this. The only thing I'll say is that what has happened has happened. We have fought for this for a long time. We have done our part, and a child has been born, whether lame, whether blind. We have seen the child. Now, the only thing I can say, as much as we struggle, as much as we fight, Kenya is a spiritual nation. Let's put this country into prayer, because whether we throw stones at one another, two wrongs will never make a right. The wrong has been done, and the only person who can rectify or who can correct this mess, perhaps it's God. We leave everything unto His able hands, and we pray that may His Spirit actually bring out the truth of the mother as the soonest than we expect. And the reason that's why I'm saying this is, for example, now what we are awaiting to take place in the next few hours. Of course, we can struggle, we can fight to have someone there. We have struggled. You saw us in Supreme Court. You saw us actually from IBC, and these guys have navigated through. And we don't want to be a stumbling block in somebody who wants to deliver whatever he has, because he has all it will take him to have what he wants. He wants to have the entire child on his pocket, on his arms. In whichever means, he just wants to have everything in his pocket. He's not even ashamed, not even embarrassed. He knows what he has done, but still, he wants to push on to have everything, without sympathy, without everything. We don't want to have a situation whereby our beloved AZIMIO leaders goes missing. It is historical. It's something that we have seen. Just because you're blocking ways of someone getting into what he wants, you will never block this person. It's either you get out of the way for him to pass or get what he wants, or you accept, you give in. So we don't want a situation where we're going to lose our beloved members, our beloved leaders in AZIMIO. What we want is actually go down our knees and surrender the entire government into the hands of God. And I'm sure the soonest
time possible, the truth shall be filled out. So just because of the waving of my internet, I'll join in when it's convenient. Otherwise, thanks, Mr. Bernard.
So thank you very much. Mute your mic, please. Let's move forward with the conversation. And we continue to urge us, even as we continue with the conversation, tuendelee kuchangia maono yetu ya kufanyika TV ambayo itafikia kila mmoja. That is digital broadcasting space. I want to appreciate all of you that are partnering with us and supporting us. Please, let's not relent until we have achieved that particular dream. So in whichever way you can participate in this, please do. We continue to urge you to do so. Since we are the partakers of what Mtembei TV does, we bank on your hands to hold us so that we continue with the program of expanding. We are not putting off online broadcast. Online broadcast remains, but we want now to diversify and move to the digital broadcast where the shows and the mamas that cannot Google and cannot YouTube can just using remote click and be able to tap into this conversation and hear what the rest of the world is talking. And so we really want to have your support. Let's do that even as we continue with the discussion. Tutaenda kumsikiliza Respect. Yes, Bwana Njuguna.
I just wanted to comment on the video that you played.
Yes, yes.
Now we have seen the kind of person we expect to be our leader. Somebody who is insightful and somebody who is capable of causing fear to other people, to his own people. He's telling them, be careful, go and hide yourself. Go under your bed because you are likely to be arrested tonight because of the voting tomorrow. That is not a leader. And I would like to just to pass a message to Okiabe. Kuna mambo ya dunia na kuna mambo ya Mungu. Yeah? Kuna ya dunia na ndio ni ya Kaisari ya dunia na kuna mambo ya Mungu. If we say we have to play, but we as citizens of Kenya must play our part and make sure we have the collective governance because we cannot give everything to God. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Njuguna for that reminder, and we look forward to engaging. Penny Nyagaka, thank you for the comment. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's help Kenya improve and forge ahead. So before Respect comes in, let's go through this ad and then you pick it up right away.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcast space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, welcome Bwana Respect, karibu.
Asante Bernard, unanisikia?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Okay, I want to say hi to Mr. K, to you Bernard, Jacob, Njuguna. Good to see you, good to meet you here. Bernard, I think I am among those people who are sad because we've put so much faith in our institutions and we want to believe them so much that we wake up every day giving them a benefit of doubt. And every day they just prove us wrong. That no matter what we try, no matter what we do, there are things that have been set in place, stacked against certain people, stacked against certain regions, and therefore it doesn't matter what those other people do, those other regions do. Things will always work the way a few people want those things to work. There is one thing I think Njuguna mentioned that, but also the previous panelist mentioned, and this is the fallacy that Kenya is a Christian country. And we try so hard to portray that, in that even when bad things are happening, we work so hard to make sure that we spiritualize them, to Christianize them. We call ourselves Christians, I think, according to my assessment, because we are not Patel, we are not Muhammad, or we do not have our Mutonge or whatever name that, our ancestors had. And so when things are happening that are really evil in the country, we want to spiritualize them and sanitize them and say that, it is God. Yes, we understand that, no one can come to power unless God allows it. And I believe in all sincerity that if God didn't want Ruto to be the president, God would have intervened in his own way. And so he sometimes can let people have their way so that they can learn the lesson better. I am reminded of the story in the Bible, ambayo you may be familiar with. Of course, you're familiar with because you're a pastor, where people vehemently are demanding for Barabbas. And Pilate says, but what has this other guy done? He's so good, he's so clean. But the people say, no, we want someone that we can identify with, because huyo tumezoea tabia zake. Among us, we have some people who are comfortable with that kind of lifestyle. And so they were led to have the person that they wanted. And it's not because God was pleased with Barabbas, but because he said, if that is the way you want it, then you're going to have it that way. Little did they know that God had seen this happening a long time ago, even before he created humans, because God is all-knowing. There's no surprise to him. The election of Mr. Ruto is not surprise to God. He is not surprised by it. I may be surprised, you may be surprised, but God is not surprised with it. But having said that, let's not get into this habit of over Christianizing things. That you go and eat fat all day and then you tell God, please take away my overweight situation. You cannot do that because God is telling you, don't eat fatty meat. And you say, no, I want to enjoy this food. But then you turn around and you say, God, hey, God, can you help me with this weight? I can't handle it anymore. So Kenyans, we need to learn to balance things. The Supreme Court was a disappointment. I don't know where they came up with that kind of ruling, but it is a disappointment. And it's one of those institutions that people were so invested in emotionally. And people wanted to believe that there will be some men and women out there that will stand up and say, this is where things are supposed to head. And now we are looking at a situation that come 5 years, we have the same situation, bungled elections. Someone will say, what is the point? Why should I go to the Supreme Court? Because we know the script. We know what they are going to say. It doesn't matter how much exhibits we have. It doesn't matter how much truth is on our side. They are set in the way they want to decide things. So that is a disappointment. But having said that, I think history, when it is written, I think we'll come to a point and know that there's no person in the history of Kenya that has brought more change than Raila Amolo Odinga. No person. Start with all the presidents who have been there put together. There is no person that has brought more change, fundamental change, that has actually had an impact on the lives of people currently and in the future than Raila Amolo Odinga. People will be looking back at that. I don't think that him having missed the presidency 5 times made any difference. I don't think so. Because he is a leader. A leader is someone, even when he is not in that position of power, is making a difference. That's who he is. A person who is not a leader, they are looking for a position so that they can claim to make a difference. And yet, there are other people who are making that difference. I heard someone here saying that, oh, Raila needs to do this, Raila needs to do that, Raila needs to converse together, bring people together. And I say, people have to step up on themselves. It doesn't have to be him to do all the work all the time. The country has to move forward, and new leaders need to be brought on board. And hii mambo ya watu kuambia wengine ya kwamba we should go and do demonstrations, we should go and do this and do that and do that, I think it's neither here nor there. These people have chosen the country that they want, the leaders that they want. Let's give them space, let's give them time, let them feel it. And once they felt it and they want to cry, but do you remember the story of the prodigal son? You go and squander it all. And then you come back and you cry and you say, I have done wrong. Once they realize that, then maybe they will get help. The father didn't go out looking for him. He had to realize that he had done wrong, and he was brought home, and then things were repaired. The people who think that they have it, who think that they don't care about the other people, who think that it's all about them, they need to get to a place where they realize, no, this path that we've taken is not the right one. We need to go back and confess and let other people in. For now, Bernard, I will leave it there. And I'm hoping that the point that you said earlier on there, just to finish off, maybe we should do the Majimbo style. Where I am, we just deal with the local government. We just elect our local leaders. And the parties that get more members of parliament, that is the party that forms the government. But people are not concentrating on someone up there, the national government. They are concentrating on their local leadership. And then that local leadership determines who becomes the prime minister of the country. And that means that the people have spoken. Asante Bernard. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, respect, we appreciate that, and it's a good time for Kenyans to begin to think outside the box, because when we were doing the constitution review in the 2010 constitution, the proposition for Majimboism or whatever kind of governance was top priority all the way from Bomas, of course, Cliffy, and all that. This pure presidency was last resort. Last resort was, in fact, precipitated by the same person who is now, the major beneficiary of presidency, William Ruto. And then the really government system that can work in Kenya effectively is the hybrid system of governance. But if you go to the federal system, it will work better. Tukichaguana on in our counties, in my opinion, will manage our elections better. It will be more local, and nobody is going to cry foul. Then we have a schedule of those elections so that we don't have a whole nation elections that necessitate the bunkling and all that. So for you to rig, you will need to go and rig in every county and rig yourself in. It will be a very expensive affair. It will minimize all this. Lakini maneno ya kwenda kuweka chirichiri ndani ya Kimskit alafu anakufanyia pikipiki pongi, and then unakuja wambia is the voice of Kenyans. Kenyans have their own voice. Okay, tuendelea mbele. Bwana Jacob, habari ya leo? Unmute.
Habari Bwana Bernard.
Salama, namna gani?
Nzuri sana.
Karibu.
Shukran sana. Habari ya Respect, Mr. K. I'm very happy kuwa hapa. Nimekuwa tu nikisikia kwa umbali, nikasema wacha niingie. Niliingia jana, nikasema wacha niingie leo pia. Otherwise, I'm very fine. Huku ni joto tu. Niko the state of Nevada. Na ni joto sana. Na nimekuwa nikifuata politics ya Kenya, and mimi nilikuwa na support Azimio la Umoja, and I really had high hopes. I thought Raila was gonna get in there because one thing nimekuja kuona is, see, wa Kenya, they don't vote on what we call track record. We are so much into tribal. We vote in tribal blocks most of the time. And sometimes, hata tukivote on tribal blocks, we don't benefit from that. I've seen that. The president-elect, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has been in government for a long time. And amekuwa government, amekuwa deputy president for 10 years. And sasa he's going to be the president in a few days. So, as kama wa Kenya, since I don't live there anyways right now, but I go there most of the time kutembea. Kenyans and even us, it's about time to check whatever he has promised, it's done. We want to see the next 6 months to a year tuulize wa Kenya, those who voted for him and those who didn't, What have you benefited from this government? What positives have you got? How has your family been helped? How has your neighbor been helped? How has the country developed? Most likely it's you as a citizen or as a Kenyan. What have you gained and what have you contributed to this government? So we have to start voting looking at track record. Raila doesn't have to prove himself anyways. He doesn't have to prove himself because he has shown himself even in government and off government. Yeah. But Ruto has been there for a long time. And we already have seen, if we ask people what has he done, some people would say, no, he wasn't the president, but he was a vice president. Yeah. As a vice president, what has he done? That's another thing. So I know we sometimes we like putting God in many situations, but I agree, if God did not want Ruto to be there, he wouldn't have been there. But what now we can do is to pray for this government, for them to be successful, and we need to check and see whatever they said, have they done? That's one thing. We are not going to give them more than a year. After 1 year, we will see. We'll be still here. And utauliza, hey, your bottom-up approach, which was never explained in detail, yeah, bottom-up approach, how is it working? How is that bottom-up? Is it really working? We wanna see whether it's working. Ule mtu wa mkokoteni, mama mboga, how has he benefited? Yeah, how is mama mboga's life changed? How is her business? Is it booming? Hatutaki kusikia next time ati no. We want to see what have you gained. So my expectation for this government, the next the three things we were talking yesterday. Number one is jobs. Jobs. There are so many youths out there, hawana kazi. And when there is lack of jobs and lack of boosting the youth, corruption kicks in, even to a higher gear. The reason kuna corruption is because watu wamefinyiliwa. Watu, they want a chance, but people are bribing their way up there, watu wanafinyiliwa. So they end up doing the same thing. So the only thing is jobs, corruption, healthcare, yeah, education. We want to see changes in those things. And I'm really keen to see how this government is going to deal with corruption, to be honest. Corruption, it starts with us, I agree. But I want to see how this government will deal with. We don't want to hear, we have formed this institution to tackle. No. Those institutions have already been there. We want the judiciary to be. Judiciary has been independent, but they have been corrupt themselves too. We want more funds. More funds were for dealing with cases which have been there for many months, which have not been tackled with because they have few judges. Yeah. Now, when the money is there, we don't want to hear. But all I want to see is those few things being tackled. Other than that, Bernard, mimi sina mambo mengi. Mimi nashukuru for this opportunity. We will pray for this government. We will pray for them to succeed. And at the same time, we will check them. And we will speak, we will speak through this channel and say if they are doing anything wrong or if they are getting things. If they are correct on something, congratulations. We will praise them. We will thank them. But wakikuwa na vitu kadhaa hivi ziko hivi, corruption is too more, we are going to say. We are not going to keep quiet. We will speak. Other than that, shukrani Bernard, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. We appreciate that. Tutasimama kidede kuhakikisha kwamba serikali inafanya kazi yake. Isipofanya kazi yake, tuna jukumu letu na sisi kuhakikisha kwamba haki yetu tunapata. Ahadi walitupatia lazima watekeleze. Tunangoja hiyo pesa mfukoni, tunangoja pesa ya wamama, pesa ya vijana, pesa walisema DCI is under state capture, want state release. The judiciary is under state capture, want state release. Anti-corruption is under state capture, we want it to be released. Ili inji ikue huru kabisa. But from the direction of and the tone of his conversation, we may have more limited space than we already have right now. Nashukuru. Kuna nani huyu? Lifestyle. Habari yako? Unmute. You are still not mute.
Right. Oh, all right. Thank you. And Jacobo, Bernard, thank you so much for according me this opportunity. Mr. K and Tested Evans, correct. Thank you so much. I just want to say I'm happy that today I managed to come through here. It's a new dawn, Bernard. We are all Kenyans now. This is what I normally used to tell you when we could not pull it together. The country now, we have to forge one direction, as in we have a president-elect. We are all Kenyans. In fact, Kenya won. What I'm saying here is, in as much as I say Kenya won, the will of the people, according to me, has not been ripped off. The people elected their president because we have a president-elect now. So what I'm saying is this: politics kando, kila mtu sasa ni kurudi. Najua saa hii mahali niko, I may have made a lot of noise, UDA, Kenya Kwanza, and of course now they have won, but there is nothing that I'm going to directly benefit. Even there are some people who are in AZIMIO who may benefit more than I can benefit. So the bottom line is there is nothing which I intended to benefit directly. All that we are praying that if we can make things better for us, if we can make our economy grow by the bottoms up economy which he has been traversing across the country, saying he will do. He has now the chance. Let us give him that political goodwill so that he can be able to do what he said he will do, and see whether our country can get healed from the disaster that we are undergoing now. Now I'm happy that at last we managed to come out of this electioneering period without going into a lot of problems like before some other time. Maybe when I look at 2007, 2017, 2013, by this time we would be in a lot of problems. But at least God managed to sail us through this election, and I think things are now going to normalcy. So it's my happiness, and I'm happy to see you guys here. All I wanted to appeal to you, for those who we were against like each other, is now all over. We are all Kenyans. We must greet each other. We must forgive each other for those who maybe we like, for those whom I hurt when we were giving our opinions, because it could not be what you wanted. But now it's no longer my desire to have those differences. We must forge forward as Kenyans. Thank you so much, and may God bless you, and may God bless Kenya.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. We'll move forward, but before we do that, let's have this video. Tukimngoja anaitwa Walter.
Watu wa Embakasi mpo? Jumapili hii na kila Jumapili karibu katika kanisa la House of Pilgrim Christian Church International Tasia Embakasi. Ibada zetu zinajumuisha Injili ya Bwana Yesu Kristo ambaye ndiye neno, nyimbo za sifa na maabudu na vipindi vya ushauri wa Kristo kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi hadi saa 7 mchana. Ibada ya maombi ni kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi hadi saa 3. Mafundisho ya Biblia yanaanza saa 3 hadi saa 4. Ibada kuu inaanza saa 4 asubuhi hadi saa 7 mchana. Kanisa hili linapatikana Tasia kwenye barabara ya fedha mkabala na barabara ya Outer Ring Road.
Umetekewa nini? Mashamsham haya ni neno gani au furaha gani? Umetekewa nini? Mashamsham haya.
Ibada zetu pia zinapatikana kwenye mitandao ya kijamii kama House of Pilgrim Christian Church International.
Ni kitu gani? Ni kitu gani? Ni kitu gani? Ni kitu gani?
Maono yetu kuu ni to be model church exhibiting excellence in fulfilling the great commission of our Lord Jesus Christ. Njoo tuabudu pamoja, kwani imeandikwa binadamu hataishi kwa mkate tu, na tuliumbwa tumwabudu. Karibu.
Yes, Bwana Walter, habari leo?
Mzuri kila mmoja, labda nyinyi.
Tuko poa, karibu.
Okay, hata mimi niko poa. Na tunang'eng'ana tu. Leo niko na swali kidogo ambayo imenisumbua sana. Nimeona kuna tunapostiwa sana. Baba amevura mdomo kwa kichwa. So I don't know ama ni udaku ya social media ama ni ukweli aliumia, because tuko concerned. Bado ni kiongozi wetu, na pia nashukuru rais wetu mwenye anaondoka, Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa kusema bado yeye amesimama na kiongozi wake mwenye anaamini ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Hiyo ingine ni watu wapendane, na tafadhali watu wa hii mrengo ingine watulie, na wenzao wenye wamekomaa kiakili. Sisemi wajakomaa, lakini kuna wale wamekomaa kiakili sana. Sijui ni juu kuna vijana sana. Wakome hii kutu ni kama ile madharau. Juu hapa Kenya hakuna mtu ambaye hahitaji mwenzake. So I think we should do that. Na I'm very concerned na hiyo swali nimeuliza, ambayo nimeona baba akona imetrend sana. So na pia tumuombee Mungu ampatie nguvu, na pia mlinde na jamii yake katika wakati huu. Ni hayo tu, na nashukuru sana.
Okay, thank you Walter. It's both, eh? I'll say yes and no, okay? We have some exaggerated pictures that are being wherever drawn around, but it's true. Baba had an accident. I understand he missed a step, akaanguka na uso. Got some few bruises, but of course the other team will want to blow it out of proportion. That's the reason why he had a mask on, but he's doing better. He's not badly off, and that's why the current president paid him a visit because of that little accident. Our UDA guys would want to make that to be Like I saw somebody posting and saying that that is how he's taking the loss of the elections. It has made him. There are some people who are very hurtful statements that they post. Some of them are not very human. Let's be human enough to empathize with those that are in pain and be able to offer them support. After all, when all is said and done, we'll all end up where we were or into a better place. Sijaona hospitali imeandikwa UDA alafu shule imeandikwa Azimio. We'll go in the same school, we'll go in the same hospital, we'll be attended to by the teachers paid by the same government and all that. So let's be people who respect. And on the other hand, my appeal to youthful people. If you have any ambitions or aspiration to live your life to the full and be old as the older people in your life, you gain easy momentum into that old age with grace by the honor and the respect you hold for the elderly people. Any person who despises elders, they are bound to die young. It is a spiritual law. You will always attract what you honor and lose what you despise. There are people who are beyond you. You just need to respect them. Mimi sionange sababu ya mtu kubishana na mtu kama Raila Odinga, kwa sababu Raila Odinga ni mtu wako kwa klasi yake tu, na ukijifanya kwamba wewe mjuaji, wewe unamweza you will be a victim of what you did not envision. So free advice, just respect people, especially when it comes to age and aging. Kuna masuala ambayo hata kulingana na mila kama kwetu, mtu kama mzee, let's say amekufa ama you can't report it, okay? There is a particular age group that can announce that. It's a particular age group that can talk about that. So sijui kwa nini tumefika mahala ambapo kila mtu anaweza comment over anything. Hiyo ndio mwanzo wa kudidimia kwetu. As a people, let's respect boundaries. Let's respect boundaries. You watch, if you have not lived in that particular setting, at least you watch it in African movie. When the Igwe dies, children don't report it. The youth don't report it. It takes the elders to come and report it. So let's keep our ranks if we want to stay alive and enjoy our lives. Honor the people that have gone ahead of you. Make fun of Raila Odinga like you want, but the consequences thereof, when they begin, we will tell you we told you. Okay, tutaendelea na conversation na nashukuru sana Trofosa Lai anasema walimu wangu wa usiku waje, mi niende kupumzika. Asante sana kwa kunijali, na natafuta walimu wangu wa usiku waje ili mimi ning'atuke kwa kweli. Muda wangu ndio huo unaendelea kuyoyoma, lakini kabla ya hao kuja, tutaendelea na mazungumzo haya. Tunaendelea kuwaomba wote ambao mnataka kuchangia kusaidia Mtembei TV kuendelea mbele, ili tupate sasa nafasi kubwa ya kufikia watu wengi ambao hawana nafasi ya kuingia katika mtandao. Tunawaomba tafadhali, jitahidi, tuma msaada wako ili tukaendelee na hiyo project. We had it, we stopped it because of the elections, and now that the elections are behind us, we want to get into that project working effectively so that we are able to reach more people. And there are different phases to that program. One, we need to get the certificate for that. The certificate for online does not work for the other one. We have to get the certificate for that. We have already established that and the cost thereof. And then on the other hand, now there are different phases. We will get the license for covering Nairobi. Then we add on Mombasa, then add on Kakamega. It is gradual. So we want you to be part of every step that we are making as we grow. And you will be in history books that when Mtembei was this, you are here. And when it moved to this, you are here. When it became this, you are here. Ukwe part and parcel of our growth. Ndio utaambia wajukuu wako kuna hii Mtembei ilikuanga hivi. Tulikuwa tunakutana tu hivi tukiongea usiku. Saa hii niko kila mahali. See, don't be a spectator, be a participator in making this dream come to pass. Tafadhali tusiingize tofauti yetu ya kisiasa katika project mzuri kama hii. Naamini kila mmoja ambaye ameshiriki katika Mtembei TV profit in one way or another. You have either learned something, heard something, became a better person, or became more informed. So don't reach a place where you feel like this is not worthwhile. I believe it is worthwhile. And if it's worth our time, it's also worth our money. So tuone hiyo pesa ikianza kuingia tafadhali. Hata wakati natamatisha kipindi changu nikingoja walimu wangu wa usiku waje waendeleze mahali nimeachia. Cha muhimu tutakuwa hapa. Speaker wa National Assembly, mimi naona Marenda na ujuzi wa kutosha, hekima ya kutosha. Mkimpatia nafasi itasaidia nchi kuliko Wetangula. Na katika Senate naona former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka ana uzoefu wa kutosha, ujuzi wa serikali miaka mingi, ana uwezo wa kubalance hiyo nyumba ikafanye kazi ipasavyo compared to Kingi. Lakini mna uhuru wa kuvote vile mnataka. Naomba tu wabunge wetu wote ambao mko Senate na mko katika nini, tafadhali do something for the country. Do something for the country. Stop being sycophantic to an extent whereby you lose sense for the country. We have missed a lot in progress as a country when we threw away our reasoning and began to play sycophants. A lot has gone down the drain. Let's not add more to it. Let's do something that will go into the history books that we stood for what was right until it worked and it profited all of us. Well, the link to use to get in the studio, kwa wale ambao mnadai, basi ndio hiyo linki, tumia tafadhali. Fanya nini? Ingia studio kama unataka kuchangia mjadala wa leo. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amesema yeye ako tayari kupeana mamlaka kwa makamu wake President elect Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Atafanya hivyo kwa amani, hajashurutishwa, amekubali ya masuala yote. Alafu hiyo kesho tukiamka asubuhi ya leo, wala mko East Africa, kutakuwa bungeni tukichagua speaker na tukichagua nani? Speaker wa Senate na speaker wa National Assembly. Na tunaomba tu wabunge wote tafadhali, use your reasoning, give us proper leadership that can balance the kind of equation that we have right now, so that our forging forward as a nation can be more predictable. There is a lot of uncertainty in terms of how shall this thing be, but we still trust God that everything will work out. We want our country to take off and not be turbulent again. We have a debt to pay. We have children to take care of. We have a future to secure. A lot is on our shoulders. We can't fight forever. Let's ensure that we do what we are called upon to get done. Before we go back to Evans to make a contribution, let's listen out to this.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcast space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Karibu Bwana Evans, tuendelee.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard, I really appreciate. I just went a little bit kuchapa wela kidogo, nimerudi and I see still you are smiling. Mr. Bernard, I was initially I wanted to catch my kabayani there that there is that colleague of mine who was talking, but I realized actually you were having the muscles to handle him well. However, let me talk about the characteristics which Mr. President displayed today, which actually gave me morale that we have grown, that our democracy has grown. Mr. Uhuru demonstrated some very good leadership. Just going to pick Raila from, if you could see, yeah, Raila fell down on the bathroom. And honestly, if he's not that strong, it could be, most people actually fell in the bathroom and goes forever. But you see, the gentleman is strong, and we thank God for that. But if you could see what the president did, taking the group all the way to discuss on how to manage the houses, how we can be able to secure that one, they gave me hope. And that one, even they brought in a lot of confidence. Even you could see those MPs who have already decided to put one leg on this side, they were together with us. I hope, and my prayers are, that may Marende wins on the parliament, and let Karonzo is a very nice person, may he get this one, because he will show us leadership, and he will help a lot of people. Actually, he will educate a lot of people now to be able to be good leaders. Because he's gonna, both guys, they're gonna give the gentlemen who are coming freshers, who have been there, education on how they can be good leaders. That's what's maybe our aspiration. That's our aspiration. And in terms of what we intend to be tomorrow, Kenya is a good country, honestly. Kenya is a good country. As we intend to invest on this Mutembei, this will be our platform. We are not going to abandon it anytime soon. We will do everything we can. Very soon we are going to remit our money to the account. We have the number. So count our support. And we're going to, I have some people listening are close. You see, whenever I speak every day, I have some guys are close to me, although they don't want to be seen. Even some days there were some guys who were just saying they wanted to grab somebody from the screen, but they listen to you. I can promise you a lot of people listen and they get a lot of wisdom. They fetch a lot of wisdom, and so they fetch a lot of wisdom, and they like the situation. We appreciate, actually. We appreciate the situation. And hopefully, Mtembe, you know, we have done a lot. No matter how little we are speaking, it makes sense. There are people who are picking a lot of information. I could see people who are already down completely. They are picking the pieces and they're calming down. I will just urge our colleagues, we never lost. Actually, we never lost. We never lost. Whoever is saying that we lost, no, they are wrong. We never lost. What happened is these guys started saying about state capture. Actually, they were just telling parables. They were telling us what they have already done. So in so doing, Litra said, let's we plan on how we can be able to be good leaders. Because I really appreciate how Mr. President Uhuru and Raila obeyed the rule of law. They made sure that everything goes well, no matter how painful it was to them. They became gentlemen. And no matter what happens, I will still respect them. These are really good leaders. They have left a legacy behind. No matter even if the new government is going to honor them or not, those guys, they deserve our respect. And I also appreciate the panelists in Mtembe. You know, we have grown. I can see a lot of people, they have positivity in them. You know, the characteristics of a good generation is that you will see people having positivity. They have the aptitude of just doing the right things. You could see people having the drive. Even those people, majority of the people in this program, quite a number of them are from diaspora. When you see the people just giving hope back home, it gives morale. You could feel that people have the attachment. That attachment, the networking, we don't want to leave it behind. So I hope today we already started the day. My prayers are, may the will of God be done, not the will of Mother Kahome and the so like, but may the will of God be done so that we get the best leaders. We don't want the vivaranga ya computers who are gonna just mess our, remember, our country, we have built it from far. And if all of us, we are here, we are speaking fluent English or fluent Swahili, and I can see people with a smile face. So why should we just allow people to just mess our country like that? We don't want to go to the dogs like the other countries are going, but I just pray and hope that we're gonna succeed. I wish all the best, and I hope I'll be continuing seeing and I'll continue contributing. Let me give the rest a chance.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Evans, we appreciate that, na tutaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inasonga mbele ipasavyo. We are glad to be part of the change that is being agitated for, and God places us in strategic places for those strange reasons. Things don't just happen. There is a reason why they happen, and our strength is also proven in the time of crisis. We say that crises don't make or destroy leaders, they just expose them. And how strong you are as a leader is seen in the time of crisis, how you handle a crisis, a disappointment, a misfortune. If a misfortune places you down until you are unable to think, reason, or act, then your leadership is wanting. But when you're in a crisis and you're still able to pick yourself up and provide the way forward, then we see you have capacity for leadership. Let's, as Kenyan people, appreciate the fact that our strength can be put to test, but we can still pull through as a people. We may be given a bad leadership, but we don't have to go bad with it. We can still hold it in account and be able to make something good out of it. It's a teaching I've taught some years back on how to extract good from evil. How to extract good from evil. So let's not sound as if we are hopeless and everything is spilled, is gone. No, we can still make some lemonade out of this, and be able to forge the way forward. But the future, we must define ourselves. We must define. IBC must be revisited. Our electoral system must be revisited. Our judiciary must be revisited. No sweeping things under the carpet. If we insisted this in 2017, I don't think we'll be here. But because we accepted to sweep it under the carpet, we found ourselves in the same mess that we were in 2017. Well, let's move on. Kavita, Boniface, how are you? Bwana Kavita, upo? Unmute and talk to us. Kavita, are you able to hear me? Ama umelala? Okay. Let's throw him out. Atastuka ndio huyo.
Hey, Mr. Bernard.
Kavita. Yes.
Yes, I'm hearing you. You can hear me now? Hello?
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bernard. Are you getting me? Yes, I think, yeah. Are you hearing me? Yes. Mr. Bernard, Tested Evans. How are you doing?
We're great. We're
yes,
great. Thank you.
Actually, I'm not in Kenya, and I think, Mr. Bernard, I joined you. Yes. All right.
Okay, there seems to be a delay. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, inaonekana network ya Bwana Kavita inachelewesha maneno, lakini we pray that he finds his way back and be able to make his submission. Otherwise, thank you everyone who is following us wherever you are. If you want to get into the studio to make your contribution, the link is in the comment section. My night teachers, ebunjooni ama tufunge stationi. We have reached the number that let me find out my night teachers. In the meantime, I think I should leave this playing.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Watu wa Embakasi mpo? Jumapili hii na kila Jumapili karibu katika kanisa la House of Pilgrim Christian Church International Tasia Embakasi. Ibada zetu zinajumuisha Injili ya Bwana Yesu Kristo ambaye ndiye neno, nyimbo za sifa na maabudu na vipindi vya ushauri wa Kristo kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi hadi saa 7 mchana. Ibada ya maombi ni kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi hadi saa 3. Mafundisho ya Biblia yanaanza saa 3 hadi saa 4. Ibada kuu inaanza saa 4 asubuhi hadi saa 7 mchana. Kanisa hili linapatikana Tasia kwenye barabara ya fedha mkabala na barabara ya Outer Ring Road.
Umetekewa nini? Mashamsham haya ni neno gani? Au furaha gani? Umetekewa nini? Mashamsham haya.
Ibada zetu pia zinapatikana kwenye mitandao ya kijamii kama House of Pilgrim Christian Church International.
Ni kitu gani? Ni kitu gani? Ni kitu gani? Ni kitu.
Maono yetu kuu ni to be model church exhibiting excellence in fulfilling the great commission of our Lord Jesus Christ. Njoo tuabudu pamoja, kwani imeandikwa binadamu hataishi kwa mkate tu, na tuliumbwa tumwabudu. Karibu.
Okay. Thank you everybody for sticking by. We appreciate your company. Naomba kabla nilete nani huyu. There is somebody's configuration has issues. XK unasema Bernard, remember what I told you a while back, Mtembei TV was going to be shut down soon after the elections. You are built on propaganda against Ruto and that will crumble your TV. Sasa, I thought the elections are over and we are here. By the way, why are you still here? If we, or you are here to ensure that it crumbles? It will not, for your information. And we were not built on propaganda against William Ruto. Mtembei TV started a long time ago. It's only you is learning about it. It was here before Tangatanga. It was here before 2017 elections. It was not built on anybody's propaganda. We were here seeking the truth and telling you the truth. There are those who chose to believe the lie, and if you believe a lie that is a truth, it doesn't turn the lie into the truth. Relax tafadhali. Na wewe kusema kwamba wewe ndio unasababisha Mtembei TV kuwa hapa, pole, lakini ukweli ni kwamba itakuwa hapa bila wewe ama pamoja na wewe. Tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo unabainika kwa kila macho na kwa kila sikio la kila Mkenya. Kama unaona huu ni mwisho, ni mwanzo tu, ni mwanzo tu. We are expanding, we are growing, and we will be here longer than you pray for us to be. Okay, tunaendelea. Naomba tumsikilize 005. Lamu, habari ya leo?
Niko poa bana. Vipi habari ya kila mtu?
Tuko fiti. Karibu.
Unanisikia loud and clear?
Unapatikana.
Sasa bana, this platform, yani sijui hata sina cha kuwalipa. I've learned a lot. Bana, I've been like, I'm your follower, like this each and every live session I'm always there, but I'm always at the behind the curtain. Sabu, I'm not that good in politics, but as far Kenyan citizen, I'm concerned with everything which is going on. Yeah. So niliona hiyo mambo ya hot air and sijui sheria but the words, I was shocked. I didn't expect even yani sikuelewa kabisa, but paka leo sijaelewa. Niliangalia paka Google, nikaangalia the meanings and everything. it was so harsh, and I think it could be explained better. And what I will say, let's wait to see vile what I explain in the whole nini. Maybe ni sisi tu hatukuelewa vizuri, but let's give them time. But also the thing is, hata leo I was so surprised for our lady, our lady justice. She talked about it and she put religion on it, which if you say that they are non-believers, it's our country. We respect everyone regardless. Unaamini Yesu, unaamini hakuna Mungu, unaamini hakuna nani, they are still they are still Kenyans. And ukiweka religion ni kama divide, umeweka curtain. So kwa wale hawaamini religion itakuwa ngumu pia kwao kuelewa. So we just need justice. We need it to be open for each and everyone to understand. Ni hayo tu, but that's all. And what's the progress about the youth empowerment and just giving education to the youth and kusema kitu yoyote? What's the program? I think I'm really concerned because I'm among them. And I think if we're given a chance and we're given a good guidance, we can do better tomorrow.
Great. I appreciate that. I said something about it. I said we'll do a special show for that, because if we mix it with this, it will be lost in the mixture.
Yeah.
And we'll need resource people like you around the country. Then we just have that youth talk. Probably we get one elder in the Mideast who will be able to guide us in matters that are beyond us as young people. I would want to get, did I take your number? I want to get your number so that we liaise on that. It's very much possible. We just need to get it rolled out. Let's get all this settlement, after the elections, let's finish all these election manenos, parliament ifanye kazi yake, swearing in ifanyike Tuesday, and then we can go back to normal programming. But there are special shows we do. Like if you check the yesterday morning, I did a show with a pastor who was explaining.
Yeah,
yes. So we will do something like that. Yeah, we can just do and discuss this maneno. Ni mengi sana. Kwanza ile part jana tulizungumza kuhusu ndugu wanaopewa majina ya kisichana. It was hot maneno.
But on that, wacha nikwambie Bernard, I'm not that religious, but I told you I'm Muslim. However, we believe, we as Muslims, during the judgment, siku ya kiyama, people will be called with their mother's name. One point on that is, watu wengi sisi, we are brought up with the mababagush, like they are not our real dad. However, our mom keep a secret. Like if you find out about the DNA, so many dad will be shocked. So that's why you see even Prophet Jesus in the Quran, there is a Maryam, Suratul Maryam, and they say Isa bin Maryam, like Isa, the son of Maryam. So anyway, it's a topic for another day. However, it's okay because the society today, it's something else. If you go deeper, it's something else. So anyway, it's a topic for another day, but just fanya research ya hiyo and then you will get to know. So sawa.
Very interesting. Yeah. I'll get in touch with you. I've gotten your number now. We'll discuss further on the same.
Thank you.
it's very, very tricky right now. But I think we need to get a foundation for us to build on as a people. Failure to which tutapoteza kile kizazi kinafuata. And a lost generation, it becomes another crisis that may eventually hit this country. And I'm seeing that pattern multiplying. We may just lose it. Kabla ya Big J kukuja, naomba tusikilize hii video. Alafu tusonge mbele. Let me see. I think it's ready. Okay. There we go.
Uhuru Kenyatta is yet to congratulate him 2 days after the Supreme Court upheld his election win. The president-elect, while being hosted by CNN chief international anchor Christiane Amanpour, said he has reached out to his main rival Raila Odinga and that his administration will strive to unite and serve all Kenyans. In a 14-minute interview with the media house, Ruto also said that he will work with the international community in eradicating both insecurity and food security challenges facing the nation. This story was produced by very own Njoroge Gatete.
That's what I want to know.
Whether they supported me or not. Unfortunately, President Kenyatta has not seen it fit to congratulate me, but I think that's fine. I mean, maybe he's a bit disillusioned, or maybe he's unhappy that I defeated his candidate, but that is the nature of politics.
You yourself gained worldwide attention a few years ago when you said there was, quote, no room for homosexuality in Kenyan society. I want to know whether you still stand by that.
We have Kenyan law, we have Kenyan constitution, we have our tradition, we have our customs. We will continue to respect other people's customs as they respect our customs and our tradition. I am very clear that we respect everybody and what they believe in, but we also have what we believe in, and we expect to be respected for what we believe in.
So before I ask you to flesh that out and what exactly does it mean, I want to play you what President Kenyatta said to me about this issue.
I will not engage in a subject that is of no, it is not of any major importance to the people and the Republic of Kenya. This is not an issue, as you would want to put it, of human rights or this. This is an issue of society, of our own base as a culture, as a people, regardless of which community you come from. This is not acceptable. This is not agreeable.
So he's basically saying homosexuality is not agreeable. You've just said that you're kind of trying to thread the needle, that the law says one thing, but you respect everybody's rights. Will a Ruto administration crack down, like many other leaders in Africa, on the homosexual LGBTQ community, or will you allow them their human rights and their civil rights?
I think on that subject, President Kenyatta was spot on. We do not want to create a mountain out of a molehill. This is not a big issue for the people of Kenya. When it becomes a big issue for the people of Kenya will make a choice. As it is now, we are grappling with 5 million young people who do not have jobs, 4 million people who are hungry, and that is my concern. That is the focus of the people of Kenya at the moment.
You yourself come from a pretty hard scrabble, rags to riches background. You called yourself and your road to success like the hustler. What do you mean by that? Give me a little bit of your own background and what you think positions you and places you for this particular job at this particular time?
Like America, it was called the land of possibilities. Kenya, with my candidature and with winning this election, the child of every Kenyan can know that they can live their dreams and actualize their dreams irrespective of whatever background they come from. And we are elevating Kenya to the next level, that ethnicity cannot be a barrier. Your social status cannot be a barrier. The religion you profess cannot be a barrier. That's all my candidature speaks to.
Okay, that is President-elect Dr. William Samoei Ruto responding to questions. I wish for us to proceed. Yasin Bunu, your gadget is not well configured. If you're able to get me, your gadget is not well configured, so we can't add you to the screen. We advise you leave, and then when you're coming in, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. Just allow it to have control over your phone, especially. Then it will be able to get you here in a good posture for you to be able to contribute. If we add you the way you are, nothing is going to happen. So we really want you to configure rightly. So please, if you're able to get me, Yasin Bunu, rekebisha mitambo yako kabla ya kurejea ili uweze kuchangia katika mjadala wa leo. Thank you. Bwana Mzalendo, mute your mic, please. You need your mic off so that it doesn't provide a feedback that creates noise. We will have Big J, after Big J, Benson, and then Mzalendo in that order. Big J, habari leo?
Salama sana Bernard, habari ya panelist.
Tuko poa.
Nashukuru sana Bernard. Myself nimeumia kwa muda mrefu, na it's now 20 years since 2007 tumeumizwa, and I think I've come to a conclusion that mimi siwezi piga kura tena. That's number one. Nimeanza process ya kujitoa kwa IEBC unless imekuwa constituted vizuri, itambue hata kama itambue mpiga kura, because number moja, I want to protect my I cannot call it my status, but my documents, because saa hizi tunavyoongea kuna mtu ako Ulaya ako na kila kitu, ako na ID number yangu, ako na cell phone number yangu, which I feel are not safe, so that Bernard, I've already started filling that form to remove myself from IEBC, because I don't see the meaning of, always voting and somebody, and my vote is not counted. Kidogo sitaki kuzungumzia kuhusu hizo video umeweka. I mean, sioni umuhimu wa kuzungumza. Nataka kuwatakia UDA. I want to wish them well for the next 5 years. Wacha tungangane na maisha. Actually, I hope they will be successful. Actually, that's what we can say. I hope that they can be successful, because wako na jukumu na wako na kazi kubwa. Lakini kitu cha kushangaza Bernard, yani ni Supreme Court. Actually, Supreme Court pamoja, now we cannot talk about Wafula Chebukati, because watu wa Wafula Chebukati thought chenye alifanya ndio sababu tulipeleka kesi kwa court, ili court itusaidie I mean, kutusaidia katika what went wrong. Mother Koome na vile ako na accent mbaya, you know, ako na accent mbaya, alafu anasema hot air, hot air, hot air. Sasa ni lugha kweli, unajua hiyo ni lugha alikuwa anatumia ya majambas, ile lugha ile lugha Bernard, unajua ile lugha ya mtaa, alikuwa anatumia lugha ya mtaa katika the highest court in the country. So of course kuna wazee wengi wameongea hapo mbele, and you know, anybody who is understanding anaelewa kusema ukweli. You cannot say at what happened was the death you celebrate, because unajua kwa Kimasai wanasemanga ati kuni iko juu ya nyumba. Unajua zile nyumba ya kienyeji wanakaga kuni uko juu ndio ikauke, inachekelea ile iko kwa moto, haijui ile iko kwa moto ikiisha, hiyo ya juu ndio inatolewa inawekwa kwa moto. So I think people should understand that this world is a cycle. It goes around. What goes around comes around. So personally, I expected at least tungekuwa na judges wawili wa kike, because baba amejaribu juu chini kuenua hali ya wamama katika uongozi wa taifa la Kenya. Amejaribu sana, and I expected, mimi nilikuwa na expectations kubwa sana. Kwanza tutakuwa na judges wawili, because the women.
Big J, endelea, you are back.
Nafikiri ni network, sorry. I'm driving maybe. Anyway, I expected at least tungekuwa na judges wawili, those two ladies, because baba amejaribu sana kuinua the level of playing ground for women in leadership. But how they went against all the odds na kulipisha kizazi ya President Kenyatta, and but it does. Why are they wanalipisha kizazi Kenyatta? Kenyatta is the only one person, but there are 7 million people who voted for Raila. What about the 7 million people? What about the 7 million people? You know, at times, saa zingine sijui hii dunia ya Kenya, as I said before, Kenya need a reset. Natakikana kuresetiwa kabisa. Na kuna watu, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, surely. Hii lugha yenye huyu mama alitumia kusema ukweli sio lugha ya mawakili ama ya majudges. Watu wamesoma learned, they are called learned. Sasa hata hapo tunashindwa kuelewa. But anyway, Martha Koome alisema Ruto alifunga bao akitumia mkono na ni sawa, it's a goal. Kama kuna mzee alisema, aliongea kuhusu hiyo, Maradona alifungaga pia na England na ikawa goal. Na I mean, it's okay, but I wish that vile mwingine pia amesema wangeishi kwa muda waone. Well, because by the way, Bernard, chenye Koome alikuwa anasema jana is out of guilt. She is so guilty. I'm very sure that hata appetite yake haiko. She is so guilty. Supreme Court, almost all of them, they are so guilty. They are so guilty because they contradicted what they are ruling on 2017. 2017, they said it's about, doesn't matter about the numbers, also the process, because actually if the process is not okay, then the numbers are not okay. So Maraga was really correct, because for me, ukianza kufanya hesabu ukosea lakini unajua jibu, because sometimes tukiwa shule tunafundishwa hesabu, unapatiwa jibu, the answer, work out ndio niambie vile utapata the answer. So I think this judgment was ogwash. This judgment was, I mean, imefanya Wakenya ule nani Mr. K alisema we need to go to IBC and then remove our names from that register. That's I support that. Hakuna haja, there is no need voting unless there is a very better way of voting. Thank you, Bernard. Let me stop at there. I'm still here. We can still continue contributing. Thank you.
So, asante sana, Big J. That is part and parcel of our expression of our disappointment as Kenyan people. I believe there are measures that will be taken, but from the look of things, we must revisit this thing. It can't be swept under the carpet and be forgotten. If we do that, we'll create a more compound a problem that our children will never be able to solve. And what is going on right now in the minds of Kenyans is do we have second-class Kenyans? Do we have communities in this country that can never be president or can never lead this country? That's what is boiling in the hearts of Kenyans. And so the agitation for that, it is something that can no longer be pretended not to be an issue. It is a serious issue. And if IBC does not own up to their mistakes, they will do without us. Yes, Big J?
Bernard, unajua alafu kitu ingine, something that annoying me, now we are saying, let us call a spade a spade. Sasa itakuwa ni Kikuyu mkale, Kikuyu mkale, that is the chorus. Because Ruto akimaliza yake 10, amregezee Gachagua yake 10, Gachagua na, I mean, it will be just, that is what will happen in that country. That means only the Central and the Rift Valley are the only people consignated to be president of Kenya. That is not acceptable, surely.
Okay, thank you. Hear you, Big J. Let's move forward. Listen to Mzalendo. You will come in shortly. Okay. Let's get Benson first, please. Benson, Karibu.
Sema Bernard, thanks. I hear Big J and the concerned. I think in the course of time, we will see the detailed judgment and to see the reasoning of the Supreme Court judges. Actually, there are 3 women and 4 men, so basically it's almost equal in terms of gender. We'll see 21 days. We'll see the detailed judgment and to know the details. But I want to talk 2 things about, the Parliament and the Senate and tomorrow. I feel bad to see Kalonzo's name in the ballot for tomorrow because in terms of composition, I think it will be another humiliation for a person who would one day become the president of this country. And the teams have been the way they have been arranged. It seems that Kenya Kwanza will take both Senate and the National Assembly. I think it is important for the AZIMIO team to form a very formidable opposition, because a government is as good as its opposition. I'm looking at the time when Parliament and Senate will be a clash of mind, where the opposition will check the government. The travesty of 2018-2022, where there was no opposition, the many things that we have seen happened because we didn't have strong opposition. So my hope that immediately after the House opens, there will be strong opposition to check Ruto. For us, and Bernard, I'm on record saying that I voted for Ruto. We who voted for Ruto also have always said that there is need to have check and balances. So it is our hope that there will be strong oppositions that will check on the government. Number 3 is looking at the things that they promised. Somebody have to hold them accountable. Somebody have to tell us 6 months down the line, where is the Hustlers Fund? There was this young man from Namu who was talking about youth and youth empowerment. That was a key agenda of the Hustler Manifesto. So somebody need to check them on what they are doing. And finally, Bernard and have said this before, is this platform is a good entry. It's a good platform for as accountability movement, as a movement that checks, discuss, and hold accountable the government in power. So I'm also looking at a time where immediately after the swearing in, where we will reorganize ourselves as a pressure movement, find a way of channeling our issues and governance and linking ourselves into the opposition and as a pressure group, pointing out ills of the government, be it corruption, be it human rights, be it policy issues. So as we move forward, is to look at how the Mutembei TV will become a pressure group. And finally, I have said this, the new media, Mutembei, the Taco, all these new media are soon going to replace the Citizens and NTV. So I still have hope that Mutembei will be counted in the next 3-4 years as a strong channel of communication, and especially in terms of accountability. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Asante Benson, we appreciate that. I only have one point of departure. you give mandate to one person, and you want to set a watchdog over this person. Doesn't that cast aspersion on your entrustment to that particular person you gave mandate to run the affairs of this country? In other words, we have had this narrative being perpetuated that the handshake killed the opposition and that enhanced corruption. But constitutionally, we don't have opposition leadership constitutionally. The office of opposition was done away with the 2010 constitution. And the current setting is that everybody in parliament and everybody in the Senate, both the majority and the minority, are to oversight the executive. That's the setting. That means the leader of the minority is not the leader of opposition, or neither is the leader of a majority. It is both of them combined forces to hold the government to account. When we depart from constitutional system of operation, then tutaingia mwitu. And that mwitu is where many things happen, whereby we are trying to execute a law that doesn't exist. And we are expecting function from somebody we are not paying, we have not hired, we have not given job description. That's the current state of affairs.
Yeah, I agree with you that 2010 constitution envisaged a minority, but for me it's still semantics. In terms of once you are minority, your job is to check the majority and the executive, because basically the executive will, and especially at the legislative level, the executive will pass its agenda and its a manifesto through the majority. So basically, the minority is to check the majority. Strengthening minority is a sure bet of holding the government accountable, and that's why minority always take the accounts committees and all these, so that they can hold check to the majority and its relationship with the executive.
Okay. Now, I agree with you that there must be checks and balances, but it's not the minority's responsibilities. Everyone in parliament, both the majority and the minority. Also, bearing in mind that most of the deliberations in the parliament are sorted out through voting. So if you are the minority and you take a vote against the majority, how successful will you be in checking the government? It will be just going through motion. So I think we need to do some civic education to see to it that especially the people going to parliament understand that it is their duty to hold the executive to account. It is no longer a matter of minority and majority. Hapo ndio tumekosea, and that's why we lost 2010, 2013, 2017, 2022. And if we don't wake up now, we'll also lose 2022 to 2027. Naomba nimlete Mzalendo achangie. Karibu Mzalendo.
Asante sana Bernard. Na leo ndio mara yangu ya kwanza kwa hii show yako. I thank you for the good job you have been doing to the country and trying to inform us of what is happening. Anyway, siasa ya Kenya, my first take, and this is my point, we need to have two oppositions. We need to have either we are in UDA or we are in AZIMIO. Those two political parties, AZIMIO needs to transform into a political party. We don't need all these small tribal parties coming in together. We need only two political parties. The two political parties, if we have two political parties, then we'll sort out the issue of IBC, because the political parties will choose the commissioners in numbers according to their representation in parliament or in the Senate. Same to the Supreme Court judges. The political parties will choose the Supreme Court judges. So when they retire from the job, the next government will appoint the judges. So we'll not have these decisions whereby we suspect that the Supreme Court was paid or the judgment was very vulgar. And on the issue of Kome and the judgment that she gave, I mean, the written judgment, I mean, it is rumored or it is said that those wordings were actually from a male judge, not a female judge. So don't victimize her so much. The wordings came from someone who is a male and is well known for those kind of vulgar words. So we need to sometimes at least appreciate kidogo. Na mambo ya kanisa na siasa, I don't know when we are going to separate politics and the church. Ya, ukienda uchaguzi mnaomba Mungu. Mkimaliza uchaguzi bado tunaomba Mungu. I mean, saa zile unaenda kupiga kura, Mungu hayuko hapo na wewe. You use your cautious, unajua siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Piga kura vizuri, uende nyumbani. God is not there. Saa zingine tunapatia Mungu kazi mingi sana. Kazi ile it's like umwambia mtoto wako aende afanye exam na hajasoma. Alafu umepiga magoti huko ati Mungu atamsaidia. There is nothing like that. You have to do your due diligence, usome, uende upite hiyo mtihani. On that note, I'm sorry to say this, AZIMIO didn't do a very good job in this election ile ilipita 2022. Tulishindwa wakati we could not give clear guidance in the nomination processes ya party. Unanielewa? Saa zile ODM walikuwa wanasema they can't, they'll go the consensus way, they will go through the vote. They didn't have a clear direction of what the people wanted on the ground. That costed us a lot. And in decision to choose the deputy running mate of Raila, we kept on saying Kazul Kalonzo doesn't have numbers. Those kind of decisions need a firm leader who is going to say, okay, fine, this guy has been with us and he has the numbers, let's go with him. I mean, those are the small things that we need to contribute in society. And to DJ, I don't know, BJ, hakuna kutoroka Kenya. Kenya ni kwetu, hatuendi mahali. Don't withdraw your name. We are here to make changes in government. Kina Uhuru wataenda, they will not be there forever. Raila will also not be there forever. His time is done, Uhuru's time is done. Ruto pia kikuja ataenda. The next leadership will be Bemi Ben and Mutembei. But now we have to set the rule, and we have to start talking about two oppositions in the country. We can't have so many oppositions. And mambo ya judgment, mara ya mwisho tu na nimalizie Bernard. I live in the US, I live here in Virginia. It is very, very sad. Republicans still believe that Trump won the election. And they believe that the election was hacked. When it came to the day that tunaambiwa, present this evidence in court. Unasikia hizo mapikipiki bonki hizo. Present the evidence in court, the real evidence in court. They couldn't present the evidence in court. And the judges the lawyers wale present cases za uongo, they were charged and they were fined. The TV station, if Mtembei's TV station was propagating propaganda that elections were stolen, they were held accountable. Ebu tueleze wewe unajua nini ilibiwa na ilibiwa kivipi? Unanielewa? So sometimes we say things that we can't really substantiate. But by and large, nashukuru sana this show. Keep on doing what you're doing. Once in a while nitakuja hapa tupige mdomo hivyo and tuone vile tutasaidia nchi yetu. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Mzalendo. I think I should give Big J right of reply, but I also have something to tell you before I leave. Big J, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. I have a question. Number one, there is Mr. Anaitwa Benson.
Yes.
There is a comment amesema ati Mtembei TV will replace Citizens TV. Why replace? Why not compete? You know, at times there are words that people speak here are very, I mean, it doesn't make any sense, because Mtembei TV is not here to replace any TV stations. Mtembei TV is here to you know, to compete fairly with other TV stations. So that was wrong. Number two, huyo ndugu anasema ati about election and that the AZIMIO, I mean, AZIMIO I mean, about the rigging claim in the Supreme Court. My friend, there was millions of ballot papers, and now as we speak kuna watu wako wamefungwa, alishikwa kwa sababu wako kotini kwa sababu ya makaratasi ya ballot papers. So when you say, I mean, you compare the US, whatever, and Kenya, I don't understand what you're talking about. Definitely, siku hapo sijakuelewa kabisa. Thank you.
Okay. Tembea naweza mjibu kidogo.
Endelea.
Big J, unajua hii mambo ya hacking, I heard the stories about hacking and the stories about the Venezuelans sneaking into the airport with equipment and stuff like that. IBC and the IT staff, they did not have the supporting staff for the equipment that they had bought. This something was very, very new to them. It was a technology that is not developed in Kenya. It is something that some people had to support it. And those foreigners had to be there to see that the system runs well. Election is a one-day event. It is not like utaifanya mwezi mzima, ni siku moja, and you can't get it wrong. So they had to have access to some things like that. I think that's my opinion on the issue of hacking. But sheria pia iko hivi. Before judges make some decisions, the Supreme Court made decision regarding cases that have been had before, cases in Georgia. These are not unique cases. They are not unique in any manner. Elections are elections. If the rigging are done, if the stealing is done, it's done in the same way. And the judges will use other courts' decision. If they ruled in favor of the incumbent in Georgia, then be prepared that the ruling in Kenya would still go that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mzalendo, for that response. I would only want you to appreciate the Kenyan situation. One, as it stands now, AZIMIO has the majority in parliament. Okay? They don't have the presidency. UDA has the majority in the Senate by 1. You get that? Now, in governorship is almost the same, 50-50. All right? So how do we determine all this? The case that was presented before the Supreme Court, you say that the ruling is supposed to be a reflection of some past presidency that were set in other cases. There was zero legal explanation of anything of all the petitions that were drawn out by the same court. Remember, the 9 points were not brought by AZIMIO. The 9 points were drawn from what AZIMIO presented. So it's like Mother Kome and team set the exam, okay? Then after the people went through the exam, they defeated their whole paper by themselves by calling off everything that they presented to address. In my opinion, there is more that is not said from that ruling than what is said. And for us to get to the bottom of this, we must do some further investigation. It doesn't make any legal sense in all of that. For example, on the issue of IT, okay? What makes the explanation of IBC superior to the claim of other IBC commissioners? Okay, they are all watu wa ndani wote, they work in IBC, the dissenting voice, the 4 commissioners. They say, I was in charge of IT, but when it was time for the election, I'm kicked out. A staff is given that responsibility. Then I see this happening. Okay, how do you dismiss that when that is information given by an internal person? Because now the lawyer has come and explained, oh, this was done because of this. In my school of thought and understanding of cases, you don't take somebody's explanation against another when it's only your word against my word. There has to be seeking further evidence to the same. Kome explained very well how Chebukati went ahead and did whatever he did without the other commissioners and said that ought not to be the case. But he said, nevertheless, we cannot use the squabbles between the commissioners to overturn the will of the people. What makes this the will of the people when it is suspicious in the way it is constituted? The law requires for the result to be validated, they need to be publicly announced on the floor of the National Tallying Center. 27 constituencies were not verbally announced by the commissioners. How do you substantiate that against the provision of the same constitution? And you say you are upholding the constitution. There are some things Chebukati did that were unconstitutional. The Supreme Court saw it as something to look the other side. And then they come and brush off the evidence provided. They say they were forgery. Even before the hearing started, there were claims of Supreme Court staff members being bribed by UDA to exchange the provided evidence with the 2017 files that had been filed previously. So maswala ya Kenya ni complicated. Kwa sasa hivi tukubali kwamba tumepita hiyo, tuko kwa transition, tusonge mbele. But eventually tutafikia mahali ambapo tutataka ukweli, na huo ukweli utajulikana wakati IEBC itafanywa isiwe na uwezo wa kufanya kazi yake. Ndio itajua kwamba kuchukua masuala yako serious ni muhimu. Now, one way is the Big J approach. Let us withdraw from that register. If that register, now we don't know how the number of registered voters. They were not even considered when they were calculating the percentage. Mother Kome looks the other side, say now, because the chairman said he did not use the total number of voters registered, he used the total number of registered in the Kim's kit. What kind of explanation is that? Tulifanya hesabu mpaka ya average shule. Utafanyaje average by sidelining another group and you tell us you have gotten us a percentage? Kuna kitu kiliendelea Supreme Court ambacho akijui sasa, lakini tutakwenda kukijua eventually. But I'm not convinced by that ruling. Whether it was written by a male judge, a female judge, it is none of my factor to consider. What I am angry with is the playing with our minds, insulting our intelligence. After we entrusted them with the highest responsibility, they need to stop impunity, not stamp impunity. They disappointed me, and I'm part of the majority of Kenyans that are disappointed by our higher expectation. Maybe we over-expected, but they underperformed. I'm waiting for that explanation, and I'm sure they will not be able to deliver the volumes like what was produced in 2017, where this judge read for how many, 8 hours or something, reading his explanation. I don't see them getting that 8 hours explanation. Na sijui sheria gani watasaiti. But in the meantime, naomba hivi muda wangu hapa umeisha. Nashukuru Julia amekuja kushikilia kazi na nitamkaribisha aseme mawili matatu, alafu Julia, mkururo uko hivi. Bazuman huyo ndio hajaongea, au wengine wameongea at least mara moja. Evans ameongea sana, chunga yeye sana, yeye ako ile striker number 11 ile inakuanga ya nani huyo anakuanga Abuya ama anakuwa nani yule, is always on the loose. So Bazuman to be given priority, lakini wengine wenu tafadhali tusonge mbele, na wale ambao mnachangia expansion ya Mtembei TV tuendelee. I will leave the number there. Send in whatever amount you have. Just support us. Let's build up and get this project succeeding. If we get stuck here, we will be locked up here. But if we expand, we will have alternatives, and those alternatives will help us reach more people. We are like right now we have 344 people watching. Okay, if we were on the other setting, we may have more people, because most people are not conversant with these online connections, and some of you have found it a challenge even to join, just to be here, and you are IT gurus. So let's be part of the history of the development of Mtembei TV by ensuring that we are part of every good that is happening. Asante sana. Julia, karibu.
Asante Bernard, good to see you. Evans, Benson, Mzalendo, Big J, Bazuman. I'm liking the discussion, and I like Bernard. I like your resilience. Me, I don't know. I'm struggling to understand the argument of Mzalendo so much about the election, because when I saw Julie Soweto displaying a form with an overlay of the name Jose, the Venezuela's man, I asked myself, what was the Venezuela man doing with a document that his name appeared, and let us assume that somebody else fixed that form there with that name. Let us assume that name was that form was fixed there with that name, deliberately to bring that impression. So that also gives us a picture that that portal was penetratable by foreign people who were not supposed to do that. That gives us a picture. So either the Venezuela man was working with those forms, or that portal was penetratable by other people, that portal. So it was not safe. So just by having that form there, and the questions about the same gadgets used for various police stations to send results, the same with the same serial number. Those questions, such questions, and then the IBC said that that's an error that the Kim kids had the same. They say it's like, Mzalendo, I have my laptop and your laptop, and then we happen to have the same serial number, and then when we complain to the manufacturer at Wambitsa, it's an error. I told the panelists one day here that my son lost a laptop in New York Airport and JF Kennedy, and then because of the serial number, the airport authorities traced me and sent me the laptop. So maybe if it was your laptop with the same serial number, and then here we are, the company is arguing, Julia and Mzalendo, we apologize. It's an error that your two laptops had the same serial number. Those are the things, Mzalendo, we don't want to hear. That is forgery. We don't want to hear such things in this era. Alafu nyinyi hapa mnakaa mnatuambia that you think it was okay for Mother Koome to go ahead and declare that the elections were above board. The safest thing she should have done is to call for another election, because everything that was stated gave her doubts. You see, it's like if a patient, you diagnose a patient with malaria, and then you realize that she could have been having pneumonia. It tells you that if you're a doctor, I should do another test. I can't go on and make this mistake. And Mother Koome knew she's holding the country and the future of the nation in her hands. So she had no right to declare Raila as president, and she had no right to declare Ruto as the validly elected president, because she had doubts in her heart. Just like, I'm sure even IBC people who are listening had doubts. I'm sure even Kenya Kwanza people who are listening to that argument, those arguments had developed doubts. So those doubts, because it is a nation of over 51 million people at stake, the only solution was to call another election and give instructions that would promote transparency and accountability in the election. But she did not. She chose the easier way. And then she said that God helped her. My prayer is all of you, Mzalendo and Budhia and the others, and Mother Koome, who are comfortable with those kind of rulings, I'm praying for you that God gives you a long life to see the pit into which Kenya was just thrown into. In fact, Mother Koome literally pushed Kenya over a cliff. I'm praying very hard that you people live a long life to see that pit that we are going into, so that you people, I think 2 years from now, you'll stop arguing the way you are arguing, and you'll be very quiet. Like some people are already quiet in Mount Kenya region. I'm trying to talk to some relatives. They are withdrawn, though previously they were back in Kenya Kwanza. It's like they are in a season of confusion. They can see that we are still having the same problems that we are. Even the president-elect has not been sworn in, but it's like they are worried. So where are we heading to? So that is what Mother Koome did. And you people stop coming here to try and tell us and rubbish the arguments of the petitioners. If we are all looking at it objectively, we can say there were questions that remained answered. Even if I want to start on the side, not taking any side, if I decide that I don't care about AZIMIO or Kenya Kwanza, I would tell myself there are questions. For example, I want to confess this. 2013 and 2017, I voted for Uhuru. But when I had the arguments that were in court, for example, in 2017, I never stopped asking myself why IBC could not open the server. I have never stopped asking myself that question. And even though I voted for Uhuru, and because of those questions I asked myself genuinely, I always told myself there's something very wrong with that election, because why they couldn't open the server? Yet I voted for Uhuru. So in my heart, I knew something was very wrong. 207, I knew in my heart there was no way Kibaki could have gathered enough votes to win with the kind of the position that was against him. Though I voted for Kibaki in 207. You know, there are things you reason with yourself and intelligently you tell yourself, no, hata kama niko pande hii, kuna makosa hapa. Sasa nyinyi watu mnakuja hapa kutetea kusema ati Azimio haikufanya nini. Ask yourself those genuine questions and say, where are we heading to? And if this judiciary did this, if the judiciary did this, if that's what the judiciary did, what else can they do? They were holding the country in their hands. What did they do? Now, that takes me to Parliament. I like the argument of Benson Boothia. Benson Boothia really hopes that we could have people that are holding the government accountable. But I want to disagree with you with your earlier argument that because there was a handshake, so the government misbehaved because there was no opposition. I want to go back to the statement of one of the judges who said that we do not need agents in a polling station for the IBC to do the right thing. The same way we don't need a position for the government to do the right thing. So the misbehavior of Uhuru Ruto government was not determined by the opposition. That is the character. That was the character of that government. They are the ones who have brought us in this. I'm saying Uhuru Ruto, muachange kutoa Ruto, Uhuru Ruto. They are the ones who have brought us to this situation. And talk to Kenyans. You people, I don't know that you're in the diaspora, but talk to Kenyans. Kenyans are distressed. Let me tell you something. They don't even those who voted for Ruto, they no longer even care. What they care, they want to hear on Monday, on 13th, what is on the table, because they are going hungry. Leo niliona Tanzanian government withdrew permits for Kenyan's exporters of maize. Sijui kwa nini walifanya hivyo. So it is expected that the price of flour will go up. I don't know why they did that. Now, I don't know whether it's a reaction to the election or manimini. So if me, because I'm here and I have family back home, I never really, I never want to remove myself to disassociate myself from what is happening at home. I'm really feeling what they are going through, that they are not even conscious that mkona Ruto ama mkona Uhuru ama mkona Raila. They are just like, okay, you people, we are going hungry. And then some of them are terrified that the Kenya Kwanza people said they are going to scrub CBC. You people, I was in Kenya in the education sector, and I know what parents go through when they don't know what next for their children. Now, kuna watoto saizi nasikia sijui, Bernard will tell us next time about this CBC. Wanaingia, I don't know, grade 7. Na kuna mtu akona mtoto grade 7 na mtu anaenda grade 7 na mwingine anako class 8 anaenda form 1. Sasa anasikia serikali mpya imekuja. Sasa wamechanganyikiwa. Kuna shule sijui zimekuwa created. I don't know where these kids are going. And then suddenly there's a new government claiming they'll get rid of this system. You know, there's really stress in Kenya. There is so much stress. So you people, you are asking us to oversight and government that doesn't want to be oversight, doesn't want oversight. What is my explanation? Today I watched Ruto telling his people that we have the majority in parliament. I don't know, according to the constitution, AZIMIO has a majority members of parliament. According to the constitution, those numbers he's counting, zenye amenunua, and he has the audacity to say we have the majority, because he went around buying the Ugenya MP and the others. And then he has said something very sad. Na tuko na wengine 15 wenye hawako hapa. Hao 15 akasema inaweza kuwa 20. So those 20 are in AZIMIO. So why is he sure of that? He has bought them. All of you can agree with me. Why is he sure he has 20 more members of parliament with him? He has bought them. So you people, you are telling us now with that kind of buying attitude from the incoming, hata hajatangazwa raisi. I mean, ametangazwa lakini hajaapishwa. He is already on the buying people mood. You want us to take our people to parliament to go and correct the declarations of this government. That is when I agree with you, Benson, that Kalonzo should not even buy for that thing. Hata huyu nani anaitwa nani sijui ni Marende ama nani. Mimi kama ningekuwa Azimio, I would not present anybody. I would just tell them, go and declare your candidate in both houses. And then if I'm Azimio, I will tell Azimio members of parliament, don't oppose anything. Let them, in fact, I'll tell Azimio, attend parliament to earn your money. And if you have anything kupeleka kwa bunge, munapeleka mnataka kutetea watu wenyu. Maybe you have something from your constituency you need passed. Go and teta. Lakini anything to do with government, let them do. Because this government, oversight or no oversight, will not make a difference. If the Supreme Court cannot do their duty, and if the incoming president is bragging that he has 20 members of parliament who belong to the other side, which means he has bought them, it will be a waste of time for the members of parliament from Azimio to even bother to oppose anything. They should just leave it. They should leave them to do their work. They should leave them they should leave them to forward anything they want to forward. And that is why I'm worried about somebody called Makoha who was saying that he's ready to work with the Ruto government. I think people like Matiang'i should not go to work with Ruto government. I think nobody should work with them. Wasijaribu hata kuwakaribia. Let them be left to run this government, to make policies. I'm talking to Kenyans, if you have principles na msimamo and you believe in doing the right thing, don't get close to this incoming government. Let them do what they think they can do best. So that after next week, I think we'll see the new cabinet. So that we see the person in charge of treasury working. Tunataka kuna ni nani? Tunataka kuna nani anashughulikia education? Tunataka kuna nani anashughulikia health? We take our hands off. Unaona, hakuna haja saa zingine ya kungangana na mtu mwenye you'll be fighting a losing battle. That is why if your wife is a nuisance, you divorce them. Hakuna haja kila mnapigana kila asubuhi na mchana ni vita kwa nyumba yenu. Take her to court, and you forget about that. So these people, they don't need any oversight. Mr. Mbudia, it's a waste of time. Let's leave the Supreme Court, the courts to do as they will. Let's leave that government to do as they plan. Let them spend it the way they want. If they want to withdraw hustler money, let them withdraw the money from treasury and give people it's the better. Tafadhali walete wa Kenya hiyo pesa wakule, afadhali watanunua unga kidogo for some time. Let them make their plans the way they want, so that we sit and watch and see where this country will go. So that I prayed that the likes of Mother Koome live long to see Sri Lanka loading and Somali loading. I'm not praying bad things for Kenya, but I'm just saying there's no need to struggle with people who are praising impunity. You know what Mother Koome did? She just appraised impunity. And all of you know the character of the incoming president and the incoming deputy president. And all of you here, kama mmekuwa makini, you know the cases surrounding them. You do not expect to harvest a mango from a banana tree. A banana tree will give you a banana, and a mango. Those things never change. So if they want to change themselves, well and good, for the good for Kenya, so that we leave the incoming president to decide, sasa mimi niko hapa, sina hata upinzani, nikitaka nifanye kenye nataka. Let him do what he wants. Me, that is my take. So, Budia, I disagree with you, but I agree with you on one point. Kalonzo should not even vie for that thing. I also want to propose Marende should not even vie. Tomorrow, waende wakuwe sworn in, and then they walk out. Let them leave that, the Kenya Kwanza people doing their business. Let them not bother them. Mimi, that is my attitude. Because me, I decided, Bernard, I'm sorry, I decided what I'll be doing. Kama niko hapa US, I'll be trying to help my people the much I can, because now I know they are going to be really suffering. And maneno ya serikali ya Kenya, I think the best attitude I can develop is not to really pay attention to what they are doing, because I don't expect much. That is the future, the sad future of the poor Kenyan nation, whose impunity was appraised by the Supreme Court that we were depending on to show us direction. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Julia for that, and that is partly what the Kenyans of goodwill are feeling, and we will fix this. We'll fix this. The speakership of both houses, in my opinion, it's up for grab, and whoever that wants to vie for it are free to. But now with this buying sprint, the only thing we can appeal over is for people to refuse to be bought. Although in our world it's very difficult for that not to happen. The president-elect is a guru in buying over or corrupting people in terms of buying loyalty. And that is the wrong footing. And we're going to have a government of dealership instead of leadership. And that's our greatest fear, because we're already in a bad state. We have a debt to pay. We have issues arising, and they want to introduce things. They want to reinvent a wheel. They're coming up with some bottom-up approach. They're coming up with some funding for everything, funding for judiciary, funding for police, funding for youth, funding for women, funding for the prostitutes, funding for everything. Now, that in itself just makes a blueprint of a chaotic kind of leadership. But since Mother Koome and team saw that was good, I will live long to see them cry, because the first people to be a victim of this government will be the judiciary. It's not any other group. It will be the judiciary. Before wananchi take to the street, it will be the judges, either refusing to listen to cases or complaining there is no funding, or receiving phone calls to rule cases in the particular way. By the way, Julia, the deputy president designate has been cleared of everything, including the 205 million are going back to him. He can organize that party for the women. Wakule mchele na kuku.
There was even a case that Sudi refused to appear in court. Did you see that story?
So yes, he can't go up. It's too big. He says he was in the assumption committee.
Benson, I know you love the rule of law.
No,
napenda the rule of law. I know, I believe that you really love the rule of law. But watch that.
Now, baby Julia, please give Bazuman to talk before the exchanges, and then allow me to go. See you later on in the day. May God bless you.
Okay, asante Bernard. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bazuman, karibu.
Hello everyone, Julia, Benson, Big J, Mzalendo. It's good to be here actually after the ruling. It was not easy, but this is what people wanted, mostly the people who voted for our new elect. But what is hurting most, we as Kenyans, as citizens, we don't want to accept the reality of our country where we have come from actually. We have come a long way, but people, we react by emotions. We don't reason what is good for our country. Like a person, myself, we've come a long journey, actually, but we don't want to face the truth. That's the problem. We go by tribal, we just take our interest. We don't have that patriotism, because I see most of us here, we're people in the diaspora. We see how these countries, they are developing themselves, the citizens. But us, when we go back home, we are in our cocoons. It's really a shame sometimes. I really feel ashamed. And we are in our age, we have children. What future are we building for our children? It's good to stand by the truth. It's good, at least we have divergent of opinions like Mbodia now, the point he took up. It's good. So you have to keep your party accountable for the promises they gave. AZIMIO doesn't have to come and help you. You are the ones to take the responsibility. And now we're having a new government. It's good now to give Ruto a chance, like Julia said. Let's give him a chance. We don't need to interfere anything or else or something like that. He needs to take charge. So there'll not be this blame game. We just have to have a peaceful country, but we have a long way to go, actually. Even the ruling, even a layman, you just see the evidence was all over. We can't say that there was no evidence. Evidence was all over. This was just something which was pre-planned. So, but we'll have to face it. We are a peaceful country and we are growing democratically. People expected that there'll be chaos, but we have shamed our enemies. So we just pray for the best, but it's painful, actually. Where we have come from, it'll take us time to get where we are supposed to be. So we just pray and hope for the best, but it will be hard times. And those people will cry most are the people now celebrating. I see the young people celebrating. They don't know where we have come from. They don't know the reality of life. Sometimes I see here people, the young people exchanging with the elders. You just see this is a society that is really rotten. But we'll not give up. Kenya is our country. We have to fight hard for the best. I just have that for now. Thank you.
Asante Bazuman. Yeah, I think you are right. We should leave the government to do the work that they have been given to do, and let's see how they are going to fight corruption. That's because corruption is the biggest disease in Kenya, and none of the two meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of our Constitution concerning integrity. We are not perfect, but none of the two. But if they don't fight corruption, I mean, we'll not be there to direct them what to do. Because right now, from the Ruto government, we know where our economy is. We know what our Kenyans are going through. We need rescue. We need like real rescue. So the rescue is curtailing all loopholes where Kenyans lose money. But if they don't gonna do that, we can't tell them what to do. So let's let's leave them to perform. Let's leave them to work. Hata mtu mwenye alikwanga kwa serikali ya Uhuru awache kutemea mate, kumezea mate. Ati mtu anaambia, it is really bad manners. So for somebody to be saying that I'm ready to work with Ruto. No, let Ruto appoint his people and give him a chance to work. Let's leave them to work. Karibu Bwana Edward Makoya. Then I think I'll go to Muzalendo. I'm sure he has something, maybe a rebuttal. Yes, Karibu Edward.
Yes, how are you panelists? Julia. Yeah, I've been following this and I followed the judgment actually when this lady started reading the ruling. From the beginning, it seemed kind of promising, but when she finished the first ruling and then went to the second, then I knew we don't have hopes in this. So what I was concerned much about was the question about the kits, or rather the one device that was sending the results from different polling stations. And then she read and said that the IBC they responded that it was a manufacturer error. Then I was like, at what point did they know that this was a manufacturing error? So, and then the way she made the judgment, it was so fast. She didn't really take time to explain, you know. So we are waiting for the final judgment, which will be taking place after 21 days, and then we can know what exactly happened and what transpired, because it's not possible to just rule out the 7 petitions. It means like there was a sinister motive between these judges. So they have decided, and we have nothing to do. However much we accept and move on, it's really hard. We've been hurting, and I've actually come to notice that the whole world, or rather the whole country, is hurting. People are hurting in silence. I've been in touch with family and friends, and their hearts were that they needed at least a fresh breath for once after a long period of time after independence. But we have nothing to do. We are praying for the old man. He has done a commendable job to bring about democracy, which the fruits we are enjoying now. And we wish that he will have more days to see the good work that he has done. Yeah, that's all I have, and thank you for listening to me.
It seems Julia has a problem.
Oh, yeah.
There is a
Edward, thank you for your analysis of the situation in our country. Many people are hurting, but you see, the bottom line is that this country is divided into two. There are those who support this other side, and there are those who support this other side. So even if AZIMIO won the election on 9th, 8th of August, the other side would be hurting and saying the same things about us. So Kenyans, let us just accept the reality, and cameras have now switched on to Ruto and his government. I hope there will be an opposition to hold the government accountable. We cannot take a back seat and say, okay, and say, let our taxpayers' tax money be used anyhowly by Ruto's government. I hope AZIMIO will put a strong minority leader, in parliament, so that they can oversee what Ruto's government is doing with our money. So, I mean, that is the most important thing. And for those who are still against Koome's ruling, I think you are very happy when Martha Koome ruled on Mike Sonko. That was a good day for us in court. There will always be a good day and a bad day in court. So there are some rulings that we celebrated. I think our ruling on BBI was top notch. It was a very, very good ruling on that document, which had got very little to do with the welfare of the people of Kenya. So, I mean, there are some good parts about the Supreme Court that are not said. When they do good, we praise them, but when they do bad, we don't praise them. On Sonko's ruling, everybody was happy and was very happy with the ruling. So I think we should just accept the reality, and let's move the cameras to Ruto and see what he's going to do. Baba is out of the picture. Uhuru is out of the picture right now. The politics now belongs to me and you. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you for your analysis, and I also have an issue. You see, Ruto himself said that he needs a strong opposition. I don't know how it's going to work, because you see immediately after the election and declaration of him being the elect, you saw so many members, mostly from the northeastern region, joining him. And those leaders ought to have been from the other side to strengthen the opposition. And you still see there are more who are joining his side. So really you see like this is someone who has got some other intention and is not into that strong opposition. And in my view, the people from the other divide, they are kind of demoralized by this kind of move. So how do you think we are going to deal with this?
Edward, let me tell you one thing about political parties and the reason why they are formed. Political parties are formed to grab power. And once you don't have that power, you sit on the backbench and wait for your turn to grab power. Historically, Northeastern has never been in the opposition. They knew very well that Baba was going to be the president. And that is the reason why most of them were in AZIMIO. But historically, they have always been in government. So even the leaders that you are seeing today are still in AZIMIO. They are still very, very, they are just warming up for Ruto to make that phone call and tell them, hey, Ivana, Kuja, come and join us. Because everybody wants to be in government. And political parties are formed to grab power. So when you don't have that power, you can't wait for 5 years. You'd rather join those who are already in government. So that is a politician kind of thinking. So for those who are still thinking that Wajir and Marsabit, those people are still going to be in Azimio, no, they will not. They will not, because they have always been enjoying the goodies that comes with the presidential power since Moi's time, to Kibaki, to Uhuru Kenyatta, and now they thought Raila was going to be the president. That's why they jumped into Azimio, but they were never going to be in Azimio. So let us accept the reality. That is the reality of our politics. That is the reality of our politics. Those numbers we are getting in Northeastern, they were actually fake. They really knew that they were voting so that they get into government. Once they didn't get into government, they jumped ship to the guy who has formed government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mzalendo and Edward. That was a good interrogation. But I think, Mzalendo, you are refusing to accept that Kenyan politics are different from the American politics. That is why you've now had the Republicans going to join the Democrats. And it is not a matter of principle in Kenya. The sad thing, Mzalendo, you need to accept, it is impunity. It is corruption. It is that people go to parliament and buy each other. So they are not even going to join the government. They are being bought with money. That is a sad thing. Our problem is not, we don't have a problem with Edward Makoya here defecting to KANU or to UDA. We only have a problem if he was bribed to do so. And that is what our incoming regime is promoting. And if that is what they are promoting, then we don't see why we should struggle with them in parliament or with the judiciary. Let them do whatever they want to do with this Kenya until wachoke, until wananchi they storm in State House, kama Sri Lanka. Yeah, that is what's gonna save Kenya. It is not parliament that will save Kenya. It is not the judiciary that will save Kenya, because we are the climax of impunity, where you can buy anybody and everybody. So when Martha Koome said the case of Sonko, I think the case, the Supreme Court ruling on the election was more critical than the Sonko case, because the Supreme Court, the election case, it was determining the future of Kenya. So it's like nimekupikia ugali leo Mzalendo na kesho nimekutukana. Utasahau ile ugali choma na nyama choma nilikupikia. Utasahau kabisa. You'll be sad, you'll be frustrated, because though I did good to you previously, I hurt you later. So we didn't want her to declare Raila as the presidency. We want a fair playing ground with transparency. In fact, even if she ordered for a re-election where we were sure it was fair and Ruto wins, that will be very okay. It will be like ile uchaguzi ya 202. Unakumbuka Mzalendo 202 when Raila said Kibaki tosha. And I think Moi decided not to interfere with the votes. I think Moi just decided he was done, he was tired, he was going, and he didn't have any reason to interfere with the election. So I think even those who supported Uhuru did not, they were not bitter, because it was like everybody felt fairly treated. That is the point we are trying to drive here. It is not the point of losing or winning. It is fairness. It is what we are calling fairness. Then the other thing that is missing this fairness is thinking about now Mother Koome, knowing that there are questions about fairness in this election. She now goes ahead and upholds the election of people with questionable character. She knows herself. Now, Mother Koome is the one who prevented Sonko from vying. And these people and Sonko, I think they belong to the same boat. That is called irony. That is double-sided sword. That's what she's doing. So because in her heart, me and you, we all know that we don't want this kind of people. And we know, and we could hear those allegations and counter allegations of the electoral malpractices. And none of us here is even sure what exactly happened. The fairest thing she could have done is to call for another election. And then she could say, I tried. I even called for another election. So we will not forget her, Mzalendo. We will remember her for making that decision that drove Kenya to the pit. I'm sorry, that is my view, but I can see Makiadi. Makiadi, allow me to invite Major K, then I'll hand over to you. Karibu, Major K. And then Big J. Okay, Major K, 1 minute, Major K. Big J is driving and he has something to say. Big J, Karibu. Major K. Major K, allow Big J to say something. Major K, 1 minute. Big J, go ahead.
Thank you Julia, asante sana. Makiadi na kusalimia, imekuwa muda tujaonana. Unajua mzalendo anajaribu sijui, I wish mngekuwa mnajua Kimasai. There is a certain word the Masai people use to call it, but I don't want to talk about it. Mzalendo, I think the election of US, hakuna Republican ameruka akaingia Democrat akawa Democrat. Hakuna Democrat ameruka akaingia Republican. That's the fact. Now, what my point is, what Ruto is doing, and he has been doing that from the beginning. Ruto want a one-party country. Hataki multi-party. You remember when he started, actually alikuwa naita za kina Kiunjuri, hizo party alikuwa naita village parties. He didn't want any other party. He wanted anybody who was supporting him aingie na their party. So that is number one. Number one, what Ruto wants, he wants only UDA to be in this the party in Kenya, like the way KANU was. Number two, there is something that I'm wondering what is going to happen, because amesema natenga milioni 200 za makahaba na 200 mama mboga 700 sijui ya nini, all those monies ukiangalia. So we are confused. We are totally confused. We don't know, are we going to relinquish the county government? Sasa even in national government. I mean, because if you try to see is a pesa anatoa, I mean, what is the meaning? Kwa sababu tuko na county government now, the devolved government ambaye sasa iko ya chini. He could have supported that devolved government so that at least mama mboga, because they are in the ground. But you see now he's trying to bring everything to the national level, so that what we end up beg from national level. That means it is not recognizing the county government. That's the fact. So we are confused. Number one, we don't anataka one party. Number two, because that actually the reason why he's buying from AZIMIO is because he wants them to only UDA. Secondly, hiyo ya nini, watu everything is divided international government. Thank you, Julia.
Asante. I think we should, Big J Asante, we shall leave them to do as they feel. And with me, that's my attitude. I'm sorry. Major K, then Takaribisha Makedi.
Hi guys. It's good to see you guys back again. One thing I want to say is I want to take you guys back a little bit into 2017. In 2017, there was nullification of presidential election, and the main issue was IBC, and it was Chibukati. What happened was Raila boycotted elections, and Uhuru won. And then after that, Raila was quiet. Chibukati was still in office. Nobody kept up and said, okay, we have to take Chibukati out of this office. Then Uhuru told Raila, okay, you know what? Let's have 400 commissioners. They'll take over issues. What happened? The same issue happened. To take you to the next level, members of parliament, all of them are actually in government. Their function is oversight and representation. So when you say members of parliament are being bought, that's false, because their job is to oversee the government. If I'm the president today, I will want all members of parliament to support my agenda. As far as somebody saying that all these parties have been bought to come to UDA and stuff, I mean, personally, I cannot be bought with any amount of money if I have principles myself. So you can only be a stupid human being to be bought to leave what you believe in to go to another person. And I want to tell you guys that as far as I know, no single phone call William Ruto has made to any of these guys. There's like uncountable phone calls that are coming to Karen as we talk. Everybody's making a phone call. You know, can you accommodate me? Can you accommodate me? So before you come here lamenting that, oh, William Ruto is buying people, show us evidence. Nobody's being bought. William Ruto is receiving phone calls left and right. Hey, can I join your party? Can I join you? Can I join? Can we do something? Can we have a partnership? So, you know, you come with evidence and tell us, okay, somebody's being bought for this amount. So that narrative is just being driven because, you know, what I'm advising you guys is let's fix IBC. And I support that. Let's fix IBC to make sure there's no repeat of what is happening. 2017, 2022, the same thing. Now we're gonna keep quiet, and then 2027, we're gonna be like, oh, IBC is so bad. Let's go right away and figure out what we need to do with IBC to deliver credible elections. Somebody said that Kenya is divided. Once a winner is announced, in the US 2016, the lady Trump actually lost elections by 3 million votes, but he won by electoral college. So, you know, Hillary Clinton had 3 million more votes, but because he won, according to the law, you know, we had to accept it, or people had to accept it. You know, so let's just not make allegations left and right, and you know, try to. I mean, I understand that, you know, we are all whining and trying to, you know, massage our egos, but you know, facts are facts. Those are my submissions. I accept questions.
Thank you, Major K. Sijui kama naona kuna watu wako na maswali. I also want to make my sentiment, Major K. It seems you work in Karen, so you know that people calling Ruto and not Ruto calling them. It seems you have a direct link with Karen, and you know that the people are the ones calling Ruto, and you also know who is not being bribed, who is being bribed, or who is not being bribed. You are saying we are making allegations. I also don't think you can substantiate what you are saying. But I don't want us to get into that argument who is being bribed. Literally, I don't care. Let them be bribed. Let him buy all those members of parliament of AZIMIO. And in fact, let them go and work with him. Let them go and mess the government. Let them go loot the government as much as they can. I really, there's nothing I can do about it. If the Supreme Court cannot do anything about it, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it if the Supreme Court cannot do anything about it. So, Major K, don't say that people are calling Ruto if you don't live in Karen, unless you are also living in Karen and you know that who is calling Ruto. Makiadi, natukaribisha. There are people, kuna watu wako na maswali na wengine I think Major K yako na majibu. So, lakini nakuomba uchukue usukani.
Santi Julia, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much, Julia, for holding the studio. I say hi to all the panelists. Nimekuwa nikisikiza huko nyuma kidogo. Major K, I'm impressed by your submission here. You're telling us to fix the IBC, and you're the same person who is telling us that the 2022 election was free and fair. So I'm wondering on what side of the bread you are eating from. Because if the IBC did a good job, then we do not need to fix it. That's point number one. Number two, I'm listening to you calling commissioners the handshake commissioners. I'm wondering if the process that was used to select these 4 commissioners is different from what was used to select the other 3 who did not resign after the 2017 election. Unless you're telling us that they were selected differently, then whatever you're saying is propaganda. But that's just your opinion. You're allowed to say that. When you talk about people being called, so how do you know that people are calling William Ruto and William Ruto is not calling anybody? Like Julia told you, I mean, unless you work for William Ruto, then that statement is just another propaganda. It's good that you agree people are in pain, people are whining. It is their right to whine. When you lose elections, you are allowed to whine as much as you can because it is your right. There's nothing you can do. The person who won was declared the winner by the IBC chairman and by the Supreme Court. And we agree. Those who lost will just hide ourselves and cry for some time and then, carry on with life. Mzalendo, I was listening to you saying that it was expected because other jurisdictions, other courts in other jurisdictions have ruled in that way that the Supreme Court ruled this time. I don't know why you forgot 2017, the election was nullified. I don't know if you consider that the election in 2017 was nullified by the same Supreme Court of Kenya. So just to mention, circumstances are different. Election is not a one-day event. I think you said election is a one-day event. It's not a one-day event. Especially in Kenya, the election is a process. It begins with the nomination. It goes with forwarding of candidates. The IEBC has to vet these candidates. It goes back with the technology. The technology has to be tested. So these things are procedures that lead to the very last day when the election is done, the casting of the ballot. So there's no way you can come here and tell us that the election is a one-day event. Not in Kenya. Probably where you live, the election is a one-day event. But in Kenya, there are processes. And that is why we have commissioners even flying the parties to see the ballot boxes, the ballot papers being printed so that they can instill some confidence in the players in that particular election. So I want to believe that if the elections in Kenya was a one-day event, then we would not even wait for a week for the chairman of the IEBC to announce a winner. We would just vote, and by the end of the day, probably you are in the US, by the end of the day, ikianza kufika saa sita, saa saba hapo, you can tell the candidate that is going to win. That is probably what you'd call a one-day event. Now, I was looking at what the CJ was saying today, and I felt a bit disappointed with CJ Martha Koome because she promised us that in a couple of days, probably 21 days, she will she will publish the the whole ruling, the detailed ruling of what the Supreme Court judges deliberated and agreed on. So when I see the Chief Justice in a congregation somewhere trying to explain to the Kenyans why she and her court decided to rule in that particular manner, I was wondering, why do we even have to wait for the 21 days? Because the CJ has become like a politician. She has her rights to speak whatever she wants, but we should also even allow the processes that she's claiming to follow to come to the due end, so that we can see what her judgment, we can read and criticize or agree with what she said. When she starts running around the place telling Kenyans why she decided to give that kind of judgment, I think she's wasting people's time. She's allowed to speak, that's her right, but then we want to see her argument on paper so that we can use this against her sometime later in life, or whatever, in some other jurisdiction, that the same ruling can be used to make decisions in other courts. I don't know why people are so frustrated with the issue of MPs joining Kenya Kwanza. It is expected. It is expected, especially in a democracy like Kenya, whereby people feel the only way they can get development is by joining government. Then it is expected. And like Major K, you said here, I agree with you that even more MPs will want to associate themselves with Kenya Kwanza. That is expected. But then we ask ourselves, if you people believe in checking the government, of which you're saying that it's opposition, I don't think Kenya kuna kitu inaitwa opposition. We have the minority and the majority. So right now, as things stand, if you go to the Political Parties Act and look at the agreement that AZIMIO signed with its members, then AZIMIO has the majority in the parliament. The lower house, that's the National Assembly. AZIMIO has the majority. Unfortunately, because people are jumping ship, I know AZIMIO cannot elect a speaker. They don't have the numbers. I am not sure about the majority leader, but I believe in law, if you look at the circumstances where, as we stand right now, AZIMIO should produce the majority leader, the deputy majority leader, but then the UDA government will use all means necessary to make sure that they form they form a national assembly that is friendly to their government, which is expected. But having said that, I think there's somebody who said that you can actually not save a nation that has chosen to perish. So if everybody feels like they want to join William Ruto's government and not check his kind of leadership, then let them be. Like Julia said here earlier, I agree with her. I believe some of the MPs from AZIMIO should just fold their hands and watch the government being run from the other side, because they'll still earn a salary. If William Ruto is a person who believes in democracy and being checked, then I don't think he should be agreeing to entertain people from the other side. But let's give him time. Hii tutakuja kuona tu baadaye. I want to believe that Kenya itaenda mbele, and most of the people who do not agree with William Ruto should just sit on the side and watch him govern. Hapo ndio mimi nimefikisha yangu. Thank you. David Arika, I think ni wewe uko next.
I think I have a right of reply, right? 1 minute maybe to reply.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah. Richie, I like your criticism because, it makes a lot of sense. And that's where, we all need to head to. And William Ruto has made it clear that he wants a strong opposition. And you know what happens when, we try to come together after 2018, after the handshake. Everything that came to parliament was passed by both the government and the opposition because of, in the name of, let's come together and do all this and this. And as far as, somebody asked me if I work for William Ruto, we can disclose so many things. But he has made it like very clear. And as a government, of course, you want your agendas to be passed. You want to bring stuff to the floor of the House and let it pass. So you have to mobilize as many people as you can. That way you don't have a lot of rejection and all that. So, I like your criticism, and I think that was my only response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
David.
Thank you, Moderator Makiadi. Thank you, members. I want to restrict myself to the topic of the day and maybe have one or two to say regarding what others have said. From where I sit, Uhuru Kenyatta handing over power to President-elect is something I can applaud as an individual because it shows he respects the rule of law and he regards the lives of the many Kenyans whom he is leading. So that is a good gesture, and we encourage him to do that. Secondly, tomorrow, I think some of you hit that today anyway. In the course of the day, we are doing the House, the Parliament is opening up, and candidates have picked their nomination papers for election. I was trying to go through the numbers, and I realized that Kenya Kwanza, having had the independent candidates moving over, in my opinion, without hurting anyone, that's a done deal. We will take up the Speaker's position and the Deputy in both houses. I want to comment and say that as a party, I've heard speakers blame one William Ruto, the president-elect, having bought people, having killed opposition. On the other hand, they are pushing Major to substantiate whether he works for William Ruto, whether he lives in Karen. The same simple question I can ask: do you have evidence of people being bought? The answer is as good as you know. So in as much as we claim that Major K is alleging to have known that people call to Karen, is the same allegations you say that people have been bought. I want to say that there's a common saying which says that it's only a stubborn fly that is buried with the corpse. Although it sounds weird, but it has a lot of meaning. People always figure out what is beneficial to them based on their interests. Therefore, as a politician, Ruto cannot sit down and sympathize with the competitor and say, I want to protect the opposition. People are going to oppose my staff to be seen to be protecting opposition. That one, even me, I can't do it. Ruto is a politician and he must establish and develop his establishment. And the first people to go for are the independent people. And let me tell you, the independent people are independent because, one, they fall with their parties, or they felt shortchanged, but because of their constituency from where they come. Being in a different party, they could have not even been elected. So they remained to tap the constituency, but with a different ideology. Now that they have had this, they must tell their people that indeed we are shortchanged, but we must bring development to you. And this is how we do it, by joining the government. I also want to agree with Makiadi that Kenyan politics is all about allegiance, and development is directly proportional to the allegiance of the government of the day. That one, we have seen it for the many years we have lived, or few years we have lived, that development comes to those people that support government. It's not like any other places like where some of you live, whether you are in a democratic state or a Republican state, still development has to go on because people believe in working as the law says. But in Kenya, for you to benefit your people, you must be in the kitchen where food is served. So I can't blame those people because they know how Kenya operates. I therefore want to appeal to our brothers in AZIMIO. Instead of sitting down, whining, complaining, it's high time we rise up and face the reality that we have lost election, whether fair or unfair. We are in opposition. We take part of what we're supposed to do, dust ourselves, and go back to the drawing board. That one wouldn't be at all order, wouldn't be unfair to you. Maybe one last thing is that if we keep on complaining, we may not know our weaknesses. You know, let me tell you, Makiadi, some of us, when we were coming here and giving you hard facts, some people are really irritated. When you go to the commentaries, some people didn't want even to hear anything to do with the Yuda. Until a point reached where I told you people, if you want to know your enemy, allow your enemy to talk so that you can know what he has planned for you. You close the mind completely until we told you people are on the ground looking for votes. Don't depend on brainwashing your constituency, your voters. But that is, I don't want to appear like I'm dancing on your wounds. But the reality is, this is the president we have. How best can we have from the government in place? We can critique, we can support where we can, and have a government that is running. Let's not say that the judges were bribed. You know, when you go to a television that is watched by so many people and you are moderating, then you say that judges were bribed, IBC was bribed. An election that has been recommended worldwide, even with the New York Times, known publishers, known presidents. Really, let's get serious. This election is over, whether we claim stolen or what. Someone will simply ask you a very simple question. If you are with everybody, you are with the government, Uhuru mwenyewe, you are with the system, with your everybody, why couldn't you do the same? How can somebody else do it when you are watching and you knew it should be done? Anyway, that is it. We are waiting tomorrow. And we are really eager to see how it goes. And the government will start off.
Thank you, David. That was a very good comprehensive analysis of the situation in the country. We might not accept the reality, but it's here with us. AZIMIO lost election, Ruto is the president. There are some allegations we can't substantiate, whether the AZIMIO MPs are being bought. Those are just hearsays. We call them hearsays. But the bottom line is, for Richie, back in your village, your local MP is busy bribing voters to vote for him or her, so that they can secure that seat. What do you expect of this particular elected leader, who is going to parliament, yet he or she fraudulently bribed the voters back in the village? Now, if we talk about democratic processes, let us not forget that some of the AZIMIO affiliate parties had the most shambolic primaries. The leaders that were elected do not represent the will of the electorate. Those are things that you don't talk about in this show. Those are the things that need to help us educate our people. There's a lot of civic education that needs to be done, both probably in Nyanza, in Coast, and everywhere, in each and every part of the Republic of Kenya. So when we are doing the wrong things to get to power, we are okay because it is one of us, and we can't call it out. So let us just call these things out. That will probably help the democratization of our country. So for people to say that to AZIMIO at the UDA is buying people left, right, and center. Before you elect your area MP, just remember he has to be somebody of integrity, somebody who cannot be bought. But if he has gone there and he has already been bought, it is your problem, the voter who elected this other guy. Thank you very much.
Julia, go ahead.
I like to hear the mention of the word integrity from Zalendo. That's wonderful, and I agree with you that even those members of parliament, even ones in AZIMIO, even many people campaigning for Baba, I think there are lots of questions about their integrity. But we are talking about the incoming president and the deputy with questions of integrity. That's what we are talking about. And the Supreme Court today, I think yesterday, decided that Gachagua had no questions of integrity. And the money that had been taken from Gachagua had been held, the 200 million, nafikiri amerudishiwa. Sijui kama I stand to be corrected. Amerudishiwa hiyo pesa na koti imeamua he should be given back his money. So I think, and also I understand that Sudi decided to attend a court hearing. So you people stop saying that Ruto is not buying or is not buying. Let me tell you something. You should all join us as we sympathize with our dear country, as we see the direction we are taking. Why am I saying this? If the AZIMIO members of parliament can be bought, then we question their integrity. And whoever is buying them, who is buying them? So you people stop trying to come here to justify what is happening, the buying or not buying. Let us agree there is a big problem in Kenya which should be addressed. Lack of integrity from the top. Right from the top. Hao ni watu wako na makesi mingi, hamtaki ni wahadithie makesi. And others had, some of the cases have been ruled in court against our top leaders right now. So you don't want me to give you the details. So you people, I think tuchukue msimamo zote tuseme we have a question about the integrity of our, and in fact, we can't even, let's not even compare America with Kenya, because I think Americans, whether they have Trump or Biden, they are safe. Because I think both Trump and Biden will seek to obey the law by all means. I hope so, and I believe so. I believe that both, I mean, the Americans, they don't feel that difference, whether they have Trump or Biden. They may not feel a difference. But Kenya, we have a big problem. So let us not wash it here. Ati tukisema ati kwa sababu MP wa AZIMIO alibribe voters, sasa ameenda bungeni, amekuwa bribed, it's okay. It is not okay. There's a big problem here that needs to be addressed. But me, I already said that I'm not going to waste my energy trying to address it, because if the court cannot address it, who am I to care to address it? I'm not, I think that's my stand. So let's stop burying our heads in the sand, saying that AZIMIO members of parliament could have bribed voters. So why are they being bought? We cannot bury our heads in the sand. The fact is, all these leaders lack integrity. That is why you see, why should somebody be in AZIMIO 24 hours, the next 24 hours is in Kenya Kwanza? Hana msimamo, something wrong with that person. Hana msimamo. What do they stand for? What do they stand for? What do these leaders stand for? And you're expecting these people to hold the government that is coming accountable. How? I am telling you, they will not hold any government accountable. You'll see the games that will be in Parliament. So me, because I have given up on this government and on our members of Parliament, I think I'll not pay attention to what they do. Let tomorrow, even in tomorrow, I hear that all AZIMIO members of Parliament join Kenya Kwanza. I won't pay attention to that because I'll not be surprised, because Kenyans have proved to us they lack integrity. Major K, you said a very good thing, that you cannot be bought. I wish we had as many Kenyans as you in Parliament. I think Kenya could go places. Mimi pia Major K, I cannot be bought. That is why I'm standing and saying all that happened with the Supreme Court and everything promoted impunity. Now, unfortunately, I think Kenyans like you, Major K, are very few, unfortunately and sadly. Kenyans who can stand and say, mimi niko na msimamo wangu, cannot be bought. Unfortunately, I think there are very few in authority, especially in members of Parliament, the Senate, and all that. Unfortunately, they are very few. That's my take. Asante Makiadi.
I just want to ask you, Major K, as you respond to what Julia said, what is the issue with William Ruto wanting so much to be congratulated by Uhuru Kenyatta? I mean, he won the presidency. Why is it so much important to him that Uhuru Kenyatta calls him in front of the world and tells him, now, President-elect, congratulations? I mean, unless we are looking at a president who is going to be petty, and I'm sorry to use that word, because I don't see why a president-elect should have an interview with an international journalist just to go there and claim that he has not been called to be congratulated. But you are a supporter of UDA. Perhaps you can address that as we go on.
We had a question to do.
Sorry, can I respond to that? That last question. I think Richie, William Ruto is a very humorous man. He's got humor. So you have to understand when he actually means it and when he's just saying hello.
It's not about humor. This is not the first time he has claimed that he has not been called. He said it. If I can take it to be humor when he says it before the parliamentarians, like he did last time. But this was an interview. Did you watch Amanpur interview with William Ruto? Did you watch it?
Yes.
Because I can play that for you here, and
I
then
did.
And then you'll tell me where humor comes in. I think. You should have listened to what he said when he was meeting the Kenya Kwanza MPs, and he said that people might use security forces to kidnap or to arrest people so that they cannot have the numbers to elect a speaker. I think somebody should. I mean, I don't support William Ruto, but I can say this: somebody should tell William Ruto that the elections are over. When you go around telling people that our competitors can arrest our members of parliament so that we don't have enough numbers to elect a speaker, and you're the president-elect, I think you're lowering your standards, because the elections are over. You are declared the winner, and now what you're supposed to be doing is to act presidential. But when you go to the media and tell people that you've not been called to be congratulated, unataka ukongratulatiwa kwa nini, and you have the certificate. Why is it so important for Uhuru Kenyatta to call you and congratulate you for your win?
Yeah, well, I can't answer that now, but let me answer Julia's. Julia is so right to say that Kenyans, we have integrity issues, because I've had a privilege to work with the Ministry of Tourism before as an intern. And what happens is, we used to go collect money from hotels. Then we bring to the parastatal. Then the director makes a call to the minister. They call it courtesy call. We bring the cash. We bring 10 million. The director makes a call to the minister. go gives the minister 2 million shillings. Then the minister makes a call, courtesy call to the president. So until we get to a point where the president says this has to stop, we are never going to have integrity issues in Kenya. We are never going to have like honesty. When the day president says, "Do not bring me any money," the minister says, "Do not bring me." So that goes down. Actually, as far as we are the little people. We go there. You want your passport, you want your ID, you want your birth certificate. You have to bribe somebody 50 shillings, stuff like. So all those things actually start from the top. Somebody said something about majority leader. So what's going to happen was there's these new parties that just came to Kenya Kwanza. AZIMIO has more majority. They're going to have majority leader. But with that Political Parties Act, there's a pre-election coalition, and then there's post-election coalition. So these guys have resigned. It's going to take 3 months. AZIMIO is going to hold majority leader for the next 3 months. After that, Kenya Kwanza is coming back and take the majority leader after the law has passed 3 months. So they have already resigned. They've written to registrar political parties. After 3 months, all that is going to expire. They're going to have more of those, all MPs and senator and all that. As far as speaker is concerned, speaker obviously, it's a done deal because it's a secret ballot. So wherever you mobilize, mostly that's what you're going to get. Somebody also mentioned about supporting the government. When you support the government, there's, as an MP, for example, there's a lot of privileges you get. Let's say there's a road from Kera or Kena or Kenya Roads Board that's being done in your area. If you're an MP that's opposed to government, you can come and say, "Hey, since you're in my area, I want this road to be, can you put some maram or some dirt, or can you level this road for me?" So there's so many privileges about being in government because you have a say. Let me take you guys back a little bit to the Supreme Court ruling. Once I saw a few things, 2 things for me, is when I knew that AZIMIO has lost. They came and they said, "We want Raila Odinga to be announced president by the Supreme Court." And then again, they said, nobody had 50+1 votes. They did not come with numbers. They said, nobody won. Supreme Court is like, okay, if you think nobody won, and at the same time you're asking us to announce your client as the winner, then, you're contradicting yourself. So I think those are my few points that I wanted to highlight.
Okay, let's go to Bazuman first before we come to you, David. Bazuman.
Hello, everyone. David, Richie, Zalendo, and Major K. It's good for your contributions, actually. Major K, I really like the honesty you have, the way you are saying integrity issues. It's good to be honest in this channel. And the most important thing is to put our country forward. We don't have to be just partisan, but what we want is good governance. It doesn't matter which side you are, but we want to champion good values. That is what is most important. And right now, we'll give Ruto the benefit of doubt. We don't, because now we don't, I think now it's good. We open another chapter. The campaign mode is over. So now we want to put the government coming on check. That's the most important thing. So we want to be constructive, not just this politics or I'm supporting these people because for certain interests, because the problem is in both sides. But everyone has a conviction. We had the hope that our side will take it, but that one is we have to put it behind. So now the most important thing is to put the government on check. The manifesto everything they say they'll do. So that's the most important thing. We want to put them on account, because if now we start the campaign mode, it will be we will not get anywhere. The most important thing is for our country now, the good governance. Because even me on my side, I can say my local MP, there are things which are not right. But these people now, because of the party issue, it's a wave. You just maybe support somebody, but this individual is not working. So we need civic education, because this channel is good. We change views. So we also educate other people. The civic duties is for the citizens. If you remember the way the president talked, he really talked something very issue oriented. So as citizens, we have to take, but there's a notion which I usually don't like, that you have to support the incoming president to get development. That is a very bad notion. We have to support somebody for the value, not just because of the presidency. Because, like, for example, the Jubilee government, there are many people who support the Jubilee government, and now they were complaining this second term, the president has not performed, and they have been in government. So it's not just that you support that person is when you'll get the development. It's not like that. It's you as an individual. As a leader, we have to know the character of the person we are electing. Is this person going to perform, or I'm just boosting this person because of my, or the closeness or something? We have to now put these people on a radar. When we are going to vote from the local level, we have to put them with measure them actually with their characters. What kind of leaders are we electing down there? And our counties, now we have the counties. So if we strengthen these counties, even the presidency, it will not be a big deal. We start down. Because this presidency now, it's becoming volatile. Everyone is just the president, and we are forgetting down here your MCA. What is your MCA doing at the local level? And there's too much corruption down here. We are just focusing up there, but it's starting the way you have said it very well. Because even me, I've worked in Eleganze. It starts down there and it goes all the chain. So we have to work for the civic education. And we don't have to have this, because now this political has put people to have, the feelings. We are all Kenyans at the end of the day. If anything goes wrong, all of us will be affected. If anything goes right, all of us will benefit. So for now, I say, let's give Ruto the chance, let them perform. Let's see what he said he'll do. At the end of the day, we'll be Kenyans and everything will affect us. The most important thing is to make our country grow, and we have that unity of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Bazuman. David.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. I really wanted to ask Julia a question, but she left. But let me make 2 points here. One, I want to quote the Bible. The Bible says that better are the wounds of a friend than the kisses of an enemy. I don't know what that verse meant to you as a listener. It's good that someone tells you something plainly and genuinely, however painful it is, it will help you than cheating on you. That's what I make of that verse. So even as Ruto takes up government, we want to expect people to tell him the truth, sio kumupapasa na kumudanganya, the way guys have done one Raila Amolo Odinga. I also want to appeal to our brothers and sisters in AZIMIO. Let's stop papasaring people, kuwadanganya eti kuna mambo sijui nini. Tell them the truth that this thing we've lost, we will go back to drawing board and put our house in order. That will help people move forward and make a meaning of their life. Otherwise, kuambia watu at home, so and so bribed, when you don't have evidence, honestly, that is being unfair to our supporters. It's a willing buyer, a willing seller. If it is bribing, which I don't have evidence, but trust me, if your people are a bot, then there is a problem. And we must address that problem. What is this that makes you leave your father and mother and go to a neighbor's home? Those are the issues we need to discuss candidly. Those are the wounds we need to face and heal them. We get an antidote. Otherwise, kukaa kusema eti hatutasaidia. Tell our people the truth that we have lost this thing, we have won this thing. Again, when we get to government, wacha kuweka watu ambao wanawadanganya eti serikali iko sawa. Tell the person the truth. Let me give the last example. One time, one member of parliament was not performing very well, and I happened to be a close ally. So when we are pointing areas where he can improve and make sense of his leadership and improve the lives of his people, we realized there were young people there who are given handouts. Kazi yao ni kunyamazisha wengine. When you generally say, okay, this project, we could have had, this one is much better than what we are doing, people start saying, oh, you are fighting so and so, oh, umelipwa with our opponents. No. It's good I tell you that this is wrong. You urekebishe. Rather than sleeping with you until the day of election, you lose, then you don't know why you have lost. And that's now where, which I said yesterday, the civil society comes in. These people say this thing has happened, don't just wish them away. Take those statements very seriously. This thing is going wrong. There is corruption here. Instead of coming to defend it, tackle that problem. That way we can help our people. Tell the leader the truth. Don't be a supporter, yes, but don't be a sycophant. You know, a sycophant is different from a supporter. Sycophant just follows anything. When you are told to jump, the only question you ask is how high, not why. Let's reach a point where we can say, why are we jumping? Why must we do this? In as much as we are in the same camp. And let us develop our parties to an extent that we feel we belong there. But if we betray and tell people, you know, the party leader has their authority to select whoever he wants, others you are spectators, kuna wenye chama, people will be bored. And that's the reality. If today you mistreat your party members, okay, they will keep quiet because they want to save the salary. But when time comes like now, they will leave you. Thank you, Makiadi.
Julia wants to say something.
I don't know. David said he had a question for me. I didn't hear the question.
Because you are not there, I couldn't ask it. If Makiadi can allow me to ask, I can ask. Thank you. You are saying that the deputy president has integrity issue, and in your opinion, you don't feel that he should be wherever he should be elected. Are you saying that, in your opinion, there's nobody who has noted that and can easily address that issue in a court of law? Or it's a public opinion that can sacrifice and can prosecute the way we are doing it?
Okay, I don't know whether you want me to prove why I say that, but I think I can ask you to revisit all the court cases the deputy president, Gachagua has concerning the amount of money he has in the bank account, and there is some money that was held recently, 200 million, because he could not account for it. Also, the incoming president has questions, and I can start from the Teshi case. I mean, the cases are endless. I think it doesn't help if I keep discussing it. I think you people all know those cases. And I think those people who are in the US, you're trying to compare Kenya and the US. You'd agree with me that a person like that in this country cannot vie for any leadership position. So let us stop this wash-wash, Mr. David Arika. You don't even have to ask me which issues, because you know them. They're in the public limelight. And so when we start from that point, I think you are asking me that, I don't know that you asked me whether there is no one with integrity issues. There are people who have no integrity issues. When I was watching Mother Karua and Gachagwa's debate, Gachagua tried to drag Mother Karua, I don't know, into some case, I don't know, land or something, and Mother cleared it. And Mother said one thing, that she's worth about 150 million Kenya shillings. And she said that she's only having that, she's only worth that because the property she owns has appreciated in value. She was very clear. So I know there are Kenyans who don't have integrity issues and can lead this country. So don't draw me the debate of what Gachagua and Ruto have done.
Does
Because
Martha Karua have integrity to lead this country?
I leave for you to judge. I think you are intelligent enough.
She doesn't.
Now, I want Mr. David Arika, I leave for you to judge. You're intelligent enough. You can look at the cases, those people who has been sued for what, who has been sued for what, who has been sued for crimes against humanity, who has been sued for corruption, who has been sued for land grabbing, who has been sued. You can list them down. I think you know how to do a research. You can search the court cases in Kenya. But I want to say something that Major K said. He said something good, that that this problem is with us. And it is not only with the incoming government, but he's saying that he worked somewhere that calls were being made. And he said something, that it must start with the top. So I want to join Bazuman to say that probably Ruto should now work hard and give us a new picture of himself. He should stamp his foot and say, najua mnasema hivi, mnafikiria hivi juu yangu ama juu ya serikali yangu, but I'm now in charge, and because I'm in charge, you will not do 1, 2, 3 as long as I'm the president. You will not corrupt tenders. You know, we want to see that kind of that is what we are expecting. Because I tell you, David, that however much you people wash here and keep arguing with us that who has integrity issues, and Julia, now you want me to start to ask me that, Julia, what has Gachagua done? As if you don't know. Can you stop asking me such questions? Because you know. Now we want to see a fresh start. We want to see.
Julia, be nice. You are on air. You know, you are talking with a lot
yes,
of
yes, I know.
Be nice. You are on air and listen to very many people.
David, you're interrupting what you don't
You're
like.
interrupting my thought. I suggest allow me to finish. So we, instead of us arguing who has done what, who has not done what, it's not going to help us. I think I will agree with both Bazuman and Major K that probably the incoming president can decide to say, let's start, I'm starting afresh. I know you don't trust me because of this. I know the allegations about me about this. I know the allegations about my deputy president about this. But this is what we are going to do with our government. And then let us see it happen. Let us see it work. Okay? Let us not hear that a certain cabinet secretary in this government did 1, 2, 3. Let us not hear the cases like we heard about COVID billionaires. Let us not hear those things. I mean, let us not hear anything close to that, you know? Let us see a fresh start. I think in that case, we'll begin to take him seriously. And I think Kenyans will begin to develop some hope in the darkness. That is my take. But if you don't come here, I request you, please don't ask me that to start stating the cases, because that direction will not go on well. Because I swear I don't want to go to the internet and come up with all those court cases, and I think we'll not be going to the right direction. I think we should now say, let's see what this incoming government will do, because he must just stamp his foot and say no to corruption. Even all those plans he has for the Buddha men, Mama Mboga, and all that will not work unless he decides to deal with corruption. Nothing addressing the economy will work unless he addresses corruption. So that's my take.
Okay, hold on. Let me play a video here so that at least we can move forward. And as I look for that video, I don't know why David is so specific about Martha Karua having integrity issues, because I think the person that is given the mantle to lead the country right now is William Ruto. So I don't see the importance of Martha Karua, because Martha Karua right now is what we'd call a raia in common language. Martha Karua does not hold any office. I think the people that voted for William Ruto probably gave him the mandate. And moving forward, if you ever give Martha Karua an opportunity to be a leader, then we should be able to question her integrity. But at the moment right now, Martha Karua has no office. Yeah, na mimi ni kama tu kitu moja, David. Na wewe pia. We are the same. We are in the same level right now.
No, we are helping you because there are things you don't see. You can see from outside. That is a big liability in ODM and in AZIMIO. You know.
The liability in what sense? Maybe you should
I wish you could give me a minute to explain.
Yeah,
to
go
you
ahead.
liability.
Go ahead. I'm still looking for the video.
Let me tell you. In as much as you are claiming, because I've heard Julia say that the deputy president had a case involving post-election violence, you are treating symptoms. The real problem is Martha Karua and the lady Michuki, who robbed one Moro Odinga, his leadership, his vote, and the Kenyans went on rampage, killing each other. Then now you are picking wrong people and sticking there. Martha Karua is the problem. If this can reach her, she is the problem. And she's the baggage. And that's why you people lost. But you could not allow us to tell you because you are really feeling very bitter about it. You know? So you cannot talk of integrity when you are stealing from people's victory. That was sad. That was bad. I was old enough to see that. And therefore, that's why we are saying, put the house in order. Start with the Mutembe. Actually, once we swear in the president, we should start sweeping and cleaning Mutembe. Here alone, we are corrupt. We are just biased, even with ideas. We are impervious. So we start here. Then you can tell others. If we claim of corruption, corruption is right here in this house. Not anywhere. Here.
Oh, David, that was a good rejoinder. I mean, sometimes we have to speak the truth, even if the truth is like daylight. You can't hide it for so long. The sun will always come out. Yeah. So when you say in 2007 you voted for Kibaki, and in 2022 you voted for AZIMIO, and when you read your thought, it's just a tribal thought. It's not really what you want for Kenyans. You know, the sad part about most Kenyans is that they always wait for their turn to eat. So when it is not your turn to eat, sio watu wetu, sio mtu wangu ameingia pale. I mean, we feel so, we are left out in government. So I believe if AZIMIO formed the government today, UDA would be saying the same things. So watu wetu wamewachwa nje, hatujawekwa kwa serikali. Everybody is waiting for their turn to eat. Mambo ya integrity, if you wanted people of integrity, kwa ballot ya presidential kulikuwa na watu wangapi? Kulikuwa na Wajakoya, kulikuwa na Pastor, kulikuwa na Raila Molo, kulikuwa na nani mwingine pale? Na William Ruto. Angalia ule mtu pale hajashikwa na mambo yote ya corruption pale, umpigie kura. If anybody here ule alipigia either Wajakoya ama ule Pastor, ainue mkono juu. Hakuna hata moja.
Okay, let me play a video. Julia, go ahead.
May I ask Muzalendo, what is tribal between voting for Kibaki and AZIMIO? Can you tell me one common thing that is tribal?
For me, anybody who was supporting Kibaki in 2007 was very, very tribal. Very, very tribal. AZIMIO is a unity of so many parties. There's Wiper, there is so many parties in AZIMIO. And
So
there are so
what is
yeah.
tribal there?
What?
What is tribal in voting
There's
for
nothing.
AZIMIO?
There is nothing tribal in AZIMIO. I've not said that there's nothing.
But
There's
you just
anything
said
tribal.
that.
I've just
You
given an
just,
analysis that if you supported Kibaki in 2007, then
and then
you must have been very tribal.
and you supported. If you support, you said you
I didn't
supported
support
Kibaki in
Kibaki. Yeah?
2007, and then
What?
you brought in AZIMIO. You said if you supported Kibaki in
In
2007
2007
and 2022 you are in AZIMIO, that is
and
tribal.
2022 you are in AZIMIO, then I can analyze the kind of politics that person has been going through. Yeah,
So is it
either
tribal
he
to
has
support
been, either
AZIMIO?
they have been following Uhuru Kenyatta very, very closely, and not Raila. So I can analyze how your pattern of voting. I'm not talking about you, or do you think I'm talking about you?
No. I was just asking a general question.
Yeah, so somebody who voted in 2007, most likely they voted for Kibaki. Then the coming election, they voted for Uhuru. This other election, they were still following Uhuru Kenyatta. So that is the thing. So it happens in Kenyan politics. We just follow personalities. We don't follow the political party. We follow personalities. Same to ODM and UDA. They will just follow personalities, but they will not follow the political party and the political structure. If I ask anybody what ODM was standing for, or AZIMIO was standing for, you'll see that majority of people don't even understand what ODM or AZIMIO stands for. But yet they follow the personality called Raila Amolo Odinga because of his integrity. So now, where has that left us in Kenyan politics? We are left out with people who are going home, political parties which have remained a shell. They don't know what to do. They're moving to UDA. That is the biggest problem, and that is the elephant in the room.
Okay, let me play this video first. We can mute our mic so that we don't have feedback, and then we move forward.
Elect William Ruto has said that President Uhuru Kenyatta is yet to congratulate him 2 days after the Supreme Court upheld his election win. The president-elect, while being hosted by CNN chief international anchor Christiane Amanpour, said he has reached out to his main rival Raila Odinga and that his administration will strive to unite and serve all Kenyans. In a 14-minute interview with the media house, Ruto also said that he will work with the international community in eradicating both insecurity and food security challenges facing the nation. This story was produced by very own Njoroge Gatete.
That's what I want to know.
Whether they supported me or not. Unfortunately, President Kenyatta has not seen it fit to congratulate me, but I think that's fine. I mean, maybe he's a bit disillusioned, or maybe he's unhappy that I defeated his candidate, but that is the nature of politics.
You yourself gained worldwide attention a few years ago when you said there was, quote, no room for homosexuality in Kenyan society. I want to know whether you still stand by that.
We have Kenyan law, we have Kenyan constitution, we have our tradition, we have our customs. We will continue to respect other people's customs as they respect our customs and our tradition. I am very clear that we respect everybody and what they believe in, but we also have what we believe in, and we expect to be respected for what we believe in.
So before I ask you to flesh that out and what exactly does it mean, I want to play you what President Kenyatta said to me about this issue.
I will not engage in a subject that is of it is not of any major importance to the people and the Republic of Kenya. This is not an issue, as you would want to put it, of human rights or this. This is an issue of society, of our own base as a culture, as a people, regardless of which community you come from. This is not acceptable. This is not agreeable.
So he's basically saying homosexuality is not agreeable. You've just said that you're kind of trying to thread the needle, that the law says one thing, but you respect everybody's rights. will a Ruto administration crack down, like many other leaders in Africa, on the homosexual LGBTQ community? Or will you allow them their human rights and their civil rights?
I think on that subject, President Kenyatta was spot on. We do not want to create a mountain out of a molehill. This is not a big issue for the people of Kenya. When it becomes a big issue for the people of Kenya will make a choice. As it is now, we are grappling with 5 million young people who do not have jobs, 4 million people who are hungry, and that is my concern. That is the focus of the people of Kenya at the moment.
You yourself come from a pretty hard scrabble, rags to riches background. You called yourself and your road to success like the hustler. What do you mean by that? Give me a little bit of your own background and what you think positions you and places you for this particular job at this particular time.
Like America, it was called the land of possibilities. Kenya, with my candidature and with winning this election, the child of every Kenyan can know that they can live their dreams and actualize their dreams irrespective of whatever background they come from. And we are elevating Kenya to the next level, that ethnicity cannot be a barrier. Your social status cannot be a barrier. The religion you profess cannot be a barrier. That's all my candidature speaks to.
Yeah, maneno ndio hiyo yenye nilikuwa nasema. So William Ruto is saying that ethnicity cannot be a barrier. Well, we know very well, very well, how the voting, the election in Kenya, selection of president has always worked out. And then he talks also about the child that he was, from rags to riches. And he wants to encourage everybody that you can also be a president. Julia, sijui kama wewe utakuwa rais siku moja, just because you know, you come from a specific place.
No, maybe we need to know him to hear these people, including the incoming president, account how he has acquired what he has acquired. I think that's the direction we need to go. Like, if you find me with one house and next year you find me with 2 houses, I think I should account for that. I think he should tell us more of his story. It's an interesting story, and probably Kenyans can buy that if it seems to be working out. I think he should share that with Kenyans, that I did this, I invested in this. If suddenly some money appears in your bank account, you got to answer for that. So I think it's a question maybe we are looking forward to hear from the incoming president, how he has risen. It will be interesting to hear that.
I don't know, Julia, maybe you might help me here. Why is so Ruto obsessed with being called by Uhuru Kenyatta? Hii simu inapigiwanga mtu kumwambia umeshinda. Why is it so important? You know, you are escaping that. Na Meja K amekataa kuniambia.
I don't know why he's obsessed. I don't know what Ruto wants. If it's my birthday today, Makiadi, and you forget, and you are very close to me, I think I'll be very hurt, and I may never remind you to do so. But me, what I like is my outgoing president. He's just himself. He's in black and white. Kama sitaki I don't want to congratulate you. I'm not going to pretend, and I'm not. That is Uhuru's attitude. I will not pretend and congratulate you. And even today, I think he said something good about Raila. You know, he's just himself. It's okay if he doesn't want to congratulate him. It's okay. It's okay, but I don't, maybe David, Major K, those who really can, maybe Major K and David can try and figure out for us why incoming president wants Uhuru to, Makedi mimi sielewi kwa nini anataka kuforce hiyo kutoka kwa Uhuru. Sijui, sielewi.
Should we say that William Ruto is fighting for legitimacy, David Arika, because this phone call yenye nani anangojea hizo siku zote ni ya nini, unless he doesn't believe that he's a president, or maybe he doesn't believe that he was elected legitimately.
I want to give my mind. I'm not giving the position of Yuda. So the listeners don't attribute this to Yuda, and therefore I'm cutting down into questions. Backyard is good manners, that when you have a function that is worth recognition, to see people saying, well done. Like, you've gone to university, you are now graduating. You expect the closest person, your girlfriend, if not your wife, to say, well done, man, you've done this. But having said that, Ruto, as you indicated, it could be much better and a confirmatory, statement to see his boss say, congratulations. 2, it's a way of giving back. Honestly, Makiadi, we are not kids. We have grown. We have seen how these people the voting has happened. Can you imagine someone you've worked hard for? Wakati ulikuwa unataka wanaume wasimame na wewe, walisimama na wewe. Umekuwa rais. Sasa kazi yako ni kurusha tu mateke bwana. At least the most honorable thing you can do is to say congratulations. Hata kama ni ujanja tu, wazee, yani kiuzee. He has a national figure as a president. So for him to keep quiet, it raises so many questions. But what comes out so clearly is, one, I'm sorry to say our president is ungrateful. He is not one man who appreciates other people. 2, he has had the tendency of mistreating William Ruto. So many things. If you go to media, you can see a lot of stuff that indicates mistreatment. 3, and which is the last one I want to say, William Ruto is becoming a president against very many odds. You know them. Huyu hatakuwa rais, hata akichukua hata apishwa, tuko na yani all man of threats were thrown against him. So hata yeye mwenyewe anajishangaa yenyewe, hii kitu imefika pale imefika. That's why he's saying he's with God. So is a confirmatory that really, kubali tu hii kitu bwana, nimechukua kiroho safi kama mwanaume, unipea mkono kama elder, nichukue uongozi. So but what is showing on the contrary, that's my opinion, one is bitterness. 2, Uhuru is going through what we call mourning stages. You know them, the Dabuda. I think he's somewhere in between. He has not reached the end of the end of mourning stage where he can say, now I accept. He's still very angry. He's at the anger stage. He's very angry. His project has failed. But when we were mentioning here that Ruto Raila is a project, you people, you couldn't even swallow that. You could mute us. So he's very bitter that his project has failed. So yes, to some extent, he wants a confirmatory remark from the president, who is his boss or former boss. And of course, a simple gesture of payback. Thank you, congratulations, simple. Just like a birthday, you can tell your son, happy birthday.
Okay, let me move on to Bazuman, then I go to Major. Bazuman, you want to address that issue? Is William Ruto seeking for legitimacy?
Yeah, that's true. These people, they have been friends for long, and it's common. If you have been with someone, you have fought battles together, it hurts. It hurts. I understand him in some extent. But the way David is saying about Uhuru, actually, Uhuru has done things maybe for now will not appreciate. Those people will appreciate. Those who will not. He tried to put the country together. Like me, I didn't support Uhuru actually for the first few, the last elections. But a man proves himself with the character who he is. He tried to bring us together. We were very volatile where the 2013 elections. Even like William Ruto, me, I don't have any personal problem with William Ruto. It's only, sometimes the principle, it's good we disagree on principle. Not that hatred. Sometimes I see people putting, it's like people can fight. No, it's good. Divergent of views we exchange. So Uhuru has done things like me where I'm coming from. I'm coming from Nyanza. And me, I've been a victim of this bad politics. By the time I went to school, college, I couldn't get a job because of where I come from. And it was very painful. You can just imagine. We were two brothers. We have the papers, everything, but this bad politics, now people are encouraging. It's very bad. And now I have children. I'm saying, I don't want a Kenya that you're being characterized by where you come from and your name. It's about qualification and your credentials. So even it's good, even by the time, even if now we are complaining or giving our divergent of it, we have to think about our future. So the most important thing is to bring the country together. We bring progressive, actually. These people, at the end of the day, I usually say politicians are we the citizens are the ones who will feel the brunt. These people, you may think sometimes, oh, they are fighting, but they're still friends. They go, they shake hands, but we the citizens are the ones who will suffer. So we must be very careful the way we play our politics, the hatred. Because at the end of the day, we are the people, like now, most of me, for example, most of my friends, the people even I do things with, they are the central people. But when it comes to politics, you find people now, I trust them even more, like more even if I compare with my kingsmen. So these things of politics, let's not take it personally. But for me, Uhuru has done so many things, actually. And we come a time, now maybe we can, because of the politics, you say you are supporting somebody on your side. But in terms of nationally, a national leader, the qualities is done even more than those people have been there before. That's my take.
Julia, then we go to Major.
Okay, on that note, I'm trying to gather what people are saying, and I'm thinking about Ruto government after 2017. We went for another election, and Baba did not participate. I don't think Uhuru and Ruto felt legitimate. I think they must have been feeling all along that this government is not legitimate. I think that is what they were feeling. And probably the handshake may have given Uhuru a consolation that finally we can work with Baba, even though 1, 2, 3 happened. Maybe that's what Uhuru got. So thinking about Ruto, he's human too. He's not living in heaven. He's human, and he understands the Kenyan society. You go through a contested election, and then the case is taken to the Supreme Court, and people feel the Supreme Court has not done the right thing. I mean, and you've worked with Uhuru, and the last 4 years you've not worked well. You'd want to reach out and, start on a good note with his blessings. So I think why he's begging, he's feeling bad about Uhuru not congratulating him. I think it's making him feel an illegitimate president. I think it's giving that kind of a feeling to him. And if he's open and sincere with himself, he'll say that I have a tough job ahead of me because I don't know what happens to my government after this. Here I have Uhuru going out, and clearly Uhuru has shown that I don't agree with you, I don't support you, I don't even agree with your presidency. I don't even think you should be president. That's a picture Uhuru is giving Ruto. I don't even think you should be the president. So you put yourself in his shoes. You'd be feeling bad, Makiadi. That's what Ruto is feeling. And I won't say like David that Uhuru should call. Why should I call you David to congratulate you when I imagine you stole the exam? If I'm a teacher, ati sasa mwanafunzi amefanya mtihani na ninafikiria huyu mwanafunzi alikuwa na leak, then I congratulate you. Why should I pretend if I'm Uhuru? There's no need for Uhuru to pretend. It's okay. Uhuru don't pretend. It's okay. But still, I understand Ruto. I think I want to understand him. I think he's feeling like that. So he's a wise man. I think he'll know what to do. Ruto is also a wise man. I think he's a very wise man. He'll figure it out. Probably we'll see them, like Bazuman has said, we may see them one of these fine days on TV, just sharing a press conference and saying that this is the way, maybe. Because I think also Ruto is a wise man.
Thank you, Julia. Before I go to Major, let me make one remark here. I think David and David, I think we are being unfair because where you are right now, I believe the former president did not even attend the swearing-in ceremony of the current president. He did not even, congratulate him, and he left. He just, woke up in the morning, went into the plane and left, went to Malago, whatever they call that place. And I think it was not a big issue because people felt like, okay, he says the election was stolen, probably it was, or maybe it wasn't, so he's bitter. And so you give him time to go and heal. But now when it comes to William Ruto, now it changes tune. It becomes a big deal that William Ruto, who because people felt like, okay, Demba, mute your mic. Demba, habari ya wewe. And the thing is, William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta have not been in good terms for the past 5 years, 4 years maybe. And Uhuru Kenyatta himself has come out and said, I do not agree with this guy. This guy was there to sabotage my government, and Raila Odinga came in to save my government. Otherwise, ningetupwa nje. That is what Uhuru Kenyatta has said, because it is obvious. And you've seen even with the number of MPs that have been running around with William Ruto abusing Uhuru Kenyatta, telling him he's a failure and all that. And Uhuru Kenyatta has been there just because Raila Odinga saved his government. So you want Uhuru Kenyatta now to come out and say, okay, the saboteur that was almost getting me out of the office, you won an election, so I should come and say, thank you, congratulations, and wish you the best. I mean, we are human beings, everybody. Why do you expect Uhuru Kenyatta to be the bigger man in this picture? Come out, call a press conference and say, congratulations, President-elect, while very well knowing that this guy wanted to get him out of office. So I think we are giving Uhuru Kenyatta a burden that is not his to carry. He's also human. He also has feelings, and he also has ideologies that he believes were being sabotaged by William Samoei Ruto. Major K.
Thank you, Rich. You just said Uhuru has feelings. First of all, as a president, you should not have feelings. Feelings, just leave it to citizens. As a citizen, if a president has feelings, what are we supposed to have? So, I agree with so many things Julia said. Julia has so many good points. But she also kind of spoke on two sides. She said the allegations and all that. And she's mentioned the Mudeshi land. Mudeshi land, Ruto made it clear at the debate. And Raila was not there to ask him questions exactly what was Mudeshi. So if you can go back and look at the Mudeshi question, and all corrupt issues. Ngilu herself is the one that said after 2013 elections, who were the owners of the Western Hotel? Remember the zing zing. So there's these things that we have to be honest. I'm not trying to be bipartisan, but we have to be honest about what we actually say. When it comes to somebody mentioned about marginalized, like when are other people going to be president of Kenya? You have to sell yourself. Kalonzo had an opportunity to actually be a president of Kenya, but the guy, awezi hata vika Nakuru afanye campaign. He can't even go to Kisumu. He can't go to Western. He can't go to Bungoma. So if you want to be a president of Kenya, it's all about numbers. You mobilize people. You sell your agendas. So if I have numbers and I know I can rely on certain people, I go there. That's the problem we have. It's like, I go to Nyanza, I mobilize people. I go to Rift Valley, I mobilize people. If those two communities vote for me, then I'll be president. But one question I want to pose to you guys, and I hope that's my agenda for the next 5 years, is as much as I can do in my powers. I think we have to amend the constitution to make sure that presidential elections is held on a different day, just one day for presidential. We have all, because we have no problem. IBC is perfect when it comes to senators, governors, MPs, MCS. We're all perfect. But when it comes to president, we have an issue. Why? So I think we've got to figure out a way to iron out, what is the issue. I think we have it in one day and make it digital or whatever, by 10 a.m., by 2 a.m., by 2 p.m., we know who is exactly the president. I think that's what I had to say.
Hey, Major, that's a very good point. Maybe just to add on what you just said, we Kenyans run away from the reality so much. The constitution we have right now is borrowed, heavily borrowed from what we have here in the US. And let me tell you, if elections were called by media, for example, I come from Homa Bay. If voting ends at 6 p.m. in the evening, the counting begins. So per each and every polling station, the media houses have got the capacity to send reporters in each and every polling, the major media houses in each and every polling station throughout the country. And they are also facilitated by IBC. IBC has got a budget for media houses. The only problem is that we don't even rely on the fourth estate. If we could rely on the media to call on elections, the results in particular polling stations that are over and done with, then individual citizens can do their tally. So if Citizen TV calls elections that in Nyeri, Ruto is leading, and these are the results. And in Homa Bay, Raila is really leading, and these are the results. People can tally that easily, and the media houses will be competing to see that the results, that they get more results than these other houses. It would be very, very easier, and people can tally on their own from your living room. You can see the results and you match them from what IBC will announce. That way we will have integrity in the system. Otherwise, AZIMIO, be it UDA, or be it any other political party that is going to come, since everybody thinks in quotes that IBC is always bribed, they are waiting for their turn to use the same IBC to get into power. That is exactly what AZIMIO was doing. They were using probably the same people. They knew very well that these people, we can use them so that we get to power. Just same as UDA. They knew very well that these people, we can use them to get to power. So everybody is just waiting for their turn, and we don't have integrity at all. So let us work on ways of announcing our results. Let us not just rely on IBC to announce the final results. Let other media houses participate also and announce results the way they were happening. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ndemba, karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to just respond to Major on 2 points he said. No human being has no feelings, including the president. So we don't need to imagine that since he's a president, he got no feelings. He has feelings just like all of us. And it is important that we appreciate that. And it's up to him to decide if he wants. I mean, you don't have to ask for congratulations and even demand for it. You just do what you gotta do. If you found yourself there, the congratulations that you wanna get, you get them. The ones that you don't get, it shouldn't bother you much, because now he sounded That was the president-elect. That was an international media. When you're sounding like you're still in a political, platform, saying that I think he's disillusioned. I think that I defeated this candidate. You've already been declared. In fact, he didn't win it. He was pronounced by the Supreme Court as the president-elect. So that is contested, and he knows it. So you don't go fishing for congratulations. I mean, he should rise above that if he's already gotten it. Secondly, there's something you talked about, Weston. The president-elect said that he has interest in Weston Hotel. He said that. And you can go back to a lot of, actually, one interview that he did with the same guy who is now going to be I think his press secretary, Hussein Mohammed. In the interview, he said that he has interest in Weston Hotel. So we don't need to, just because he has been pronounced as president-elect, we start cleansing him and sanitizing him. Because he's, you carry with you those ills. I mean, they follow you. It doesn't matter how many offices or how many years he's going to occupy as the president. We still have those issues that are going to be hanging with him, and they're going to be working with him, and they're going to follow him whether he stays for 1 year, 5 years, 20 years as a president. We are still going to point that out. He's been continuously alleged to have had his hands in a lot of corrupt dealings. That does not go away simply because you have been pronounced a president-elect. So that I needed to point that out, so that even as we defend the president-elect, I didn't. He wasn't my choice. But he is the president of Kenya as declared by the Supreme Court. So Kenya has a president-elect that's going to be sworn in. But of course, there are us who do not really support him, and that's our right. We have a right not to agree with you guys, those that supported him.
Remember, Ruto was elected by the people, declared by IEBC. You went to court. Stop misleading the public.
David Arika, you don't like to be interrupted. Unfortunately, hold on, Major. Let's keep the decorum. Let's keep our mics muted until you're given an opportunity. Kwanza David, wewe utakangi mtu akikukatishia. Okay, thank you. Endelea Ndemba.
I don't know what has happened to these UDA people. If it was good, you'd not be so irritable when it is mentioned. I mean, you guys have won and you're still so irritable, even more than us who apparently, according to you, lost. You're so itchy. If someone mentions something small, you're so itchy. You need to stop. You need to start behaving like you're in government. If we had won, and if our win had been sustained, you wouldn't be breathing in this forum. In fact, we wouldn't even be here. We would be dancing big time. We wouldn't be coming here to start saying, oh, our president is not corrupt, or what. We would be having on suits ready. So relax. We are just pointing out, we are playing our role that we'll be playing for the next 5 years. If you don't change the constitution, now that you have started talking about constitution, and you guys said that the constitution will not be changed. About winning, I think you guys know so well you didn't win this. Even you're not convinced of the win as yet. So you are still waiting, just in case anything can happen between now and when he's sworn in next week. So this issue of saying that, oh, we won, it wasn't fair, it wasn't free. You know what you did, and we couldn't do much. You are busy here trying to protect it. Anyway, that's a different story. I don't want to keep irritating you more. So we have a government that is coming to be sworn in. And I want to agree with what Makiadi has said. Uhuru does not owe anyone a congratulatory message. He is the chairman of AZIMIO. And as the chairman of AZIMIO, he wanted his party, his coalition, to win, and it won. But there's someone decided that it was better that another person takes it. So that stealing continues. Now, we wish you well. We know that there's a lot that we expect from you people, but we will be here to keep you on check, you know. So tuko hapa, sisi to keep on check. Yeah. So back to you, Makiadi. I see these people are itching to just make noise. Don't just make noise. Can you make some useful points? Yes, Makiadi, back to you.
Aya, wacha nicheze video moja kabla David aanze kuleta kelele yake. Nimeona ako na nini sana.
Rais anayeondoka Uhuru Kenyatta ameahidi kumpokeza madaraka mrithi wake ambaye ni William Ruto siku ya Jumanne kwa njia ya kistaarabu, ingawa amesitiza kuwa kiongozi anayemtambua ni Raila Odinga. Rais Kenyatta amesema hayo alipokutana na viongozi wa AZIMIO One Kenya kule Kajiado, na huko hayo yakijiri, ni wazi kuwa sherehe za kumwapisha rais mteule zitagharimu takriban shilingi milioni 200. Mwanahabari wetu Sydney Chazima ameandaa ripoti hii.
Ni dhahiri sasa kwamba rais anayeondoka Uhuru Kenyatta atahudhuria hafla ya kumwapisha rais mteule William Ruto siku ya Jumanne wiki ijayo. Katika mkutano na viongozi wa kambi ya AZIMIO waliochaguliwa katika nyadhifa tofauti za uongozi, katika mazungumzo ya faragha ambayo NTV imedokezewa, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alisema, na hapa na nukuu, "Nitamkabidhi rais mteule William Ruto hatamu za uongozi kwa njia ya amani, ya kisheria na kikatiba, na kwa tabasamu zaidi. Lakini kiongozi wangu ni Raila Odinga. Wale ambao wanasherehekea sasa kwa kuwa wameahidiwa vinono watalia miezi mitatu ijayo." Mwisho wa nukuu. Kadhalika, rais anayeondoka ameendelea kutilia shaka uamuzi wa mahakama ya upeo ulioidhinisha ushindi wa William Ruto, akisema kama ninavyo nukuu, "Zaidi ya watu milioni 1.4 walinipigia kura mwaka wa 2017 na mahakama ya upeo ilitupilia mbali ushindi wangu, ikisema mchakato wa upigaji kura una uzito kuliko idadi ya kura. Lakini mbona katika uchaguzi wa mwaka huu uamuzi uliotolewa hauendani na wa mwaka wa 2017 na hali ni sawia?" Mwisho wa nukuu. Matamshi yake yanatofautiana na ya Jaji Mkuu Martha Koome, ambaye amesema kuwa uamuzi wa juzi ulizingatia ushahidi wa pande zote.
But in the entire Africa and even the whole world saying they are looking upon Kenya for leadership and also for independent institutions, especially the institution of the judiciary.
Matamshi ya Rais Kenyatta yametolewa huku shughuli za maandalizi za kuapisha William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua zikiingia siku ya pili katika uwanja wa Kasarani.
Everybody coming here is a VIP. Every person who will come to this stadium is a VIP. So the toilets that they use, the seats they sit on, the places they go will need to be VIP standards. We don't want what we call madhogodhanyo.
Kulingana na ripoti ya bajeti kutoka Wizara ya Fedha, shilingi milioni 200 zilitengwa kwa minajili ya kufanikisha shughuli za mpito. Takriban shilingi milioni 300 zilitumika kwa ajili ya kufanikisha shughuli za kumwapisha Rais Kenyatta kwa kipindi chake cha pili.
Katika uga huu wa Kasarani, shughuli kabambe za kutayarisha uwanja huu ili kumwapisha rais mteule William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua zimeingia siku ya pili, na hapo kesho wanajeshi wanasema kwamba watatoa taarifa ili kueleza mipango yao ya kuendelea mbele.
Aya, David, karibu.
You know why I was laughing at Temba? I know my comment might be irritating, but I'm sorry. That 7 judges, the most educated and with the very good experience of long years, 7 of them unanimously find the election of Ruto as valid. 7.1 million Kenyans, men and women, some who are educated more than you, Temba, voted this man. Democracies all over the world sending congratulatory messages to Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Then you come here and tell us that he was not elected, he was picked. I think, Temba, we need to get serious with what we are saying to the public. It's annoying. I mean, you can get serious, man. This is the president.
David, I'm still wondering, why are you guys getting offended? I mean, you are the same people who called Uhuru Kenyatta an illegitimate president a few years ago. Now, the shoe is on the other foot. It's so painful. And yet you have the certificate. You've been declared the president-elect. Why is it so painful? Why do you need somebody to call you to tell you that congratulations, you're the president-elect, if you know clearly that you won?
Sir, we are not
hold on.
We are not paid. You only asked that question. You asked that question.
David, I take exemption with the suggestion that some more educated than I am. I haven't raised any question about anyone's academic level and education. And voting, even constitutionally, is supposed to be simple, free, simple, verifiable, to the extent that anybody, even who has not gone to school, should be able to verify that election. So by you suggesting that my comment is based on any academic level, I don't think that is a fair statement, especially from you, David.
I want to withdraw it, Makiadi, but I mentioned besides education, I mentioned experience, I mentioned economies, I mentioned a number of people. So if you pick on education, I'm sorry, but I gave you 3 examples.
But I'm also saying
7
that
judges.
No, hold on, David. You need to respond to my point. I haven't attacked you as David. You know, this is a problem with the UDA people. I mean, I talked to a point. I didn't talk about you as a person. All right, I'm talking about Ruto's election, not you as and the judges. If there are 7, does it matter that there are 7 or there are 3 or there are 1? And does it matter that they have all agreed unanimously? There are many times judges have made errors. In fact, they have disagreed. And the fact that they're unanimous, does it make it right? You see that simplistic argument when it comes from you know, a person who purports. Let me now use that so that also you can appreciate. Who purports to have an exposure that now because 7 judges have unanimously agreed that thing is right. Now, let me say this, David, use another reason to justify than just saying that 7 judges and 7.1 million Kenyans voted. We need to move beyond that. By the way, we have no problem. I don't know why the UDA guys are finding it necessary to come and justify the win. Major, why is it necessary to come and keep justifying it and explaining it away? There should be a celebration somewhere.
You know, on them, but it's like UDA don't believe that they won this thing. So every time we come here, in fact, let me tell you something. It's one thing that I've noticed. UDA are very bitter. They are very bitter, and they are the ones who won. So you wonder, do you still believe that you won this thing legally? Why are you still looking for phone calls from every other place? Why is it a big issue for you to have somebody congratulate you when you know that whether you get that congratulation message or not, you're still the president-elect or the president-elect or whatever it is for that matter? Because I'm seeing a trend whereby people want to like force the president, the sitting president, the current president right now, to make that phone call. Of what importance ndio sijui ni nini, but you guys should be out there celebrating when the rubber hits the road. Hiyo ni miezi 3 yenye tumeambiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta hapa, then we will start judging you from what promises you made to Kenyans. Right now, whoever calls the other is not important. Watu waende waapishwe Kasarani. Uhuru Kenyatta has said very clearly ya kwamba atakuja hapo and he'll do it legitimately. The only thing ninaomba, do not shout Uhuru Kenyatta, msimpigie nduru vile tulipigia Moi ile wakati ingine. It was a bad show. So I don't know, Themba maybe wanaweza
Alafu Makiadi, before you bring them in, I see David itching to speak. And Major, Uhuru has facilitated you in everything. He has allowed, I mean, as normal and national security transition, whatever, has incorporated most of you there. You have seen even what's his name? This guy, the former governor, Dr. Mutua, is the one giving the briefings. You know, he has facilitated everything. He is allowed you, and he has said that my constitutional duty is to pass over the mantle, and I'll be there smiling, passing it over. I mean, what is the problem? You guys are not celebrating like I wish. Wacha nikwambie, Azimio tungechukua hii kitu, my friend, amungepata mali ya kupumua. Mungekuwa mnakaa hivi, mnakuja hapo napata blue imejaza hapa blue. We know how to celebrate. Now look at you, mnakaa kunyeshewa, mnakuja hapa bado mnataka kujustify vile deputy president is not corrupt. Sasa bado mko na kakitu kanawafuatafuata tu hapo. You know he is not corrupt. Hiyo corruption haijakuwa proven. By the way, leo I think is it today ama jana, they dropped the case of Gachagua. Ile 200 million amerudishiwa. Unaona? Haya, Supreme Court pia ikasema kwamba anaweza kuapishwa kwa sababu sasa Gachagua ni mweupe kama pamba. Na kama Gachagua ni mweupe kama pamba, Aisha Jumwa pia ni mweupe kama pamba, yeye pia atakuwa kwa cabinet. Unaona? Haya, wale wengine wote wako na shida na kesi na nini, wote ni weupe kama pamba, wote watakuwa kwa cabinet. Shida iko wapi? Mbona mnakuja hapa na hasira meja? Unaona David hapa anaona ni kama ni kitu lazima aongee. You are more sisi ndio tunafaa kuwa tumekasirika. Mbona naona mko na what's happening? David hapa. David, what's happening?
I think, Themba, you are picking one point and you suck on it like has always been your signature. You know, you are good at pointing problems on this other side. That's what I've always told you. And another thing, you tend to assume that the people who support you are stupid. We are not stupid. We are simply saying it's good manners for the current president to say congratulations. And we stopped there. Now you are making it an issue. We are not trying to legitimize our leadership, our win. We are trying to pump sense into you, those who are denying that we have never won. And that's what we are telling you. Minority will have their say, majority will have their way. 7.1 million people plus woke up and voted bottom up. The 6.8 voted AZIMIO. It's a big number, yes, we know, but it's the
Why are you repeating yourself? Why are you repeating yourself?
It is the nature of democracy, Themba. So we are not justifying. We are trying to remind you because you seem to be forgetting and
you are
trying to run
repeating yourself.
away.
You are repeating yourself.
Secondly, hold on. we have been celebrating. Look here, let me tell you the truth. We celebrated from when you voted on Tuesday. Some of us were in celebration on Thursday. All the weekend, we were burning, we were roasting meat here because we knew we won. How do we win? We had our tallying center. When you were busy depending on Macharia to tally for you, you were so ignorant. As we knew the numbers, we knew we won. So we were only waiting for the declaration. We were declared. Then you went to court. We had to retreat down and wait because anything can happen. But again, when the court found that all you brought to court was hot air, fabrications, and lecture notes from law school, then we were declared unanimously as winners. We are waiting on 13th so that we can kill a cow. Why are you bothered with our celebrations? It is us and our style of celebration. We are celebrating. Things are in order. We will celebrate on 13th when we have that. Then that's when we can remind you, hii kutupea kiti ya plastic tukalie na kutosalimia kwa mkutano mbele ya wananchi milioni 40 ilikuwa upusi. So we are not justifying. We are trying to remind you because you seem to be forgetting.
David Arika, I'm still wondering why it's a big issue kukalia kiti ya plastic. Kuna watu walipigwa hata kofi. Wacha hii yako ya kukalia kiti ya plastic. Enda ulize Moi ile kitu walifanyiwa. You know, I'm still surprised that ninaingia kwa internet naona watu wana complain ati walipatiwa kiti ya plastic ya kukalia, sijui mara walikataa kusalimu. My friend, you guys should listen to what happened to President Moi, the mwenda zake Moi, ile kitu alikuwa anafanyiwa. But now that you have the certificate, kueni wapole mwende mkue sworn in. Kueni wapole mwende mkue sworn in because it is your day. Uhuru Kenyatta will be there. The only thing yenye ninaomba msiende kumshautia, msiende kumshautia. Kama mnajua mtaenda kumpigia kelele vile mnaimbanga yote yawezekana bila Uhuru. Heri museme nani anaitwa nani Gachagua aende sword na pikipiki. State House.
Akiadi, wacha niseme jambo moja la mwisho kabla ya David. Wacha nijibu David dakika moja. David, umesema mambo mengi sana na nimekubaliana na wewe.
Yes,
That is koja. Calm down. Nimekubaliana na wewe ya kwamba muko na hiyo president elect. But the way you are defending, they say that a beautiful lady, if they have to announce they are beautiful, then they are not. It's just like now, hii ushindi kama lazima mshinde mkitangaza tulichaguliwa na watu sijui milioni ngapi, tulienda kotini wakatupatia, then kuna shida. If you must continuously defend it, then there's a problem. Na unaona vile mnakuja hapa and for some reason you kind of feel it nice to keep on saying the obvious. Unaona koti iliamua, tuliambiwa, watu wa lawyers wenyu walifanya. You don't need that. You completely don't need to keep saying that. You don't need even to keep saying. Once you already have it, it means that you have to start the work that comes with it. The work that, why were you looking for it? You're not looking for it to come and remind people, you see, I've already gotten it. No, you're looking for it to implement certain things. But not to come and keep saying, if you have to keep reminding people about it, there's a problem. And that's what we are saying. Mumeshinda, according to the courts. Judge Saba wakisema unanimously doesn't necessarily mean that it was okay. Yeah? Hiyo ni koti imeamua. And courts have made decisions sometimes so outrageous. So we have said, David, endeni msherehekee. But since Ruto akuwe declared, we have not seen mtu wa Yuda yeyote ameenda akicelebrate vizuri. Wote ni hasira tu. Wote wakikuja ni hasira. Wote wakikuja, hata black huyo hapo utasikia tu saizi ni hasira tu. Sijui nini. Sijui. Yaani hakuna mtu wako hata na raha, hata kuja aseme sasa enyewe hiyo ilipita, sasa tuende tufanye kazi. Ni hasira tu. Tumekuja. Sasa we cannot have a government run by people who have won but they are not sure they have won. They are still wondering if they have actually won. Kama mjashinda leteni. Lakini kama mmeshinda, endeleeni kufanya kazi. Sisi tutakuwa hapa tukiwaangalia. Meja, tutakuwa hapa tukiwaangalia, mkiiba tunapiga kelele. Hivyo tu.
Aya Ndemba, wacha kwanza nipatie madam hapa Lucy, alafu juu ya agenda, alafu tukuje kwa Black.
Hi everyone. Okay. David niye amefanya niingie hii live. You know what? It seems these UDA people are celebrating more of the Raila loss than the UDA win. So it gives me a question. Why were you voting? You know? Were you voting Raila out? Or were you voting for William Ruto? So okay, about Azimio, okay, I don't think we lost. I just I've been thinking this Western influence. Let's not blame the judges. You know, Kenya, we're in Africa, and it's good we recognize that tunakuanga ukoloni mambo leo. With the Uhuru dealings with the China, might have rubbed other countries the wrong way. And I believe William seemed like a better candidate for those countries, you know. Hii knowledge ya kusema Uhuru will be leading from the back, na unajua Ruto anajua kucheza kama yeye. So the other countries, the judiciary, I think there was something there. Still, you know, with the arms of the government, legislature, executive, and judiciary, I think Ruto is taking over. I don't know what kind of a country we'll have, because, you know, you can't interfere. They should be independent. Juu anataka kurule the whole house, hiyo ya legislature. Judiciary, we have seen something very weird going on there. And Mother Come now explaining to the audience what transpired made me feel like there was something guilty. There's some guilt in her. So I don't know, we should march forward, but we go back and put our house in order, put the government in check maybe, and maybe we'll do better. But I'm not that positive, but what do we say?
Lucy, I want to ask you a question first before I move on to the next person. Do you believe Uhuru Kenyatta should be calling William Ruto to congratulate him? Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
I'm sorry. I don't think it should be forced. Because, okay, for Uhuru, what he said is right. I think in the judgment of 2017, that judgment was, you know, it should be a precedent to pass on this judgment for this 2022. I think what the judges did is overwrite what they judged previously. They told us election was all about the process. Now they were talking about numbers. So you kind of wonder which is which. Because you can't rule this and then rule that way, and then give a very petty explanation, you know. So he was right, you know, you can't rule my case this way and then rule his case that way, you know. So it doesn't feel like a legitimate win. It just feels there was something, but we'll soon find out.
All right. Thank you so much, Lucy, for your contribution. Let me move on to Black. And then I think you can take... that's it.
Mimi ukinipatia nitafunga hii kitu mapema bwana. Weka hapo. Mimi nitafunga hii kitu in the next few minutes. So katu hapo.
Okay, can I go on? Okay, amjambo watu wote kwenye panel wenzangu and everybody else watching us from wherever they are. Kama kawaida kazi ni kazi. UDA ndio imetawala sasa. Now, I don't know why we are still talking about the issues of the Supreme Court and all these things when all that has passed. I mean, just ile tu kudungilia msumari ya mwisho, but si eti nini. You are hitting on the wrong person by putting all the blame at the Supreme Court. If the 10 million strong that you are talking about prior the elections came out to vote for you, you'd have been having a 3 million advantage over the Ruto's 7 million votes that you are discussing. So if anything, you should have been discussing about the 3 million, rather the 4 million that failed you. So staki kuongea mengi, let me go forward because already tushapewa kiti ni yetu. So my focus will be more on the things that we can achieve beyond after being sworn in. And for that to go on, because we need to have a strong parliament. Because ikifika kwa mambo ya budget and all that, we need to have a strong parliament. Because, for instance, when you look at the Constitution, Article 95(4), and which is basically connected and interrelated with Chapter 12(4), I mean, when it comes to allocation, budget allocation and finance, you're still gonna need the seats, I mean, the numbers in parliaments for us to push our agendas. No. So at this point right now, we just have kitu ambacho tunajaribu kufocus now need to strengthen our numbers in both houses, which is what we are doing, to consolidate those numbers by getting friendly parties on board, so that whenever we have an agenda, we can push them through for us to be successful kuweza kufanya shughuli zetu na mipango yetu. Now moving forward, speaking as a person interested with the projects for the coastal people or other people that live around the coastal area, I'll be more focused and keen on the blue economy, because as it is, as I was reading recently, Kenya has, in the recent past, as of right now, imported over 85% of its fish from China, which Lucy was, in a way, I agree with her, that Uhuru had a lot of dealings with China. Now you can imagine, we have a sea, and we are importing fish worth $1 million. Now, if I'm looking forward at this government to investing in matters blue economy, let's say maybe to empower the coastal people in giving them the proper equipment to be able to catch larger fish, and for those that are around the lake. And also there was a plan of increasing the fish ponds in our country, because at this point it's gone as low as 4,000 fish ponds. The recent budget, the recent government planning was to increase that to at least around 48,000 fish ponds in the country, and those will be largely around, let's say, Siaya, Migori, Tarakaniti, Meru, and many other places, whereby we can also take advantage of the blue economy tuweze kujilisha wenyewe from the fish around our own territories. Unaona, because even the fish that we get from China, there was some report which was saying that the fish has some lead in them. So in regards to matters health, it's not even good for our nation to be consuming such things. No. Now, if we could get a hold of that $1 million which we are spending on fish to China, being spent internally in our country, hiyo tayari ni pesa mfukoni kwa wananchi. Tukienda on matters agriculture, cereals, Kenya has also spent another $1 million just importing cereals. I mean, if I'm looking forward to the current government also addressing that matter of providing, let's say, subsidized fertilizers to farmers, and perhaps far much more extra assistance to the farmers to be able to increase their production, such that the amount of cereals which we import, e.g., for example, maize, we can be able to at least be self-sufficient enough such that we can even now be exporting the surplus. We have been importing the obvious things that we can ourselves provide for ourselves. And that's the sad state of our nation. So I'm hoping that in this present government which has come in, that is going to be looking keen into these things, among many more. I've only mentioned these two factors because they are closest to me, because I have homes both around the coastal area and around the other place which I mentioned in regards to cereals like Trans Nzoia. So I'm hoping that the current government will look into this. So hizi mambo zingine za siasa of what happens, do the Supreme Court did this, what, I think we are past that. Let's move forward and look tuanze to discuss such serious matters as this. What can we do and what do we think or believe that the government should do for our people in order to turn around these things? It is quite a shame that as Kenya, at this point of time, tuna import chakula. It's quite a shame. So I just want to stop there and niachie wengine waongee. Kama kuna maswali tunaweza uliza, otherwise to proceed.
Black, mi sina swali kwako, wacha Ndemba akuulize, kwa sababu wewe unaongea juu ya chakula na yua Kinara ndiye alikuwa mwanzilishi wa inaitwa Galana Kulalu. It's a spread pet project na ikadunda kwa sababu walikula. Ngoja kwa sababu walikula. Sasa mimi nashangaa sana ukiniambia hapa maneno ya kuimport sijui samaki kutoka China ati mtaenda kusimamisha. Anyway, Ndemba, go ahead.
mimi black you are a good person, you are a good brother. Tumekuwa na wewe hapa muda mrefu, even in your flip floppiness, mara Azimio, mara UDA. I'm surprised saizi ndio nataka kuja kuambia I thought your guy alisema they have what they want to do from day one. So I don't know why you're making it look like saizi ndio mnataka kuona vitu. I thought alisema ya kwamba kuna charter alisign with all the places. You should be coming here to tell us that this is what is going to be done within the next 100 days. Unaona, kutuambia ya kwamba within the next 100 days kutakuwa na kwanza, kitu ya kwanza, the next 100 days unga inapaswa kuwa imerudi from 200 to 70 shillings per bag. So you should be telling us that ni mpango gani mmeanza, naapishwa Tuesday next week. Tuambie inashuka. Wacha mambo ya fish na nini. Hiyo ni walisema walisign charter sijui counties in Mombasa. Alisign charter kama 20, sijui ya wanawake, sijui ya vijana, sijui charter sijui gani. Sasa hizo charters tunataka kuziona sasa. Demands, usikuja hapa kuteta pamoja na sisi. Unajua ukikuja hapa sasa unaanza kukulia pamoja na sisi ati I want to see. Tell us what is going to be done. Sisi ndio tunafaa kusema ya kwamba tunataka kuona from the Kenya Kwanza government the following things. Namba kwanza, tunataka kuona wifi in the next 100 days kwa kila market. Tunataka kuona internet free. Tunataka kuona free calls. Kuna watu wanasumbuka sana kupiga masimu kutoka kwa nini. Tunataka kuona free calls. One thing ambao mmeanguka kwanza, nilituambia kwamba hii serikali itakuwa ya watu wa boda na mama mboga. The list ambayo nimeona, if that list is true, sijaona mama mboga hapo. Nimeona akina sijui ya Babu na Mwamba. Nimeona sijui akina Josphat na Nok. Nimeona sijui akina nani. There's no mama mboga there. Sasa kama mmeanza kufail from the word go, hii serikali itakuwa ya mama mboga, itakuwa sijui ya nini. Sasa wewe unakuja hapa kwanza kulalamika na sisi day one. You should be telling us what you guys are going to do.
May I respond? Well, number one, I have not come to complain, neither am I complaining. I have basically stated the things that I am expecting from my government, because it's my government. By definition, a government is the people. The people is the government.
What is in your charter?
And that's why I mentioned specifically the places that are dear to me, my homes.
What is in your
I spoke of Trans-Nzoia, and I spoke of Coast. You wanted me to speak. You wanted me to speak to speak of Machakos or Kitui.
What is in the charter that was signed? He signed many
I've just
charters.
spoken about the marine. I mean, regards to blue economy, and that's why I spoke more of the fish. Or did I not speak about the fish? Do you have a sea? Do you have a sea in Machakos?
Ushuke to 70 shillings.
Now listen, charters, like you mentioned clearly. Each county prior to the election kulikuwa na charter signed. So each county had a key specific what do you call this? I'm trying to find the right word. Yale kile walichokuwa wanachokihitaji ama kukitarajia, the expectation from William Ruto's government when he takes power. Among those that now my area, the coastal Mombasa County, was the marine economy, and which is what I've addressed, whereby I've spoken about what Lucy Kamande said, which I agree with her, that in Uhuru's government, he had engaged a lot more with the Chinese government. And to some extent, I agree and disagree with her, because I agree with her to that extent. But as to what eti kwamba the international community waligemea sana Ruto for that reason, now that one I don't know, because there's nothing to prove that. But there is all to prove that yes, indeed, Uhuru engaged a lot with the Chinese government. But in his dealings with the Chinese government came with some other repercussions, whereby we had our nation importing 85% of fish from China when we have a sea, and nothing had been done. Nothing, zero, nothing had been done by his government to increase our own capacity to produce, or rather to catch our own fish. Zero. There was even a point whereby who was the CS? Was it CS Munya? He was being asked, "Are you gonna be?" Because there was an outcry. People are talking about them were requesting him to ban the importation of Chinese fish because of the lead that was inside ndani ya hizo samaki, but he said he won't.
Black ngoja, leo uko all over the place. Wacha kwanza nipatie Mama Selina nafasi kwanza. Unajua umeanza mambo ya China, mara umeingia kwa samaki.
Niko najibu.
I'm trying to follow what you're saying. Umeingia kwa samaki, umetoka kwa sea, umeingia kwa China, mara sijui nini. Ngoja kidogo nipatie Mama Selina. Nitakupatia nafasi.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish in a minute. Now, nimesema China in relation to the fish. Now, as to why we allowed our nation to be importing that much amount of fish when we could do that by ourselves. Swali yako umesema chata yetu ambayo ya county yangu.
Just hold on, vile wamesema Sally aongea, alafu I'll be back to you kujibu swali yako.
In regards to Galana, Makiadi, just to finish in 30 seconds.
Tulia wewe, tulia.
Ile maji ilikuwa inapampiwa na diesel power. It proved to be costly. But we came to realize that perhaps we could have sought alternative powers like solar.
Black, you cannot justify how much money we lost in Gulana Kulalu. I mean, it's not about pumping water and diesel money. We lost billions.
That is among
no. That was an elephant project. We lost a lot of money hapo hata usijaribu kujustify mambo ya Gulana Kulalu. Please. And we know that the deputy president was one of the architects of the Gulana Kulalu project. So do not.
What do you mean he was the architect?
He said it. He said all these things were being organized in his office. Alisema amandhemba mimi naongea Kiluya.
Come on, unless you come with
unaona Black amekuja hapa tunamuuliza maswali. Yeye badala ya kutupatia result, yeye anaanza kutuendea na
ni kwa sababu Temba anauliza swali
Mama
Selina
Okay, sawa Mama Selina endelee.
Asante sana. Sijaingia this very late.
lakini kuna mtu ameongea hapa, sijui David amefanya nikaingia. One, Temba na moderator, kama umepatiwa kiti na unalalamika ni kwamba umepatiwa mtoto sio wako and you want to convince everybody, wacha niwapatie siri. Anatupatia 7 million plus, amesahau 6.8 plus ya kwamba Uhuru mwenyewe ilikuwa ngumu. Unajua kwa nini wanataka kuforce Uhuru aseme akubali? Ni kwa sababu wanajua they cannot even walk. Nasikia huyu Plack anasema mambo ya blue economy. Unajua mumesahau kitu moja. Ile counties ya AZIMIO wameongea. Watu ngapi wamesema wamepongeza rais? Ni Rift Valley na Central. Mombasa imenyamaza, Nairobi imenyamaza, Western imenyamaza, Nyanza imenyamaza, and part of Ukambani imenyamaza. Hata amwezi tulia mjue watu wanafikiria nini. Hamwezi kuja kutupangia ati sijui Mombasa blue economy, sijui Kitale. Kwanza hizo counties. Unajua kuna I don't know Kenyans vile wanafikiria. Kwanza mwenye alikuja kuongea hapa, badala ya kutengeneza serikali mnaharibu. Mnafikiria mnasaidia hiyo serikali ya kwanza. You are not. Sahi mnatakikana kuleta watu pamoja. And you could be celebrating. Mungewacha AZIMIO walie, waulizane maswali, tulianguka wapi, kuliendaje, tupembelezane. But you coming here na mnaongea vitu hata inafanya mpaka watu wanaamuka usiku na kuongea. For real. Hii serikali hakuna mahali mnaenda. Kama amuchichui, na nimekubali Temba, umesema tungekuwa blue, tungekuwa tuna celebrate. Hii watu hata wawezi, tangu asubuhi ukisikia vile waliongea wenye walikuja mapema, wanaongea vitu unashangaa. They don't even believe you. Huyo mama church anaenda huko Meru kuropoka. You know when you are guilty, you are guilty. Umaijua umeipa, alafu unaona kama kila mtu alikuona ni mwizi. Hiyo ndiye iko. Kama mlichukua hiyo kiti genuinely, hamungekuwa hapa. Hata president elect angeambia CNN Uhuru atanipongeza, I don't know. Kama mtu atakupongeza na umekuwa rais, unataka yeye akupongeze ndio ifanye nini? Because you need the support of Uhuru kwa njia ingine yenye sisi hatuelewi. You know Uhuru akienda silence, watu yake wale muliipa kura yake wanajua hata president yetu atakubali. That is why mnataka kulazimisha Uhuru. By the way, mtu mwenye anakupongeza ni the first day ukiwa na mimba na usae mtoto. Umepata mtoto gani? Kijana. Watu wanasema pongezi, pongezi, pongezi. Umepata mtoto gani? Msichana. Mwenye atakuambia pongezi after 1 month or after 2 weeks. Na alikuwa tu, si ati alikuwa nje. Umesaa mtoto Temba. Na watu wanakuambia pongezi, kuna wenye wanakuja na sukari, kuna wenye wanakuja na taipa. Ama happy birthday. There are two things. Kama mtu ni rafiki yako na anakujua, na achakwambia happy birthday, ama achakwambia pongezi umepata mtoto, alafu mpaka umwambie, na wewe Temba, kwani ulisahau nilipata mtoto? Ama ilikuwa birthday yangu, mbona huku ni pongeza? What does that mean? Mchukuange vitu ingine kama hiyo. Kama wewe ni siku umesaa mtoto, na rafiki yako achakupongeza, na anajua umesaa mtoto, why do you have to tell us? Vitu zingine, kama watu wamenyamaza, nimetafuta Raila, sijui nimetafuta, why? Umepatiwa serikali, preparation inakuja. Uhuru, Raila waseme wamenyamaza because they have a plan. Wale watawapongeza wamenyamaza, they have a plan. Wanangoja viongozi yao wamwambie which direction we are. You know, you guys you move on kwa sababu munachukua serikali. Sisi wenye tuko pande hii tunangoja mambo yenu. We have not yet even get there. Temba hii watu wa celebrate, wamalize, tuende tuchukue pesa ya mama mboga, ya baba mboga, sijui ya boda boda. But now they are coming here. Wanafikiria wanamock. You are not mocking us. Sisi tunacheka kucheka. Uhuru amewaambia wale wana celebrate in 3 months mutakuja kulia. Pesa ya bottom up, who will give you your money? Kwanza, nani atatoa pesa yao muranie naye serikali? Munaenda kuchukua pesa ya bottom up ya watu ya bodaboda ndio murani naye serikali. You guys are playing. Watu watch. Ukisikia Uhuru akisema 3 months si mchezo. Kwanza munaongea nini? Mafuta itaenda juu bado. Ni sijui unga nasikia 500. So I'm sorry, it is late. Sikutaka kuingia, lakini nashangaa. Unakuja hapa unafikiria unaongea mzuri. Una revoke your government. Kitu mzuri mungefungua channel ama mukuja hapa turekebishe hiyo serikali pamoja. Lakini kuja mnamock nani? Mnajua amuku win. Hata hiyo church alikuwa anatuambia 21 days. Anakimbia huko Meru wanaongea. Na mnajua 2017 election ilikuwa nullified. Alafu tena leo, anyway, sisi ni wale tunasema tuliuliza mtoto. Mama ya mtoto sahi anasema badala ya kuua mtoto tumewaachia. Muone kama mutalea ama nyinyi wenyewe munaua. Otherwise Temba na Richi nilitaka tu kuambia hii watu ya Yuda. If they want to build the government, waende watengeneze serikali. Wawache kutuambia hapa kuturuingia. 7 million na 6 million, 200, difference of 200. Kama mungeshinda Raila na 3 million, ama mungeshinda Raila na 4 million, wangesalute na kusema tuko na serikali. Lakini serikali gani ya 200,000? Serikali gani ya Nyang'nyong 200,000 ilitolewa kwake. 200,000 ikatolewa kwa Homa Bay. Kimacho 27 constituencies haikuchali. We are not going there. Sasa tunawangoja. Unapanga Mombasa, sijui utakuja. Tuko na gavana ya Mombasa. Tuko na gavana ya Kakamega. Tuko na gavana ya Machakos. Tuko na governors ya AZIMIO. They will sit down. Na waone wataendesha nchi, wataendesha kaunti sao namna gani. We cannot just not let you come in na kututawala mpaka kwa boma zetu. Muende mutawale Supreme Court. Muende mutawale IPC for 5 years. Temba, we are watching these people. Na tunaambia mahali governors yetu wako washikane. Kama kuna vitu inatakikana Mombasa na kaunti ya Kakamega wako naye, Pluson tuchichenge. Hapana kuja hapa kufikiria ati ni rahisi mutapata kiti on Tuesday. Uhuru mwenyewe alikuwa president na kuna sehemu angefika. Msidanganyana ati kesho mutakimbia sijui wapi, sijui munakuwa recognize, mutakimbia Nakuru, Nairobi, Meru, Nyeri, hapo Nakuru, hapo namna hiyo. Mali ingine itatulia na kufikiria. Tuko na viongozi yetu. Baba atapanga mambo yake. We are waiting. Nyinyi mcelebrate na tunangoja baba. Na Uhuru amesema, ana asante sana. Uhuru amesema yeye anatambua Raila Odinga kama kiongozi yake kwa sababu yeye ni raia. So sisi AZIMIO tunangoja tuone viongozi yetu watatuambia nini? Leo wamekuwa Kajiado na wako na mpango wamesema. So msikuja hapa kutuambia na kuambia, muende mtengeneze serikali, mchue kuongelesha watu. Munatoa nguo zenyu kwa CNN. Those are things hamutaki kwenda kulia na kusema. So Temba na Richi na kila mtu mwenye ako hapa, ni usiku lakini niliona siwezi lala. Na si ati tunastuka, na si ati tunalia, tuko sawa. Mother, Baba, Kalonzo, Uhuru, tuko sawa. Tutapeleka hii serikali pole pole, mos. Na hawa ndio wanatusaidia, watatusaidia kutuambia yale vitu serikali inastahili kutufanyia. Hiyo wafanyikazi yote mumewatoa nje, wako AZIMIO. We welcome them. Matiang'i naona kama ana land, sijui ameland kwa kiti kubwa wapi ama siji. Those are the people we want. Hawa ndio watakuja international community kupeana mambo vile inaendelea Kenya. Temba, can you tell me half of the ministers ama all watu ya serikali munawatoa? Hivyo ndiye KANU ilifanya uchinga. Watu walienda wakachisanya na wakakuja in force, na hivyo ndiye KANU ilipatikana. So hii serikali, the first day unapeleka mtoto nursery na unastahili ya hesabu 1 + 1 is 1, na mwenye alikuwa hapo ndani you come in. Mimi nakumbuka kuna watu walitoanga, sijui, sitaki kuongea kwa sababu mimi sijui, but kulingana na vile mimi najua, ukipatiwa empty house ama empty shells na ujui mahali ya kwenda kununua vitu, uchase hiyo duka ikae vile ilikuwa. So pole kama nimewachokesha, but for me, nafikiria watu ya UDA wangeenda kucelebrate. Wakikuja hapa watulie, wawache kutulecture. What are you lecturing us? Chenye hatujui. Baba alikuwa atupatie 6,000. Kuna watu walikuwa na ngoja hiyo. Free primary school mpaka university, watu walikuwa na ngoja hiyo. Health insurance, Baba care, watu walikuwa na ngoja hizo. So bottom ups and wherever you are doing, kucheni na mbango mtuambie Temba, leo tunakuja bottom up ya kwanza, tunafanya na sisi tutacheck na kuangalia yale walisema ni sawa. Otherwise niko na nyinyi, tuko pamoja. Lakini nimeona nikuje niambie huyo David asikuje kujipambia sisi hapa na kutuambia 7 million ya wizi. Why can't you say 3 million or 4 million? Thank you so much.
Haya, asante sana Mama Selina kwa your contribution, always appreciated. Wacha kwanza nisonge kwa Chaka Ndume in a few minutes.
Asante sana Makiadi Themba, Mama Selina, mtu mweusi. Lucy, mimi nilikuwa tu na maswali kidogo na mtu mweusi hapo. Huku kung'ang'ana kwa parliament, kusanya huko kutengeza strong parliament. Huku kung'ang'ana kupitia huko kwa judiciary, ukapche dako huko. Alafu malize kwa security. Kuna picha gani halisi ya Wakenya? Na hii introduction yote kutoka tupate huku celebrate, maana mmeshinda kihakika na kihalali. Mbona mnakuwa na wasiwasi, yani hamjiamini? Wale mtadeliver kile ambacho mkiahidi ama ilikuwa tu ni siasa? But we are wishing you kama AZIMIO. Sisi tuko ngangari, tunawaangalia. Hiyo plan ya housing ya jana amezungumza mtu wenu kwamba atengeza hizo nyumba za 1 million, mtu analipia 500, choo ndani, maji ndani, kila kitu. Na wale wengine walikuwa wana depend kukodisha nyumba zao ndo waweze kulisha, watafanya nini? So vitu vingine tunaangalia tu hizi plan zenu za kitotototo, lakini asosikia la mkuu huvunjika mguu, na majuto ni mjukuu huja baadaye. Tuko hapa Ngange tunawacheki tu. Kama kweli hii ilikuwa hakika, yule Mungu mnayemwabudu kwamba ni kwa ajili ya Mungu, na sisi pia ni Mungu ni yule yule, si kwamba ametuacha, na hata tuacha tukiwa na uchungu, lazima tu mapungufu yatajitokeza. So magugu tutayajua na mbegu halisi tutayajua. Kwa hiyo tuko hapa ngangari. Shida kubwa mdelive kile ambacho Mkenya umemwahidi. Sina mengi baki hadi mimi.
Napenda Kiswahili chako sana Chaka Mdume. Sisi kazi yetu ni kutazama tu yale ambayo mliahidi. Nasikia sijui kama mlisikia kile kitu ambacho CJ alisema leo. Sijui niliweka wapi hiyo. CJ alisema ni mapenzi ya Mungu yametendeka. Sasa nilikuwa nashangaa, kwani hii siasa yenye tunaenda kupigiwa sasa itakuwa ni siasa ya kuingiza Mungu kwa kila kitu, kwa sababu ukiangalia UDA wanasema ni Mungu, hawa watu wengine ambao hawakushinda si watu wa Mungu. CJ ndio hiyo tena ameanza kushika the same language, na ninakuja kukubaliana na ule mtu anasema ile ruling ya Supreme Court iliandikwa na mtu wa UDA. Sasa nimeanza kuona, kwa sababu ile lugha ilitumika pale ni lugha ya UDA. Hii ni ile lugha tulikuwa tunaona kwa campaign podium. But having said that, Black, nataka kukuuliza kitu kimoja hapa. Unajua Chaka ameongea maneno ya maana sana, na kitu moja ahadi moja ambayo nyinyi mlikuwa mmeahidi ni kwamba mtachagua nusu ya cabinet itakuwa women. You know, you are jumping so far ukianza kutuambia mambo ya blue economy, na as from what we are seeing right now from yesterday, hata kwa ile picha zenye nilikuwa naona watu wa UDA wakipigwa pale, I don't even think the first promise yenye mlikuwa mmepromise ya kwamba mta appoint 50% ya government yenu kwa women, I don't think you are going even to fulfill it. You have started very far. Umeanza mbali sana na kuongea mambo ya samaki, lakini kitu ya kwanza, and I have your manifesto here, nili download, ndemba sijui kama uko na hii kitu, nili download hii kitu ilikuwa kwa news jana. William Ruto's
pole market kidogo tu, niwaache kidogo, utakuongea kwa con call ya meeting ya nani. Kwa hiyo niwaache muendelee kidogo, japo nilikuwa na hamu sana tu, please.
Chaka keti haho wewe Mgiriama, si ndio?
Mimi hata si Mgiriama. Mimi ni Mkenya halisi, kwa sababu hii neno ya wewe ni Mgiriama na subiri kwanza. Subiri kwanza nikumalize, mbona naenda kwa meeting. Hii wewe ni Mgiriama, wewe ni Mkikundo, tulitaka kumaliza na baba. To build one strong Kenya, watu wote wawe sawa. Lakini hapa tutaona mpaka selection yenu ya cabinet. We are just nganga kuangalia kile mnakifanya. So Black, you have nothing to tell me. Wacha tu ningie kwa con call. Ni mimi ni Mgiriama ni Mdigo, does not matter. We are all Kenyans.
Ya mala basi, umeuliza swali acha nikujibu.
Aya, sasa Julia.
Sasa mtu wa kwetu anauliza swali alafu tena anajibiwa kwa meeting. Nashindwa first, why did he come to start? It beats logic. It beats logic. I mean,
ushapigwa kalamu wewe. Baba kulizana logic.
Let me answer the question.
Black, why did you bring yourself at this time? Black, mbona umejileta wakati kama huu?
Maybe, like I have been here. I've taken hits after hits after hits. It's nothing. Now, question is this.
Black.
He asked a question.
No, ngoja Black. Unajua wewe kazi yako ni kudivert issues.
Yeah, and it was my turn, Black. Why are you cutting me off?
Ngoja, alafu unajua nataka kudivert issues ati sasa yeye anataka kujibu swali ya Chakadume. Na kuna maswali hapa ambayo tumeuliza hapa. Yeye hajibu. Anaenda sijui mambo ya blue economy. Wewe subiri.
Hautowahi nisukuma kwa ukuta, nafikiria tu nikanyaga. I always have answers to all your questions.
Ngoja kwanza Julia.
Makiadi ameniuliza swali sasa hivi.
Ngoja ndugu yangu Black. Nasikia unaitwa mweusi, mtu mweusi, lakini sawa. Wacha tusikie Julia kwanza.
Usikubali Black atucheze shere hapa. Wanaweza kuiba majudges, waibe kura huko, lakini hapa tutakuweka bana.
Wacha Julia ongee kwanza. Julia,
commend Mama Selina na ametoka. Mama Selina said very powerful points and about the incoming government. And I think my point is Semba, Makiadi, Black and Lucy. Let's leave them alone to prove themselves. Hata hatutaki kufanya kazi na nyinyi. Hata sijui watu nisikia watu wakisema ati Matiang aende. Matiang cannot work in that kind of a government. Because Matiang is not that kind of a person. So me, Black, you are trying to tell us here ati sijui mtatoa samaki wapi, sijui mpeleke wapi, sijui mpeleke wapi. All that is meaningless until you address corruption. Hizo story zenyu ndefu zote mnatuletea. Ati sijui story ndefu, sijui mama mboga, sijui mama mtu wa pikipiki, sijui nini. Hizo story zenyu zote ndefu muache. Start with Ruto and Gachagua. Gachagua today pesa yake nasikia amerudishiwa. Sudi nimesikia hakwenda kotini. Mnaona, you see, you just began on a wrong note. I heard Sudi never went to attend his court case. You just began on a wrong note. So you people don't tell us all those long stories. Begin with telling us, I think his speech should be like this. Wakati wa swearing, I, William Samuel Ruto, I resolve to change and to transform myself. And I'm speaking to my brother here, Gachagua, to change. And we will not do the things we have been doing. We resolve to fight corruption. We want to hear that kind of a speech. Sasa hizo stories zenyu ndefu zote msitulete. Ati mnafanya nini, mnafanya hii. Those things won't work, Black. As long as we suspect you are planning to steal from us. As long as you are likely to steal from us, those things will not work. That is why I'm telling Kenyans, prepare for hard times. Really hard times. Asante Makiadi.
Makiadi, si Ruto ni mweupe kama pamba, Gachagua ni mweupe kama pamba. Anaitwa nani? Aisha Juma ni mweupe kama pamba. Sudi ni mweupe kama pamba. Si wako sawa? Makiadi, back to you.
Ngoja tupatie Lucy kwanza dakika moja, Black, na kuja kwako.
Hey, Black. Umejikoroga hapo. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Lakini about delivery, hiyo itakuwa ngumu, tuongee ukweli. The first, it is a political language they were using. But this time, it will work against them because Kenyans, unaona vile Kenyans, we voted peacefully. Kenyans have an agenda in place. So if he came here kutudanganya, I'm sure we'll put him in check. He will have a very hard time ruling us if he won't deliver on his promises. I'm skeptical. Many people are skeptical. We don't expect much from him, but he can prove us wrong, eh? And he has a very hard job to do because most of us tuna expect so little from the record. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, and if you do, ni ngumu sana. But we are expecting nothing but Aki to prove wrong, then we'll stand corrected. He has a very hard time ruling us as Kenyans. Sababu sisi hapa, we can't go the dictatorship way because Kenyans will fight back. You on social media, on what, you can't do that anymore. So he has a hard time ruling us. If he promised something, he won't deliver. So we have his manifesto. We'll keep ticking. Let him do 70% of what he promised. Because, okay, sometimes it might not be the 100, but let us see the 70% done. As Kenyans, haya hatufai tuseme yaliyopita, lakini we'll keep him in check. We should go ticking off, which I know it's almost impossible. What he promised is almost impossible. I don't know if we are so gullible kuvotia such agendas, but I don't see the delivery happening in 100 days. But it's a start. When we keep him in check, maybe Kenya will become better in future the way we vote, the agendas we put in place. because you can't vote for someone who promises and then the next minute anaanza excuses. Excuses already started. Tumeona wameanza excuses, sijui tumechukua, we took a government that has a debt. I had Gachagua saying that. So you fought so hard for this government. Now stop, quit the complaints. Let's start. Let's start the delivery process. Don't be a complainer. You know, now he has nothing to complain about. Sijui handshake, sijui. He has nothing to complain about now. He's on that seat. It's all on him. We are looking upon him to deliver. There is no one, he won't say the government did this, what, now he's the government. Let him show us what he can do. Enough of the complaints and saying he didn't deliver because of A, B, C, D. Now we are putting him in check. And Kenyans will question if he doesn't deliver.
Yeah, Black, as I come to you, I just want you to address these two issues. I was going through William Ruto's pledges, and one of the pledges that he made to Kenyans, he said that he's going to increase the daily income of informal traders by 200 shillings. That's one. Number two, he said that he's going to transform 2 million poor farmers from food deficit to surplus producers. What is that? I mean, perhaps you can explain to us how you're going to do this, because when ndio unajua agenda ya UDA, before you go to the blue economy, hebu tuambie, these are the basic things you've been running on the agenda of ya kusaidia mtu wa pikipiki na bodaboda. Can you tell us how you're going to improve the income by 200 bob? And I think that should be something that you'll be doing in the next maybe 2 weeks after you're sworn in.
Number one, before I proceed, I think it is best if we have some house rules here and some standing orders, whereby now it is becoming more of a heckling session than a debate. One panelist will ask a question. As the person who's been asked a question is trying to respond to that question, someone else comes in between and tries to heckle and is not being done anything. That is wrong. That is not, I mean, at least when we speak, I keep quiet, like the way mmeongea mimi nimenyamaza. Right now, I'm sure as I speak, someone interfere in between. And that's very unfortunate. Now, I have so many questions that you have asked me. Kemba, I responded to you, and the answer that I gave to you, or rather the response that I gave to you, is related to the question that nani walikuwa hapa sasa hivi, mwana nani huyo? Because actually my point was not to bring up the tribal factor kwamba eti ni mtu wa kwetu ama nini. I wanted to put it across that kama mtu wa kwetu kule coast, that blue economy that I was talking about was gonna directly, not indirectly, directly benefit him. And that was the point which I was trying to put it across to him before aseme anaenda meeting. No. So Temba, kuhusu ile swali yako ya kusema kwamba nimeingiza China, I gave China as an example of where we are spending our money through imports, which is an opportunity to our people by the coastal areas to take full advantage of the same, whereas that money being spent to China would be done so within our territories, and the locals themselves would directly benefit from that money which would have been spent on China. In a way, it would save our foreign reserves, if anything. Because when you're buying in China, you don't pay in Kenya shillings. Now, in regards to Makiari, chakula venye nilikuwa nimesema kuhusu agriculture. I believe there was something that was mentioned there in regards to guaranteed minimum returns, whereby wewe kama mkulima Richard Makiadi, kabla uende kuingia pale shambani, You already know the minimum that you can fetch for your produce long before you even go to plant whatever that it is that you're going to plant. Now, as to whether this 200 extra shilling itaongezeka kwa farmers is part of that, I don't know, because they're yet to announce that. They have not told us that yet. But out of this point, we are trying to form a government. In regards to the women, and you're nasema 50% will be women, ambao hujaona unasema hujaona because hakuna mtu ambaye ametangazwa nini already. Have you seen any CS nini appointed? No. So until the appointment happens, then at that very point, you can come back here, then you ask that question. Yes, Black, your president promised to have a 50% composition be that of women. Now, that is not the case as per the CSS that have been appointed. What is your response? Then at that very moment, I will respond to that question. In regards to Julia, umekuwa back and forth of, I don't know, regarding and all this. I don't know, bad start, good start. Watch a government take shape. We have not even gotten sworn in. Let us get sworn in, reform our government, give us time, those 100 days which we are talking about, or at least 6 months. Then let's come back here and let's do an appraisal. It is now 100 days. What has the Kenya Kwanza government achieved? Are they so far performing or underperforming as per what they say? Now, in regards to what actual things that are expected to be done within or achieved within that 100 days still has not been said. But one of the things that I do know is we're going to have more than 100,000 new teachers being employed within the first 6 months. That I can tell you for now. That I know from within the circles. The rest, let's just wait for the president, once he's sworn in, to come and address us and tell us what he will achieve in the next 100 days. Ndio tukuja hapa sasa tuanze kuulizana maswali. That's all I can say. Unless there's any other question that I've not responded to.
Sijui kama kuna mtu akona swali lingine kwako. Ndemba, do you want to say something?
Ndio Black ameanza hiyo kitu nani Lucy amesema hapa wanaanza na kulament. Sasa unaona Black analamentia na issues like house rules, nikiongea watu wataongea. Hajajibu hata maswali yangu. Black, you should be giving
Uliza sahi, one-on-one, let every panelist stay aside. Now it's me and Temba. Twende Temba, mimi na wewe sasa. Ask me a question.
Hii ni gani? Ngoja Black zima microphone kwanza.
Let all the viewers.
Hii ni gani ya kusema
me
one
and
and
Temba
one,
right
me and Themba? Kwa nini vita? Ebu mute Themba, go ahead.
Sasa ona, yeye mwenyewe amesema hapa tuache kuweko. Yeye ndio huyo tu ndio huyo amesha ni mute na eko. Black, I asked you one simple question. Hukujibu hiyo swali yangu. Nilisema, instead of coming here to start telling us what you expect from your guy, you should be coming here and your statement will be that after tumekuwa sworn in on second, within the first 100 days, these are the things that you're going to see happening. And you need to come and hold us. You don't come and say that I'm expecting my president to do this. I'm expecting blue economy. I'm expecting what? Makiadi amekusomea hiyo whatever, your manifesto. And I don't know which one you guys will implement. I don't know if you'll implement the manifesto or you'll implement the charters. There were charters that were drawn where there was a charter that was the Ministry of Women's Affairs will be located where there's another charter. I mean, there are too many charters. So what you need to be coming here to tell us is within the next 100 days, this is what you guys need to see. Now, us will be sitting here
saying that we haven't seen A, B, C, D. And someone down there is telling you that you guys need to open your own channel ambayo mtakuwa hapa mpati kelele ya watu wa Azimio. But we want you here. I mean, I think huyo ni mtu mgeni ambaye amekuja kwa hii channel. So aelewi ya kwamba hapa tuna accommodate kila mtu. But Black, I've been a little disappointed with the trajectory of you coming in to complain. You don't need to complain. And like Lucia said, you don't need to start by excuses. You need to start by telling us, these are the things, because Abia guy said that he'll be ready by day one to do the things. Day one. Done. Now, what is it that we want to see within the first 100 days? For me, I've said, number one basic thing. I know in Central Kenya, that's not a really issue, like unga coming down, because in Central Kenya, they don't take a lot of ugali. So unga coming down is not so much of an issue. That's why unga coming down is a Western Kenya and whatever issue. So we need unga to come down, at least for us to buy unga at 70 shillings. We need internet available in all the homes. We need free calls because those are some things that we were told. We need our young men, at least 1,000 jobs coming up. They say, I don't know how many jobs per year. They say that. So the job starts right now. So ukikuja hapa from UDA, tafadhali, mkikuja hapa, don't come to cry with us. We don't want you to come here and start feeling like you are still opposition within government. You are not opposition. You are government right now. So when you come here, don't come and lament. I would want to see my government. I would want to see. No, go tell them to do it. Sisi ndio tunafaa kusema, we would want to see the following. That for me is the concern that I'm having with you, Black. And before you go round and round and round and start calling us, you what, oh, sijui decorum. Hizo, nyinyi mngekuwa mnajua decorum, hamngeiba kura. So decorum is not something that exists in UDA. Hakuna decorum. Amjui nini, amjui straight ways of doing things. So ukikuja hapa, give us solutions. Back to you.
Okay, and then I think one issue
Right of response.
Yeah, I'm giving you an opportunity. One thing that I think most people are overlooking as we come here to discuss is the issue of acceptability, which I would basically pin to legitimacy. And Black, I think you've lived in Kenya for a while. You understand that Uhuru Kenyatta had a very hard time, I think, before he did the handshake. And it's simply because Uhuru Kenyatta could only go to certain places in the country. He was the president of Kenya, but was only accepted in a certain way and manner and region in a country that he called himself a president. And William Ruto is still falling into the same group. You know, William Ruto won. He has no leaders from, majority of the country. You can look at the map kama unajua uliangalia map ya Kenya. William Ruto akienda Mombasa, I don't know. Akienda upande wa coast, that is hakuna, a few leaders ambao wanamfuata. Basically most of them are not even elected leaders. That is subject to confirmation and debate. But you can see William Ruto will probably do the same thing Uhuru Kenyatta did in 2013 and 2017 when he got elected. So William Ruto will be a president who will be revolving, vile Mama Selina amekuambia tu, between Nairobi, Central Kenya and Rift Valley. It's the truth. We cannot hide that. And if at all, from what I heard William Ruto saying today, that he does not believe in the issues of handshake, then I can tell you for real here that William Ruto will not be able to govern Kenya. And that hiyo nimekuambia for free leo, take it to the bank. Atakuwa nazunguka hapo na kurudi Nairobi simply because if he does not feel like he wants to bring the country together at this point, during the early days of his leadership, then he's not going even to manage to rule the country, because half of the country do not believe that he won fairly. And that's a fact. The other half believes that they voted for him and he won fairly. So before even we go to the implementation of the manifesto, William Ruto has an uphill task in trying to convince the other half of the country that he was legitimately elected. And that's a fact. And that is why when you saw the Supreme Court announce him as the president-elect, it is only a few pockets from the country that were celebrating. Why didn't you ask yourself why other regions were quiet? It's because they feel like their vote did not matter. And it will take a while. It will take time. If he does not reach out to the other parts of the country, then he will be that president who will only actually be accepted by the half, which is about 7 million people that voted for him. So as you look forward to govern the country, Kenya in particular, and making sure that your manifesto is being implemented, you should be aware of the fact that probably half of the country or half of the voters do not believe William Ruto is the president. Whether it matters to you or not, that's another issue. Go ahead, Black.
Thank you, Makiadi. Just before I go to Temba again for the third time, I've not been complaining, I'm not complaining, and I'm not lamenting. I just said I am looking forward to the things which I mentioned as part of what we would benefit from this government, from the blue economy, that is, to our people around the coastal area. Now, moving forward, in regards to Makiadi's statement of William Ruto not being acceptable elsewhere, in parts where they did not vote for him. Now, understand one thing. The minute the government undertakes to do what it said and implement what it said, and the people start feeling those changes, even from the areas which did not vote for him, believe you me, he will be acceptable. That's a fact. At this point right now, if let's say your plan yake ya food, reduce cost of food through increasing the food production within our country to a point such that we have a surplus, we export some, bei ya food itakuwa imeshuka chini. Trust you me, anybody, anywhere will be glad of that, will be glad about that, and will be happy about that. When the cost of NHIF is revised down to 300 shillings, yule mwananchi wa chini from anywhere else that they did not vote for Ruto will feel that directly, and they will appreciate him and they will accept him. So it's more about the performance. Hata wewe mahali ulipo sahihi, you are not acceptable everywhere. Somewhere maybe in the past, because umetokea mpya, maybe Rich Makiadi or Temba or anyone, Julia, or even I myself. But as time went by, after they had seen the things that you were of benefit to them, they gradually changed their view about you. Let's say Rich Makiadi or Temba or Julia. And that's a fact. It's human nature. So believe you me, the moment William Samoei Ruto, the 5th president of our nation, starts implementing and achieving all those promises which he gave the Kenyans, regardless of whichever side they are. Hiyo narrative yako ambao unasema eti he will not be acceptable like Uhuru Kenyatta and it will not exist. Trust you me. So let's just wait until we come with a scorecard after a couple of months and say, okay, this is the much that he has achieved. Now let's look, has the rate of acceptability elsewhere improved for him? Yes or no? That is how I look at it. So his performance, to conclude, will be equally proportional to his acceptability. to the places which you mentioned that voted blue. That's how I can answer it.
Haya, tuko hapa na wewe Black, tutakuwa tunaongea, but I can tell you for real, you do not know the pain that is in people's hearts, people that thought they voted and their vote did not count. I would want to see what William Ruto would do to them so that he can convince them that he's a legitimately elected president. But that's a debate for another day. Jacob.
Yeah, habari Mr. Black, Lucy, Makiadi, Temba, Julia. Mnanisikia? Yeah, nakuja tu contribute. Hii debate imekuwa moto sana. But anyway, let's go straight to the point. We are going to hold this government accountable. That's number one. I want Ruto to succeed 100%. And I'm praying he does. And I want him to stand firm on issues of corruption, poverty, and lack of jobs. There's one thing I want to say, and Makiadu may mention. This government has to have what we call inclusivity. I mean, he has to reach to the other communities. And it's true. I'm going to give a good example. For those who live in America, you saw what happened in 2020 election. I think, was it 2016? 2016. Trump came in 4. Yeah? Alikuja, akakuja na policy zake, akakuja na politics ingine divisive sana. Some people liked it. Some people did not like it. But remember, he's not a politician. He's a businessman. And the country was fed up of the regular politicians. The country was divided. And during Trump's 4 years as a president, the country was even further divided. Yeah. Did he do some stuff? Did he say something? Atafanya na alifanya? Yes, he did. There's so many things that he said, I'll do this, and he did. Some he did not, he wasn't able to do because of the division of Congress and all that and this, But still, there's some people, even if alifanya vitu zengine, which he said he was going to do, still the country was divided. I'm not comparing Ruto and Donald Trump. No, these are two different people. Completely apple and whatever bananas, two different. But I'm just trying to say, I mean, you have to reach out to the other group. You really have to try your best to reach out to the other group. There are people are hurting. People are hurting very, very bad. And this is the only way is just to go and reach out, because Ruto will be ruling the whole Kenya, to be honest. He has to govern the whole of Kenya. And I'm praying he has to form an inclusive government, go to each and every region and get somebody and put them in positions. Not because of, just to try and bring a form of unity. You know what I mean? That's what I think he should do. Try and go and reach out to other communities. Look at someone who fits the job from a different community. Because to be honest, right now, and we can't, to be honest, let's not kid ourselves. Right now, many Kenyans are saying that the presidency is just between two communities. We have to be real, guys. We have to be real. And other communities, they feel like, wow, what is going on? Why not this side? You know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm not saying it's going to be like that, but one day things will turn. Tables turn, somebody else will come in, maybe a Maasai will be there or whatever, It's going to happen regardless, But I'm trying to say that I'm praying for President-elect, let me use that word, President-elect, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to succeed 100%. As long as he's put his foot down against corruption, and they set a good example, because the people are looking at them. Set a good example, and others will follow. If someone is corrupt in your government, get rid of that guy. Take him out. Yeah, eka mtu mwingine ule, someone who's genuine, and he has to start with himself And even us too, watu wale tuko chini, we have to also set a good example, of course. But all I'm just trying to say is a government of inclusivity. Go to the other communities. Try and bring people together. Yeah. Go to the Maasai. Look at, hey, who is qualified for the job here? Go to Coast. Who is qualified for the job? Yeah. Enda huko kwa Wajaluo. Kwanza huko ndo kuna kani kugumu sana. Because huko over there, I can guarantee you, they are very even bitter over there right now. Because they feel they've been having a lot of injustice. Enda huko. Yeah. I know even Moyo had a hard time sometimes even in Kisumu, if you guys can remember very well. You know? Moyo sometimes had a hard time. In Kisumu, some people did not want him over there. Yeah. But he had his own way of getting things around. So I'm just saying, and I go to even the lowest community, the ones that is not recognized that much. Go there, find somebody who's qualified for the job, put him somewhere here and there. You may not satisfy everybody, by the way. Uta satisfy kila mtu. You know what I mean? Yeah. But just try and bring people together. Try and bring people together. And I wish Donald Trump did that. That is where his downfall was. He did not reach out to the other side. He was like, screw you guys. You guys are like this. No, at least I feel if he had some form of empathy and reach out, things would have been probably different. And that is what is happening even in this government here, Biden. He's already blasting the Trump guys. I mean, this division is still continuing even to the next president. So, but if you try and go and reach out to the other communities and say, hey, you know what? Let us get to work right now. I like what you've said, Black. Let us get to work. Yeah? Give me a chance. We are going to give Ruto a chance. He needs a chance. He has to be given a chance. I know he had 10 years as a VP, which I didn't see much done, but right now he's a president. He's going to be president and he's going to be in charge of Kenya. So I am praying that now we're going to give him a chance. We will see whether he 100 days, what has he done, the long-term goals that he has, because I'm sure he has short-term goals and long-term goals. We are going to keep an eye on that. Other than that, let's love one another. We are all Kenyans. Let's just stick together. Yeah. Anything they say, anything Ruto will say, anything he'll do, it will affect all of us. Yeah. So let's keep an eye on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. Demba, go ahead.
I like what Jacob has said. However, I want to disagree with him on one thing. In Ruto's arrangement of Kenya Kwanza, he has Luos. I know there are Kinaobado. If it is about communities, there are Kinaobado. There is Owalo. He has people from Nyanza, so I think that will not be an issue within Ruto's Kenya Kwanza side. We need to isolate the problem that we faced in the Jubilee government. Is because by the end of the Jubilee government, by the time we are coming to 2022, we don't know which government we are criticizing. We need to be careful not to be suggesting that we need another handshake. Because personally, I don't want a handshake. Because a handshake is the worst form of government we can ever have. We need to have a government that we can hold accountable. We need, just like Ruto said, that he is not going to have he doesn't believe in handshake. That's okay. But yes, you are a government. You don't have to have a handshake. We need to have a ruling coalition and the opposition coalition, so that we don't have this issue of reaching out, holding hands, or even coming out. And then I would be the most disappointed person if tomorrow we woke up and then Ruto has reached out to Raila and they have shaken hands, and now some other Raila people are being included in government.
That's the worst kind of scenario that we need, because at the end of it, like right now, when we are coming towards the end of the Jubilee government, we didn't know whom we are criticizing. The Uhuru are all over with Ruto. Ruto is still his deputy. The Raila, who is supposed to be now coming out strongly, he's been included in the government. So it was just chaotic for us. So I would want a situation where healing can be done in a nation, not necessarily having a coalition government or a handshake government. Let's have Kenya Kwanza running Kenya Kwanza government. If he has to choose people from these other communities, there are so many people in Kenya Kwanza or UDA who are from Nyanza, he can choose from them, but not coming out to say that, okay, we need healing in terms of having a handshake, reaching out to this the AZIMIO people. No, let's have a government that we can hold accountable after 5 years, and we say Kenya Kwanza has been in power for 5 years. What have they done? Like other democracies do. You have conservatives, you have liberals, you know that Democrats have done this. After 5 years, Republicans are preparing to come in. We need to find Kenya in such a situation where we can be able to change regimes depending with the ideologies and what they stand for. Right now, I don't agree with the idea that he has to reach out to AZIMIO. No, we don't, as AZIMIO, we don't want handshake. Nobody should cheat them that we want a handshake. We don't want a handshake, and not less a handshake with thieves. Let's have the government of this one, let them continue, and then we hold them accountable. So that is the point I wanted to disagree with you, Jacob, especially when you say that now he needs to reach out to Raila. No, nobody should reach out to the other. Trump has never accepted that Biden won, but Biden has continued to rule, and life has gone on, and Republicans are preparing themselves to come and also grab the power, and that's how democracies should work. We shouldn't necessarily have the same political party for us to be one. We can be peaceful, but still have different political parties. That's what I needed to say.
If I may respond, actually, no, I did not even mean. I did not. When I said reaching out to that, I didn't mean about. I wasn't meaning handshake. I just meant just in the government, people from other tribes to be also having positions, people who are qualified. Handshake, there was no opposition anyways. When handshake was there was no opposition, for real. There was no opposition. I mean, the only opposition that came now was just now, Ruto. Ruto's team was on it, which was opposition. But what I meant actually, Themba, is just like including other communities in important positions, but make sure you put people who are qualified. I mean, other communities will feel they will feel part and parcel of the government, but no handshake. We definitely need an opposition. We need an opposition. Without an opposition, I mean, this government will do whatever they want to do.
Yes, Black.
Question. I have a question. Temba, Jacob, and everyone else katika panel. If at this point, or rather in the next few days, weeks, or months, kama wananchi wote, their cost of living is reduced in regards to the expenditures, and their incomes and sources of income are increased, and then resources are fairly distributed amongst all regions in the country. For instance, mtu Migori or Homa Bay or Kitui, in areas that did not vote for William Ruto, get to have developments by the national government, not county government, by the national government. put up in their areas, and factories perhaps set up their value addition factories set up there. Now, what reason would one have to have like a hatred towards the president? Do you think there will be any? I don't think so.
You see, black regimes are not changed mostly because they haven't made development. Regime change is a normal process the world over. Even when you have done the best, there's always something that you haven't done. And that in a political setup there has to be a way that politics, our political organization, and for me, I like what I'm seeing right now. I'm only hoping that this develops to be something that's going to be there for a long time. I'm hoping that AZIMIO consolidates itself and we stop party hopping, so that those people who are elected and AZIMIO remain as an AZIMIO coalition, and so that we have that dichotomy where you do have AZIMIO coalition, and then we have Kenya Kwanza coalition, and these parties continuously consolidate themselves to get to power. So if we do have that, whatever Kenya Kwanza does right now, there'll always be something that has not worked, and definitely that is what is going to get them off power. And continuous political parties and coalitions are not formed as just like the way you go to a wedding party. No, coalition parties and political parties are formed to rise to power. So it doesn't matter what Kenya Kwanza does. I mean, that's up to you. For us as AZIMIO, it's not whether we want to love you or hate you. For us, we want to get to power. We want you to make mistakes so that we question you, and so we take advantage of that and we get to power. So it doesn't. If you promise to do that, you're asking us a hypothetical question. Have they done that yet? We don't know. Let them do it, and then we are going to hold them accountable. But as it is right now, you don't have to be loved by everyone. I mean, that's how it is. You don't have to have people from AZIMIO loving you. Just do your job. When it comes to the time that there are people who have been sent home in this particular election that passed, someone like Anini Kega, he had made sure that roads were constructed to every village. Water was running everywhere, but the guy didn't see it back to parliament. Why? He was voted out. So politics is all about coming to do stuff. Politics is about getting power, and that's my response. Maybe someone else can have a different point. Maybe at that point I can bring in Ebole as he's making. Ngoja. You asked us a question. Let people respond, and then you'll have your final word on it. So there are people also who want to give their words to it. You don't ask a question and then now you want to give a follow-up, and only one person has responded. Blackburn. Come down. Yes, Ebole, and then Lucy also wanted to chime in. You can come in with that as you give your view.
Okay, thank you, Thema, for giving me this opportunity, and hello to everyone in the panel. I hear Black talking about that this government should include other communities, and it should go and pick people and show that it's employing people. You can employ people from all other communities.
It's not Black who said, it's Jacob.
Oh, it's Jacob. Oh, sorry. Point of correction. You can employ people from all communities in different positions, but you're employing incompetent people, or you're employing people who don't have any teeth. They're being controlled. It's just a perception. So if you're looking for perceptions, you are very wrong. I don't mind a government that is run by few communities, but they are performing and delivering to everyone in Kenya, and they're accountable. If they fail to deliver, there are consequences for it. I would rather that than a cosmetic look that does not work. I think that is just misguided, and just it's not something that is accountable or sort of like delivers. I also wanted to just touch on a little bit about the handshake or reaching out. Just like Themba said, we don't want any reaching out. First of all, let this illegitimate government, because we know it's illegitimate, let them rule. Let them do whatever they need to do. We just need to organize ourselves as a strong opposition so that we can be able to countercheck this government. And just like Themba said, those people who are in AZIMIO should stick to AZIMIO, because this time will come and this time will go. You have to have a plan, and you have to have some principles when you're a politician. You can't just be party hopping. And one thing you don't understand is that at the same time, this government has people who already were promised things. And if those things are not going to be delivered to these people, who I don't know if they were campaign funders or whatever they were or whatever, they're going to cause chaos. And it's going to be another chaos of 5 years. Nothing is going to be done in government. It's going to be politics now of 2027, because some people are not happy because they did not get what they want. We want this government that is going to come in to work and do its own work. Whatever they do, it's up to them. We don't want to be associated by their business, as we want to do the business of government for those who are elected, and also checking government and making sure that Kenyans actually get what they deserve. That is what we need to do. But this thing of handshakes and reaching out, we don't want cosmetic surgery. And also that is confusing, because now if we start reaching out and looking like we are together, then what was the whole point of going to the Supreme Court? What difference do we put between us, that we are the people who are standing for the rule of law? Now we are mixing with people who don't even respect the rule of law. What are we trying to do? 5 years is not a long time. And despite that, we have leaders who are elected. They're there. And another thing that I think, I don't know if it's Black touched on, because he was talking about Homa Bay, and there was someone in the chat who was very upset that you're talking about Homa Bay, is that we have county governments. The whole thing of saying if the national government goes here and starts delivering in this area, maybe it will make other people happy. No. That's not what we want. We already have county governments. If the county governments are doing whatever they need to do, that's what devolution was all about, not relying on national government. But if you want to take people back to Moi era, where the national government is the only place where you can get national resources distributed, that's when you have serious problems in the country. Because as politics, we know what politics is. Politics, first of all, rewards the people who supported them. Then anything else trickles down to the other side. That is what politics. If you haven't been a politician or been around politicians, that's what they do. So that whole idea, I don't think it's gonna work. So the county governments, that is the biggest advantage we have right now in terms of devolution, because money will always go to the county government, wapende wasipende, and the county government has to do its work. That's why I always talked about, when you elect leaders are a reflection of your standard of living. You elect bad leaders, you have bad standard of living. Even Moi said that. Yeah. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. So you have to make sure that you're electing leaders who can perform, because a lot of billions are being poured in county governments. Yes, some governors are doing something, but I'm sure this money can do much more, and people will not even be thinking about this presidency, because the county governments are working, the hospitals are running, it's affordable, kids are going to school, there's supplies, there's all sorts of systems of support and supporting the community and providing employment and avenues for people to actually do business. That is what we want to see. But for now, let the illegitimate government rule itself. Wacha wakutane pamoja, wafanye mambo yao. Sisi tuta supervise na tutakuwa tukipoint hand. This is what you said you'll do. This is what you said you'll do. Have you done this? Have you done this? Kenyans, you see what you elected? You see what you have now? These are the people you elected. Musiseme tuko nao, ati tuko nao, we are doing this together. No, we are checking them and telling you what they're doing. That is what we want. Thank you.
Black, ngoja. Wacha tusikie Lucy alafu Julia then Black.
Okay, I agree with Douglas. You know, with this illegitimate government, what I've noted, they like complaining. So we don't need ourselves in there to get all the blame. You know, this time Raila got all the blame, and it costed him some parts. Some people, you know, the swing votes, yeah. Some people didn't know whether to vote for him because they didn't understand. So I think we should stay far and watch and watch and see how far they can go and keep them in check. As for inclusivity, Black, we need, you know, for this government, it's going to be very hard to rule because, you know, the country is divided right in the middle. I'm telling you, even if we go by their numbers, 6.9 million voters to 7.1, that's a very minimal gap if we go by their numbers. So it's divided right in the middle. So if you come on media telling people hawa watu wanataka kununua, you know, hawa watu, the first thing you should do is bring people together. You don't start, the campaign period is over. The key important thing right now is unity. If same goal is to achieve, we want to achieve the best for this country. The best thing, you need everybody on board. You don't need to sideline. Kusema hawa ni wa AZIMIO, you know, you need them. They were elected by people who believe in them. And then this migration, I don't think it's fair. He shouldn't be poaching them to get a number because, you know, those people who elected them believed in they will deliver, and they elected them in that kwa hiyo chama. Why should you go poaching them? I think on the part of those who are going to the other side, that is betrayal. You're betraying the same people who voted for you. So I don't think it's wise. I don't think whatever is happening it's not a norm. I don't know what's going on there just to get the numbers. It's good to push your agendas, but you didn't get those numbers. So you might have done something wrong on the ground. So I think the basic thing right now, the first stop is to include everyone. Inclusivity means the citizens, you need to unify them even with your talk. You don't need to sideline, say, how are watu, you know. I heard what the MPs were told, and I think it's a competition mode that is still there. So if you are president of the whole country, these people not to feel left out. You need to include them in your discussion. You don't need to have them in your government, the executive side, because the executive side needs to be checked. So, but you don't sideline them in a way. I don't believe even those AZIMIO, I don't believe their agendas will be taken seriously as much, because seen from the if I can see that on media myself and I'm a citizen, how about those people there in the needing to do something for their people? So I'm quite skeptical. I don't know what he's all about, but some things are better left unsaid. Don't go to the media telling us these people are very dangerous. These people will try. These people, you know, I don't know. We are one Kenya. If the agenda was to push the country forward, then you don't have to talk like that. I was quite disappointed. Thank you.
Makiadi, it is Julia and then Black. I have to leave. See you guys tomorrow.
Aya, sawa briefly ndio tufunge pia. So Julia, go ahead.
Okay, hata mimi nataka kuwa brief. Lucy, you said something very good. I listened to Gachagua before even the Supreme Court made its declaration. Gachagua was already threatening some county officials, how they pack. So that tells me, Black, these people knew what they were doing. They knew that they were going to be, the thing was going to be ruled in their favor. And then today I see that, okay, then later on when the declaration was made, the incoming president had a media press briefing, and he was he said something about citizen wako wapi, like intimidating. Today Arika said, in the words of Arika, that after Ruto is sworn in, they'll see how they'll deal with Mutembei TV, so that things also change in Mutembei TV. So I don't know what Arika will do with Mutembei TV after Ruto is sworn in. Then Ruto Aria said that that these people are desperate for anything, that they are using they may use the security forces to arrest you. And then he said that that you see, we have large numbers in parliament, and constitutionally, AZIMIO has large numbers constitutionally. So he was talking about the people he has convinced, and then he said, and we have tuko na wengine kama 15 ama tuseme 20. Sasa hao 15 ama 20 ni wale he's trying to persuade from AZIMIO, whichever means he's trying to use. So those statements from a president-elect are not very appropriate. I think the president-elect now should move from being like he's in a campaign mode. He should try and bring some healing. Now, there is a population that Uhuru appreciated when he went for the handshake, a part of Kenya that has since times immemorial, that has felt that they have not been treated fairly. And even me, so I come from Mount Kenya region, it is one thing to feel like you have been having presidency, but deep inside your heart, you feel kuna watu wamefinywa. Unaona, you just have to be sincere with yourself that these things are not right. Now, and one still is when they feel that the election has been stolen from them on several occasions. I spoke earlier, I said that I thought, and I really believe that in 2007, I do not think Kibaki won that election fairly, or he could have gathered enough numbers to do that. So I'm from Mount Kenya region, I do not think so. Now, 2013, 2017, those of us who voted for Uhuru thought that Uhuru vote fair and square. But after the 2017, when the servers could not be opened, I myself who voted for Uhuru, I thought this something very wrong. Though I think we had the numbers, something's very wrong with this thing. So I was trying to be fair with myself and my reasoning, that I should not go around thinking that we're okay, we're doing well, we are good, we have the numbers, we've conquered them. And I have been feeling in my heart that something needs to be done. So even when people say that presidencies should be rotational, or maybe we should have several posts, I began seeing the point, because I began seeing a situation where one of these fine days, Kenya will just explode. It reaches some limit. You cannot think that you can get away with all the drama and all that. You do this way, you steal election, you organize this, you fool people, and then you think you can rule them again and again and again. They may not have the army behind them. They may not have the forces behind them, but there will be a limit. These people will get to a limit. And I think that is what Uhuru was trying to address with BBI and the handshake. But these people went around and said that ati anatafutia Raila mamlaka. Saa zingine, sometimes it is good to do something for the sake of the future of a country. So now when we come to 2022 and Raila gathers marshals his forces, and there are questions about the election, which the Supreme Court dismisses. Even those who are in UDA, if they are sincere with us, they can tell us. Hata kuna mtu alisema hapa, I think somebody called Cheraisi. He said, he confessed. He said when he saw the Form 34A that Julius Soweto was producing in court, and he went to the portal and found the same form with Jose's name, he was like, this is bad. You feel it. This is bad. Even if I'm thinking we have won, this is really bad. Whatever the case, hii ni mbaya. So William Ruto is taking up a government with a population, a huge population of Kenyans who feel wamefinywa sana since independence. Na hata saa zile wanafinywa unfairly. So he got to do something. How maongezi yanaongea ati it's like saying, leave them alone, they're wasting their time. I have the big numbers in parliament and I'm going for 20 more from their side. You know, he was just rubbing the salt on the wound. That's what he was doing. Those are some of his opening remarks as president-elect. It's really sad. So he has a task. He has a task to check Gachagua and to check himself, what he says in public. Now, then he has a bigger task. He has a bigger task that we are having a government coupled with corruption, Uhuru Ruto government. Uhuru one day said that, I don't know how many millions disappear every day. And Uhuru was saying, sasa nifanye nini? That really disappointed me. I didn't expect Uhuru to say that. Then Ruto comes to the US and says that the government budgets for 100 million every day for corruption. Ruto said that. Now, Ruto and Uhuru, what did they want us to do as Kenyans about corruption? Why were they talking like that? Walitaka tufanye nini? And they are the ones who own the government. Now he's coming in that situation. And he's coming in with us mistrusting him. Somebody was asking me here, I don't know who was asking me, to talk about Muteshi Farm. Muteshi Farm case was in the court, and the court ruled against Ruto, and the court ordered Ruto to return the farm and to pay the losses that Muteshi had gone. It is not something that didn't happen. Now, so he's coming in with us in quotes. He did 1, 2, 3. He did 1, 2, 3. He's got to stand up and say, guys, Kenyans, I'm different now. I'm your president. I won't allow 1, 2, 3 to happen. And then he's got to look at Kenya as a whole, not those who voted for him, those who did not vote for him. And then he got to work with his careless speakers like Gachagua. Hiyo maneno ya kusema, Gachagua spoke and said, you people, Akina David and the others, Ruto and Gachagua are coming here. When Gachagua just the other day said, ati pesa ilitolewa Mount Kenya, ikapelekwa Nyanza kufanya development, as if people in Nyanza are not people or are not Kenyans. So these people have a big task ahead of them. Trust and all mistrust, corruption, so many things. But me, my take is, maneno ya handshake should not even happen at all. And those people who worked for Uhuru should not be here telling Ruto that I can work for you. Let them leave Ruto to form his government. Even if he decides to appoint Sudi for education ministry, it is okay. Wacha apatie Sudi ministry education, wacha achukue Waigoro apae finance, wacha achukue, let him take Kuria to security, to internal security, let him take all those people he's working with, let him appoint whoever he wants to appoint, let him form his government. Let us give him the opportunity to form his government and tell us where he's taking us. Let us sit and watch to see Dr. William Samoei Ruto's government get rid of corruption. Let us sit and see him bring the prices of goods down. Let us see how he addressed the education. They already said they are going to scrap CBC. Let us see how he'll make sure our children go to school without paying fee, the way Baba said. Let us see and watch him allow us to go to the hospital and get treated without having to pay so much. We are watching. We will not help you in anything. In fact, as AZIMIO members of parliament, Ruto has planned to buy some of you. You who want to be bought, go and be bought. We don't care about you. Nedeni mkanunulie kama nyinyi ni virago vya kununulia. Go and be bought. Let us remain with the faithful who have a stand, who can say no. And then my final thing is, let the county governments managed by AZIMIO governors perform. I heard Simba Arati talking and I was very impressed. And he addressed several issues like corruption and ghost workers. Let the AZIMIO governors start working. Let them address the issues in their county thanks to devolution. And we shall see the difference kati ya mbivu na mbichi. We shall see it. We shall see one of these fine days. And we shall, after 1 year or 2 years, hao watu wenye tusema UDM nini watakuwa wamenyamaza kimya if Ruto doesn't perform, because this man has inherited a corrupt, riddled government, an economy that is sinking, hungry Kenyans who are desperate, and a hungry man Mr. Arika is an angry man. And this hungry man is not only angry, half of the hungry men who are angry are feeling cheated since independence. Wanagojea kidogo tu, they explode like Sri Lanka. Kidogo tu hapo ndio wanangojea. Kidogo tu. So Ruto has a big task ahead. I would not want to be in his shoes. Asante Makiadi, naenda kulala, sina machungu, mimi nasonga mbele, my life continues. Good night everyone.
Tutakuombea Julie, wenye uko na machungu na za jinyonga, pole, tutakuombea.
David, you are very disrespectful.
Hold on, Julia, don't. Okay.
Your disrespect. Good night, everyone. I just say my say is Makiadi. Let's sit and watch us see what this government can do for us. That's my take. As Mio governors, nawaomba you perform. Asante. Good night.
So asante Julia. Hata wewe ukuwe na usiku mwema. I want us to invite Mogoi to make his brief remarks, and then at least we can take the closing remarks from each one, and then tufunge show. Mogoi, briefly, umekuja kuchelewa leo.
Yeah, thank you Makiati, and thank you everybody on the panelists. Yeah, nimekuja kuchelewa, you know, we have been grieving and crying on the toilet, but we are getting over it. Yeah, I don't have much to say, just a few things here, then we close the show. Yeah, you know, I wanted to come early because of this guy who you have dropped here, David. Yeah, I know it sometimes when he was here. But it is the nature of politics. Some people, they think that they are more than anybody so long as they have won, or so long as they have the shit. It is their right to insult anybody. Yeah, let me start with the ruling of Mother Koome. You know, if you look the way that our President Chief Justice was reading that ruling, the wording and the professional words he was using, it was not professional. It was not like he was addressing the country. It was demeaning, like causing more injury to the people who have the grievances. People have come with bitterness and pain for what they have gone through, and you are just insulting them the worst. You know, not even using professional words, it's just saying like you mean nothing. You know, but we accept it, and we are watching. God knows, you know, he raised up the Bible when he was swearing in. That Bible will judge her. God is not asleep; is there for this country. Yeah, for today, they are having the business of the parliament. We hope everything will go okay. Whatever will happen, we will appreciate. But to me, you know, I'm saying like if Ruto will form this government, let him form the government. AZIMIO, if they could have been in good moral leadership, they would have kept away from this government. Not even checking this government. Let them do what they want. Because they are Christians. You know, Ruto is a Christian. Kachawa is a Christian. They don't drink. These are Christian people. Their wives are pastors. So they have churches. These are Christians. They don't need check and balances. They know God. They do everything perfect. Yeah, and even our pastors in the country, they love Christian leaders. That's why we elected them. Let us give them time, elect their MP, elect their cabinet. Whoever they will bring to the approval in parliament, let them be approved. Don't reject. I wish I was an MP. This will be my campaign as an AZIMIO in parliament. Whoever Ruto will propose to be a cabinet, to be whatever, let them approve and they give him an okay. And then sit back and watch the show. We are not going nowhere. We are just watching. He can transform the country. If we transform, make it better, good for everybody. We will appreciate it. But telling us here, there's somebody who was telling us here, how Ruto should reach out and get people from different community, minority, and put them in the government. That's a good idea. But you can't steal from some people and then you start telling them, now come, I can employ you. You know, you know, there's some things you can do and the people, they can't appreciate it even if you do the way you want. Like for example, Chura said something here. You know, Gachawa said some day back, like, Uhuru took a lot of money from Central and take it to Kisumu. Are you telling me those people of Kisumu will forget that thing? How do they feel when you are saying, oh, Uhuru took a lot of money from Central and take it to Kisumu? So Kisumu is in Uganda. Now you are coming and telling us you have picked somebody from there to be a minister. Now people of Kisumu will be happy. He's in the government. It doesn't work like that. Give people justice. If justice is there, if he would have won, like he win genuinely, people accept that he won, there would be no problem. But when things happen like this, mark ways, and you say now you have won, now you want to employ people from rural, from minority, through Kana, wherever, you are just making yourself legitimate in order to be look like you are loved in the country. But in the real heart of the people are not comfortable with it. People will be scared and watch you like that, but I don't think it's okay. You know, like what mother was saying today, I don't know if today or yesterday, I don't know if it was in the church or somewhere. Like, it is the ruling, it came from God, or what was he saying? You know, sometimes I wonder with our readers, by the way. She has started campaigning about her ruling instead of giving us the full ruling with evidence of what she considered to nullify the election. Now she's saying it was intervention from God which make her do that thing. So why didn't she give us that reason when he was giving us the ruling? If that's what she has started campaigning, telling us what really? I don't know, she's getting confused, or it is some demonic things are happening to her. Because when you are a reader and you have said you will give the ruling after, I don't know, she said 21 days, you should keep that thing to yourself and wait for 21 days, give us the ruling. People will read it. But when you're going to do somewhere and just saying, oh, it was God intervention, that's why we give that ruling, then what are we waiting for? And Ruto was elected by God, and they are God people. Yeah, so it is a challenge, but that sometimes I'm still thinking about this Supreme Court. I'm like, if we continue having such a kind of readers and they are talking like this, do we need it really? Do we need this Supreme Court? And my perception was like, I wish Raila was energetic a little bit. 70 years for two communities to be the presidential leaders in this country, and we are in the same place, we are not moving. I don't think it is fair. I wish we could have somebody to make even a political way so that we can divide this country into two. The majority of rigging remain themselves, and the minority who can believe in democracy can go on their way. Because 70 years, even if you are a Democrat, you are not tribal in any way, even if you are I don't see it makes sense at this era. Like two communities can be leaders for 70 years and everything is okay, and we are okay with that. We are not. Why should we waste this a lot of money? We are doing election, but we are just doing it for formality. And in the future, to me, I wish we can have some MPs. I don't know if there is a section in our constitution which can make this thing happen. We don't need to print these presidential ballots to other counties. Let us do it in Central and leave the valley. Presidential ballot. That's enough. Why should we waste this money taking ballot to Turkana to Nyanza for what reason? It doesn't make sense. Let's make them Central and leave the valley, print the ballot paper, tell them to choose how they want who to be the president and the deputy. That will be okay for the country, but don't mix every community inside there for the sake of like it is Kenya and we are okay. We are not okay. Like, I don't know, that's me. We are not okay. Let us save money for other things, make presidential election simple, make it in 2 blocks, divide Central. Then things okay. If not, let us divide Kenya, because don't let people like Turkana or people from Kuria, people from Kisumu feel like they don't feel to be in this country because we can't vote for Raila because Raila is scarce, right? So the rest we have been having, they are pressed. What have they done for the country for 70 years? And we are crying, oh, Uhuru must go. Oh, Moi was a dictator. If he was pressed to be president, why was he a dictator? Oh, Ruto is a Christian. Oh, these are the people who have churches. Oh, they support churches. Let us hope for the best. We don't wish them bad. He's going to be the president. We will see. We are here to watch. We are not moving on. We are just watching and see what will happen. Kenyans will judge themselves and everything will come out. For what he was saying, he wanted the Uhuru to congratulate him for winning. You know, sometimes this kind of Christianity sometimes is too hypocrisy. You know, that's why, like, otherwise, whatever, sometimes they are good people. Even if you drink, you can be honest to yourself. Uhuru is so honest to himself. Like, I can't say this. He can't, that thing cannot come from his heart because he don't believe it. He say, I better keep quiet. That's being honest. I don't see the problem there. We are forcing the president to congratulate you. If he don't believe in you, why are you forcing him to believe in you? He has said he will hand over to you, but he don't believe in you. That still means okay. He has not disagreed that he's not going to hand over. He has said, I will do it perfectly according to the constitution. He has agreed peacefully. He's not complaining. He's not saying anything. Just wait, come to Kasarani, I will hand it over, but they are not believing you. That's a simple statement. Why are you breathing? Oh, he has not congratulated. Why do you want him to congratulate you? You have been criticizing him for 5 years. And Uhuru, is he a kid? You have been undermining me for 5 years. Now you are coming here to tell me you need to congratulate me. What kind of hypocrisy of Christianity do we have in this world? Oh, yeah. Okay, Makiadi, because of time, let's stop there then. We will meet tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Safi. Ngoja Douglas. I think ulikuwa umeongea Douglas, yeah? Because I want us to start taking our closing remarks briefly. Sijui nitaanzia hapo. Wacha nianze naye Douglas in 2 minutes.
Okay. Very well. You know, Mogoi is really speaking with a lot of passion, and I'm sure there are many Kenyans who are feeling the same way you're feeling. You're not alone. There's so many people who are thinking the way you're thinking and feeling the way you're feeling, but they might just not have a platform or be bold enough to come out and say it. And even this handover that we're talking about, we don't even know if Uhuru is going to be in that stadium to hand over. Maybe to be handed over by someone else. Someone else will give him the sword. Maybe Uhuru might not even turn up, but we don't know. But what I know is that for an outgoing president like Uhuru Kenyatta, not actually giving you whatever, a congratulatory statement or a speech, I think it says a lot. It says a lot, and that is something that will affect this presidency for a very long time, because it communicates something. For those people who have a brain, they know what that communicates, because most of the time people are congratulated and a statement is issued that congratulates you. But if that's not coming out, there is a problem. And also I wanted to say, one, you know, it is one thing to be a campaigner, someone who's always talking about scapegoats. It is one thing to be a politician who's a campaigner and talking about scapegoats. It's another thing to be a leader. You've been given the mantle now to run the country. There's no one you're going to blame or say, oh, sijui hao wanafanya sijui nini huku, hao wengine sijui wanafanya nini huku, nimejaribu kufanya hii lakini hao wanashindikana. No, you are the president, deliver. You might find people not delivering. And being a president actually comes with a lot of wisdom. Haitaki makasiriko. It doesn't want revenge. It doesn't want these sudden reactions, because they can be very detrimental to your future and to the way you're running a government. So this is a big test. That's what I'm saying. AZIMIO, those guys who are running there, they should just decamp. Let's watch these guys rule this country and see what the kind of rule that is going to happen. Because for me, and what happened in the Supreme Court, I know this is an illegitimate government. Let AZIMIO counties perform. And AZIMIO governors, let them perform, let the members of parliament perform in the positions that are in. The MCAs, let them perform, and check this government each and every day and in every step, so that we may let Kenyans know what is happening, and we may show them how we want the government to be run, and how, if we get power, this is how we're going to run government. But if you mix with this lot that the Supreme Court just gave them a funny ruling, then you're confusing yourself, and you'll be part of the rot, and you'll be part of this illegitimacy that we are talking about. Separate yourself, watch them, check them, and see what they do, and show Kenyans how your leadership, different from theirs, works. Let Kenyans also enjoy, like I said, okay, there's me, they should check them. Do not be part and parcel of this outfit. I've already spoken on that. They need to separate themselves. What I want to wish the UDA youth is good luck. I think the UDA youth are now about to have the biggest opportunities and wealth creation in this country, because they believe the Hustler Nation is going to do wonders. It's going to do unbelievable things, and we are waiting for the youth to actually see this happen. And this is rhetorical, because we're going to be here after 1 year talking about what has happened, what has not happened, and benchmarking on actually what needs to be done. At the same time, the youth of Kenya who have a vision, and I'm very serious on this, even Richie Makiadi, the youth of Kenya who have a vision, this is the time for you to come together, assemble together, identify each other, work together, talk together about the issues of this country from now. Because 2027, that is your time. Don't let 2027 come as the youth of Kenya and lose that, because we need to get rid of this old generation, because this old generation is actually dragging us back into things that are not really helping us. The youth are united. The youth have a vision. The youth can get rid of this tribalism, nepotism, and this sin called corruption. Let the youth of Kenya come together and be able to campaign for 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Let me go to Lucy. Closing remarks.
Okay, thank you all. So it's about the opposition. You know, in the constitution, it's not provided for. So we have majority, minority. I feel like AZIMIO doesn't owe Kenyans the checks. We do it because we are patriotic, but it doesn't owe. They can sit back and watch like any other, but we don't owe anything. It is not provided. They are not paid. So Kome still, I want to go back on the ruling. Kome, I think she should have addressed the Julie Soweto discovery. It baffles me actually that I saw that it went live. I think in 21 days I want to see that explanation instead of trashing it. And was it Philo? You were talking about the separation and voting in Central and Rift Valley. I think in future, I tend to think Baba had an agenda with the electoral reforms. Yeah? In future, we should want a Kenya where we don't vote tribal. We should find a way, maybe vote the way the UN votes, per county. We are given, there's so much we can do with the reforms, and it won't be tribal based. But this superiority complex will end, and we'll have a better, and we'll include everyone, even the minority tribes, so that they all have a say. And then I feel like AZIMIO should relax. They have nothing to worry about, because I think this government will prove them right. The way it's going and the way we hope for the best and we're praying for the best, but you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The promises, we'll keep on checking on them. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but we are hoping and praying, because it's our country and we are patriotic. And okay, about leadership, I feel that our president-elect should slow down on the talk, because I feel like talking too much isn't helping with the unity. It's good to be a leader, not a boss. We should focus on uniting Kenyans, because you should not forget that if we are going by the numbers that IBC gave, that is 6.9 million Kenyans that voted for this man. You trashing him, you are beating them down, and show every Kenyan is important, yeah, to building the nation. Tunajenga wote, taifa wote. So don't trash them, don't undermine our leader. We believe in that man, and we still do. So the minute someone tries to show us, because if at all he won by 200 votes, 200,000 votes, that shows that Kenya was divided right in the middle. He should find a way, when talking, knowing that to include all Kenyans, you should include that leader, and talk respectfully about that leader, because I feel the way he was addressing MP, showing that the leaders will kidnap this one, this MP will be kidnapped. I just found it petty. Those are, again, complaints. He shouldn't complain. Let him deliver. We'll hold him accountable. And to all Kenyans, a vote is a chance for you to change your life every 5 years. Let us vote wisely. Let us not be a liability to our country by voting tribal. Let us vote in let us not base religion, tribal. Let's not vote that way. Let's see our kids' future in check. Let us vote for people we believe in, because I was laughing because we had a bishop in the ballot paper. If you wanted if you wanted someone religious, I think you should have ticked there. But it's hypocrisy at its best. Let's vote for leaders we believe in, not revengeful vote, not rebellion voting. You're punishing, don't vote that way. Just vote for a person you believe in, someone you'll trust your kids' future with. Don't vote, even if someone achieves, let's say you're giving a marking scheme out of 10. Let that person, at least, if someone is scoring 3 and another one scoring 6, kindly give the 6, so that we can see a way forward. 5 years is not a short time. Remember, as we are voting this way, there are other countries like Tanzania, they're coming. Soon we might trash our country just to revenge or have some petty vote. We should focus on making our country better. Kenya is recognized, and people are. I had a joke somewhere. Was it TikTok? They were saying Kenya is the capital city of Africa, in quotes. Yeah. So let's make Kenya better. Let's focus on our country selfishly. Let's not be bought with that 200 shillings when voting, so that we can be able to put in place great leaders. And then for the IEBC, I think we should have, as citizens, we should try in a way we can have our citizen watch center for the votes. Because now, if IBC if there is stories of rigging and everything, and we can't trust them, as citizens, we should know how to keep in check our votes. It is just something patriotic. It's not. Next time, let's not wait, because my vote, I took my time and voted. I should want to think that vote counts. If it was 46,000 polling stations, I think as citizen, we can volunteer and be in those stations as a citizen watch. Take a photo. Let us do better next time so that we can really have the real figures and we can really know the will of the people. Thank you.
Asante sana Lucy. Let's go to Jacob kidogo tu. Wacha Jacob amalizia kwanza. 2 minutes.
It's gonna take a big convincing, because people, I feel the percentage of people voted was very less. And this time, even with the Supreme Court ruling, it's gonna be even way, way, way less, because there's no confidence in IEBC, Supreme Court. It's really, 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 it's gonna take a long, big convincing to people, because people feel there has been so much injustice, especially with the judiciary. I mean, Martha Koome, I don't know why she went on the TV to try and convince us of the Supreme Court decision. You don't have to do that. You really don't have to do that. If you know you made a correct decision, they don't have to come and convince us. That shows the suspicion. Yeah. But all I can say is it's really going to take a long time to convince people to go to vote. Some people will not even vote from now on. They're like, it's a waste of time. If you have thieves around there, there's no need to vote. I've had so many Kenyans I've talked to. They are saying they're not going to vote anymore. That's it. Because especially with the judiciary, with the decision that they came with, especially, I'm going to be very brief. One of the decisions that really turned me off is with the IEBC chairman. If the IEBC was divided, the election should have been nullified. Exactly. They should have nullified those elections. But still, they didn't. Yeah. But anyway, all I can say is this government, we're going to check. We are going to keep an eye on everything that they're doing. They've made so many promises too. And now it's about them to fulfill the promises. That's all we want to see now. How they're going to do it, we really don't care at this time. All we want to see is for them to do it. If they don't do it, I'm not even going to give them a year. A year is long. Yeah. Give them 6 months. Yeah. A year is too long. Ruto has been there for 10 years. More than 10 years, deputy president. And you haven't even counted the time he has been an MP. So all I can say is we're going to give them a chance, and let's just see how they're going to fulfill their promises. I'm waiting to see how Mama Mboga's life is changed. I'm waiting to see how the Boda Boda guys' lives are going to be changed. I'm waiting to see how the Kenyan people in general lives are going to be changed. And that's all I can say, Makiadi. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Asante Jacob, na msiende mniache peke yangu hapa, tunafungaga pamoja. Mugoi ukimalizia.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Makiadi. Yeah, I just wanted to say to my sister Lucy that it was not my bad perception, though, because you have said that we need to change the system so that maybe voting can be even in the counties levels, and we can have some supervision in the all polling station. That's okay, up to you. But if you look where we have come from until where we are, and still we are red for two communities for 70 years, I don't see any good change we can make. If you look at the voting we did this last election, it is 2 blocks. which have given Ruto legitimacy to be the president. Central, Rift Valley, that's it. If you look at it critically, even in Nairobi itself, it's not with Ruto. But Central, Rift Valley, it gives him legitimacy. So even if we put everybody, a police in every polling station, it doesn't matter. It will be only between the two communities, which will determine who will be the president. That's according to me. So why should we struggle wasting the money every 5 years, printing ballot papers, throwing to Garissa, to Kuria for people to vote? Because it will change nothing. Let us make it a two-way so that it can be easy and they save more money. Let us print this thing here in Kenya. We don't have this suspicion of taking ballot to Greece and bringing them here. They were wasting money. Let us print here in Nairobi, take it to Rift Valley, take it to Central. Vote, give us a president. For us, the other part of the country, let us struggle with the governors. Our governors, if they can work for us, we can move. And I feel like that one can help us instead of wasting a lot of money pretending that we are doing election which is fair for the whole country and it doesn't make sense. We can save money and do something else. Maybe you give us this money to the country, we can use it on our own ways because we can't make it the president. Maybe it can help. That's an exception though. But the one which I like the most, if we can divide this country into two in a peaceful way, it can be also a good thing. Because even if you are, I don't know, when you count 70 years, two community presidents, and you say you are a Christian country, I wonder even us as a pastors, how do you see it? When you are a pastor, you are preaching, oh, the country is okay. How do you see it? We are pastors. How do you see it? It's okay. 70 years, two tribe presidents, it's okay. We are a Christian country. We are okay. Let us pray for the whoever who has won because of democracy. I don't think it is fair. But it is our country. We love our country. Maybe God has ways and has a reason why they were given this seat to be the president. The choices have consequences. That's what Obama said a long time ago. And I've not forgotten that thing. Maybe we wait and see. Maybe Ruto would be a wonderful leader. He would make Kenya change into a better thing. And we didn't expect. Let us hope for the best. Thank you, Magiari.
Okay, thank you, Philo. What I can say is briefly, I'll still read what Martha Koome said today. And she said, this judgment was for the sake of independence of the institutions, especially the judiciary. It was not due to our might or power as a court, but because of the faithful God that we serve, she said amid applause. So, finally, I think what the judiciary said is that you can show up in the morning with a baby. It doesn't matter whether you are pregnant or not. That baby will be yours. And people will not want to know how you got the baby as long as you have the baby. So it was not important for the judiciary to check what the process was as it was in 2017. As long as the numbers showed that the winner was declared, then it doesn't matter if the process was okay, which is good. If that is the trajectory that you're taking as a country, then it means if you have access to ballot papers, just stuff the ballot papers. When they count the ballot papers and they find you the majority of the ballot papers, then you'll be the leader. It doesn't matter how the ballot papers got into the ballot box. That is what the judiciary has said. Now, on the people who are saying that William Ruto should not reach, and in fact, he has said it himself that he's not going to reach out for any handshakes. I wish him all the best. If he thinks he will rule half of the country with the 7.1, all the best. What we can say is this: Kenya is still ours, and I know Mugoi has a lot of pain, but what I can say is William Ruto believes that he's going to rule the 7.1, and that is why he says that he does not believe in handshake. All the presidents before have tried, and most of them have failed. But it was in the wisdom of Uhuru Kenyatta to come and join hands with his so-called enemy, so that at least some other parts of the country can feel not left out in the governance of the country. So we hope that people will put down their pride. Na wale wanakuja wanatuambia hapa sijui mutembei, sijui mutafunga hii channel. It's okay. we've been there. Siku za Moi, I think Mugoya anaweza waambia in Douglas here. Tulikuwa tunajua taarifa ilikuwa inaanza na mtukufu rais kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, and we were there. Kulikuwa na KBC peke yake, tulikuwa we saw that. Watu walikuwa wanapiga makofi wakiwa wamepanga barabara line kwa barabara, president apite, wamwimbie. If you want us to go there, it's okay. This media yenye iko hapa Mutembei is a free media. You come here, you say what you want, hautafungiwa na hakuna siku tutakwambia ukuje kama umevaa suti hapa. Hii ni radio ya mwananchi, ni TV ya mwananchi wa kawaida, and this is where our leaders listen to the common mwananchi. We are not paid to be here. We come here because we want to talk issues that affect our country. If you feel it is in your own interest that Mutembei na kuudhi sana, then probably hujaishi kwa enzi ya ukatili. Hopefully hutafunga hii alafu siku moja utamani ifunguliwe ndio kuje kutoa maoni, because if you don't have a place to platform to speak issues like this, then no one is going to allow you on Citizen TV kwenda kuongea huko, because hiyo ni biashara na mtu atakubali serikali ifunge station yake kwa sababu ya maoni yako. But all the same, we wish you all the best. UDA, serikali ni yenu, and Mugoi and Douglas, naona kama kuna watu wanajua kuweka bet ni watu wa Western. Walieka bet pande zote mbili, wakina Mudavadi wakaenda nusu pande hii, wakina Oparanya wakaenda nusu pande hii, nusu ikauma nje, ingine ikaingia ndani. So watu wa Western walicheza smart. But anyway, we hope that politics will not be about tribes, but the greater nation of Kenya. So panelists, Lucy, thank you for being with us here today. Douglas, Jacob and Mogoi. Kama nomi yetu ya kawaida, msitutoroke, msinitoroke hapa. Ninataka tu kufanya appreciate watu ambao wako kwa comment section pale, alafu tutasema wimbo wa taifa na tufunge show. Kesho mapema saa 7:30 Kenyan time, Banada atakuwa hapa kwa show nyingine kama hii. All we say is that you need a working gadget, connectivity, and our father Danny Darius anasema ya kwamba you must have a working brain. Don't come here to punish people by listening to you talking nothing. So the 3 gadgets ndio hizo zenye tunazungumzia kila wakati. I also remind you to subscribe to Mutembei TV. Ukienda kwa YouTube pale utaona Mutembei TV, una subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, alafu una hit notification button. Wakati program yetu inaenda live, utakuwa notified ya kwamba Banada amefungua show. And then there's always a link in the comment section. All you need to do is just click on that link section in the comment section, na utajipata hapa kama hawa unaona wako hapa kwa TV. Maoni yako hapa ni bure, unapatiwa nafasi ya kuongea. Haijalishi kama wewe ni UDA ama wewe ni Azimio, na usiogope kuja kuongea hapa. Ile kitu utaongea bora iwe ni kitu ya maana, watu watakusikiza. Now, I want to appreciate those in the comment section, those of us that are joining us on Facebook and those on YouTube. Ninaona kuna Hummingbird hapo, Caroline Otieno, Chris Kajo, Daima Mkenya, Montana Kingston. Awino Rapemo, asante sana. Eufine Adams, asante. Anita Bobo, asante sana. Rafton Korir, asante sana. Ni wengi sana. We are so many here right now. I will not be able to mention each one of you, but asanteni sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. This show is always here because of you, and you in the comment section, you are the pulse of this show. Thank you for your comments. Na wale ambao wameongea mambo mabaya tumewasamehe, enda ukasafisha roho yako, tukutane hapa kesho siku nyingine. I want to give Lucy, huwa tunakariri wimbo wa taifa. Kukariri, si kuimba, kukariri tu. Stanza ya kwanza, sijui kama unajua kwa Kiswahili. Nitakupatia nafasi ukariri ya kwanza, alafu nadhani tutakuwa tunamaliza leo. Hatutakariri zote 3, ni moja tu peke yake kwa Kiswahili. Karibu.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na unless I sing it.
Aya, go ahead, sing.
Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi, na tukae na uhuru, amani na undugu. Yeah.
Lucy haukumaliza lakini ni sawa tu.
Okay.
Haukumaliza inaenda namna hii. Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Hizo mbili, raha tupate na ustawi, tukae na amani na undugu. Kwa hivyo kila wakati tunapopiga siasa tukumbuke sisi sote bado ni mandugu. Haijalishi kama uko UDA, uko Kenya Kwanza, ama uko ODM, ama uko Azimio, sisi wote ni mandugu, na tukae na amani na uhuru, na raha ipate nchi yetu pamoja na ustawi. So we wish you all the best panelists. I hope to see you here tomorrow. Muwe na siku njema, na walio ugaibuni muwe na usiku mwema. Na Mogoi, niliona kuna clip yako imeenda viral, sijui kama umekutana nayo mahali. Unajua tunasemanga hapa ukikuja kuongea unaweza fikiria ni kama watu hawakusikii, lakini nimekutana na clip yako hapa imeenda viral, hata nilitumiwa na mtu mwingine nikashangaa hii ni gani tena. Sijui kama umekutana nayo.
Sijaona hiyo.
Haya. So ukikuja hapa kwa studio unaongea, ujue watu wanakusikiza, watu wengi sana. Utaniambia kama hii sauti ni yako, kwa sababu mimi nilisikia hii sauti nikajua hii sauti imetolewa kwa Mutembei TV, na nikasema ninajua huyu jamaa. Sijui.
Why is he telling them to go home when they are tired? They have money to give these people to stay here. Why is he telling them with their papers here and they go home? Now people are coming in with papers and changing the papers, putting what they want us to see. Because the returning officer is the one to sit there with the papers and verify what he has brought in hand. Now the Bukati is saying just put them on the table, go. And he's using the employee of IBC informers here. The same people of IBC, they are the one changing these papers. They go out, they are given papers, they come in, they change, they put what they want, they take another one out. Now who are going to be accountable when these people become a mess? Is it the ARO or the employee of the IBC?
Ni clip mrefu sana. Nilisikia hiyo. Jamaa alinitumia akaniambia huyu nikamwambia
hiyo kitu ilikasirisha by the way. You know, the way you saw Jebkati, the way he was acting in Bomas, it was annoying.
Yeah, so hiyo clip yako imeenda viral. Ni vile hujakutana nayo. Nilitumia clip zilikuwa karibu 4, kuna ingine pia.
Asubuhi nimeona Kipchumba Murkomen na Twitter ati Kindiki amekidnapiwa. Then after a few minutes tunaona Kindiki anatembea huko down. Ninajiuliza ni nini inaendelea Kenya sasa hivi? Chebukati anatoka huko anasema ati hizi makaratasi zinaletwa hapo zinateka a lot of time. Kwa hivyo kila mtu akuje na karatasi yake awekelee hapo aende. Alafu ukitaka copy ya hiyo form original unaweza pewa. I mean, Chebukati
Haya, kumbe mtu alikuwa anatusikiza hiyo siku na akakata sauti zetu akaeka huko. So ziko huko utakutana nazo. So sometimes when I tell you people, ukikuja hapa kuongea, chunga ile vitu unaongea. You might be held accountable kwa ile vitu unasema. But anyway, that's just by the way, I just wanted you to know that some people are listening to you outside there. Utakutana na hizo clips. They are all over. They are all over. So people are looking at you. People are looking at you. Sometimes unaongea hapa, watu wanachukua mawaidha yako, ile mbaya wanapunguza, ile mzuri wanabeba wanaenda nao. But all the same, thank you all for coming here. Douglas, Lucy, I think today was the first time nimekuona hapa. Karibu sana. Mogo is always here. Jacob, I've seen you here several times, but it is good to be with you on the show. I hope to see you tomorrow. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Thank you all.